In her previous life, Mon-thing was a beautiful and kind girl who unfortunately went blind due to an accident. Life seemed like it would pass by peacefully. Unexpectedly, she became entangled in a complicated romance with a murderer, Jang Yan. Even her sister was intentionally harmed by him, causing her to fall off a cliff to her death. Surprisingly, she was reborn as an 11th grader. Given another chance at life, she made a promise to herself. This time, she would definitely stay away from those people. She would protect her father and live a good new life. But can Mon-thing really avoid the fate that had already occurred in the past? Will she once again get involved in such a complicated romance? Let's see. The story opens with a scene of two girls, one in front of the other, climbing along a mountainside looking for someone named Thulan. The girl in front is Mon-thing, the main character of this story. Following her is her sister, Tulan. Mon-thing, worried that Thulan might be in danger if she wanders around and encounters a landslide, tells Thulan to stay put and wait while she alone searches down the hillside. Mon-thing hooks a rope to a tree, then gradually descends, with loose rocks around, making it look very dangerous. Suddenly, someone releases the rope hook. Mon-thing is shocked to see Thulan is the culprit. She immediately asks why she did that. Thulan cruelly says that she actually wants Mon-thing to die. She claims it's because of her that the family shuns her. She blames her, though adopted, for being loved more by her brother and parents than herself. Even the person she secretly loves, Jang Yan, only likes Mon-thing. She is simply resentful, thinking that Mon-thing has taken everything that should have been hers. Mon-thing was shocked to learn that Thulan intended to harm her, all because of Jian. When Mon-thing thought everything was over, an image of a white-haired boy appeared being arrested for murder. Mon-thing thought to herself, if everything could start over again, she would definitely stay away from these people. She hoped to live well in her new life. Everything gradually turned white. At this moment, someone was desperately pleading for help, fearing that without assistance, they couldn't continue at school. Mon-thing, just waking from the pain of dying and coming back to life, was confused. Not understanding why Thulan in front of her looked so young, she even wondered if she hadn't already died. At this moment, Thulan asked if she had changed her mind. She was still confused about where she was. Change her mind about what? Especially since her burn marks had basically disappeared completely. Hearing Thulan promise that this was just a test win, not affecting grades or other students, she finally understood. It turned out this was a scene from 12th grade. After being nagged by Thulan, and due to her father's illness, she reluctantly agreed to take the exam in her place. Finally, Mon-thing realized she had been reborn. Then Thulan started complaining, saying her family became poor because of treating Mon-thing's eye condition. She told her not to act like this. Mon-thing certainly understood this, but Thulan was deliberately exploiting her weakness to help herself attract attention from the entire city, to win, and then use that attention to attract Jang Yan. In the end, it would lead to the same outcome as her previous life. At this moment, an announcement called for Thulan from class 12-8. Hearing Thulan whine and ask for help, saying she didn't want this issue to affect her family, Mon-thing thought of her own father. At this moment, Thulan hastily grabbed a beautiful white veil hat and put it on Mon-thing's head, who looked extremely uncomfortable. Then she suddenly turned 180 degrees, sweetly saying she had asked friends to shine lights on Mon-thing, so if her eyes hurt, remember to close them, and asked her if she surely remembered the piano keys before finally pushing her onto the stage. Mon-thing was truly beautiful. As soon as she got on stage, everyone looked up. But Mon-thing felt worried because she was too eye-catching at this moment. Helping Thulan become famous would cause trouble later. Knowing Jang Yan was at the back of the room, she secretly calculated how to resolve this. Jang Yan was that white-haired young boy sitting on the edge of the audience seats playing cards. He was even arrogantly putting his feet on the seat in front of him. But that's right, he's the male lead after all, just throwing out 2 kings and winning right away. He complained about how this guy keeps winning. Basically, they couldn't win a single game. At this moment, Mon-thing's piano playing caught Jang Yan's attention. He stared at her pensively. At this point, Mon-thing also sensed Jang Yan looking at her. Though slightly worried, she thought she was currently replacing Thulan. He couldn't recognize her. At this moment, 2 of Jang Yan's friends exclaimed, praising Mon-thing for being truly beautiful. One person asked what she was playing. What's it called? The other one said she was playing Claire de Lune, and her name was just announced by the host. It's Thulan from class 8. At this point, Jang Yan showed an extremely judgmental expression. The other friend said that girl really doesn't look like her. A school that only teaches students to be wild and reckless. Where could such an elegant person come from? He also thought to himself, someone so elegant and talented really resembles Jang Nan's mother. At this moment, Jang Yan noticed and asked why he was looking at him, and his friend immediately denied it. Jang Yan thought she played the piano well, but he hated women like that the most. Mon-thing could still feel Jang Yan's extremely scrutinizing gaze, remembering the time before. Jang Yan was the hot-tempered, delusional person who ended up killing someone. She thought everything happened also because today Thulan was too attention-grabbing. She didn't want any relationship with him. It's best to find a way to cut ties, then everything would end. Knowing this, Mon-thing intentionally played wrong. Seeing this, Jang Yan, visibly annoyed, criticized her for not knowing, embarrassing herself, and left out of boredom. His two friends were extremely confused. The piano playing was normal and very good. What's the problem? Just as she returned to the audience, Thulan jumped up, demanding why Mon-thing played wrong, but she quickly moved on, asking her to change clothes with her. She even told her to use the back door. Mon-thing held her back and asked if she hated her. Thulan was clearly annoyed, but still pretended to say she didn't hate her. Tutoring might not like her, but she always liked her. Mon-thing silently let go, knowing very well she was just lying, pretending to like her but secretly hating her enough to kill. Thulan subtly sent Mon-thing away, but she also knew clearly that she was now frantically running to find Jang Yan. But she still believed this time he wouldn't be interested in the fake anymore, and wouldn't pay attention to her anymore. The sky had just cleared up, but Mon-thing still only saw a gray expanse. She knew that in just 2 months, her surgery would be successful. She definitely wouldn't let herself die like in her previous life. At this moment, Jang Yan and his friend accidentally saw her. He wondered why a girl in School 7's uniform was here. Moreover, was she holding a blind cane, or was she really blind? So Jang Yan kept staring at Mon-thing. Jang Yan looked intently at Mon-thing for a long time before his friends teased him, asking if he had fallen for her. Of course, Jang Yan immediately shot them a cold glare, along with a threat that if they looked at him with that disgusting gaze again, there would be consequences. At this point, his friend, scared pale, reported that Thulan wanted to get to know Jang Yan. Jang Yan said if she liked him, she should come and make friends herself. Basically, she liked Jang Yan, not his friend. If the friend could have befriended her, he would have done so long ago. Jang Yan coldly told his friend to call her over. Thulan was standing timidly in the room when Jang Yan asked if she liked him. Thulan just said that she thought Jang Yan was very good. Jang Yan sneered. After all, he smoked, fought, killed, and committed arson. He even beat a teacher into the hospital. So what exactly did she find good about him? Thulan immediately said it must be a misunderstanding. She believed he wasn't that kind of person. Jang Yan retorted, hadn't she seen his medical records? He asked if she knew what intermittent explosive disorder was. Although Thulan was scared inside, knowing he was rough, she never expected him to have such a condition. But in for a penny, in for a pound, she took a risk, and firmly said she didn't care about that. Jang Yan, annoyed, asked how desperate for money she was. You might not care, but I do. Jang Yan criticized her for being ugly, saying she wasn't even as good as Confronting from the nearby School 7. He had just been teasing her all this time, and now he insisted she get lost. As Thulan was being sent away, her mind was filled with thoughts of Confronting. She was the beauty queen of School 7. Thulan now wondered if the rumors about Confronting being Jang Yan's girlfriend were true. But Thulan still believed that in this world, there's always someone new to replace the old. It was all because of Mon-thing's meddling that she ended up in this situation. At this moment, Thulan thought the person even more beautiful than Confronting was Mon-thing. In comparison, Confronting was nothing. Thulan felt it was fortunate that at least Jang Yan hadn't met Mon-thing first. Mon-thing was on her way home, extremely happy, thinking that during this 11th grade period, nothing had happened to her father yet. She would soon meet her beloved father again. Unfortunately, some of Jang Yan's speeding drivers passed by. Even more unfortunately, Jang Yan's friend recognized her as the blind girl walking in the school earlier. So Jang Yan, without a word, stopped his bike abruptly in front of her. Mon-thing, a bit scared, stepped back. Jang Yan also took off his helmet, revealing a very arrogant face. His friend who came along asked a really awkward question, asking if Mon-thing was really blind. Mon-thing was equally shocked, wondering why they had stopped, but she just nodded anyway. Jang Yan coldly asked why someone from School 7 came to his school. Mon-thing still couldn't understand why she was running into them even out here. Then, Jang Yan's friend, thought she was mute. At this point, Man-thin shook her head to indicate that wasn't the case. Jang Yan, not knowing what to plan, told her to get on the bike. He said he'd take her home for free, claiming it was caring for the disabled. His two friends laughed heartily upon hearing this, asking if they should help her cross the street too. Mon-thing wasn't amused at all, just hoping they'd leave as soon as possible. Jang Yan looked at Man-thin scrutinizingly. Her loose uniform had the school badge. He thought she looked too weak. Flicking on a lighter, Jang Yan saw that Man-thing was truly tense, which made him think she was a good student. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he started acting like a hooligan. He ordered Man-thin to take something from her bag and give it to him. Man-thin obeyed, opened her bag, and found a box of strawberries. Man-thin suddenly remembered that Thu's father knew she loved strawberries, so he had put a lot of effort in the lab and greenhouse to grow them. This half-baked thug, Jang Yan, could steal anything, but chose to steal the strawberry box. Man-thin thought it was better to follow his wishes and not get angry about it. The two friends with him were still more clear-headed. They secretly praised Man-thin's good nature, being slandered and having her strawberries stolen, yet still not losing her temper. They were simply not on the same level as her. This Jang Yan was bullying the blind girl too much, making her come all the way to where he was standing. Man-thin then placed the strawberry box on his bike seat. Jang Yan, from the moment Man-thin walked towards him, had been silently watching her. His two friends, feeling indignant, whispered, not understanding what achievement Jang Yan saw in bullying a blind person. Moreover, she was quite pretty. The two of them felt she was very pitiful. Jang Yan didn't bother to reply, just grabbed a strawberry and tossed it into his mouth, unconsciously saying the strawberry was sweet. These strawberries were sweeter than Jang Yan had imagined. His two friends had just crowded in to ask for a piece when he said they weren't ripe and threw them in the trash. If he didn't want to share, fine, but why waste them by throwing them in the trash? Jang Pan was still puzzled, unsure if Man-thing was really blind or faking it. Clearly, earlier when she placed the strawberries on his bike, she was very precise. Man-thing finally arrived home. Touching the familiar door, she truly believed she wasn't dreaming. She had finally returned home. She greeted Thu Duong, but he only responded with a light grunt. Man-thing's stepfather, Thu Chi Dong, cheerfully told her to wash her hands for dinner. He also asked why Thulan didn't come home with her. Man-thing was overjoyed to see her father. In her previous life, her mother and she had an accident, so her mother died and she was injured. Her father struggled to raise 3 children, but never resented and loved her dearly. Man-thing felt grateful for the chance to live again, to repay him and protect him from accidents, hoping he'd live happily into old age. Man-thing said Thulan had a celebration party and would eat out, but earlier she had accidentally met Jang Yan, so she must have failed. No matter which life, Jang Yan never liked her. Man-thin was extremely happy to be able to return. Her eyes had been severely infected when she started her first year. Thanks to the teacher's white screen, they could Photoshop beautiful eyes onto her ID photo. She really wanted to see everyone again. Man-thin was the English subject representative and was loved by her surrounding friends. She was also very friendly to everyone. Trio Noan Tran was probably Man-thin's best friend. She was very lovable. She must have cared deeply for Man-thin. Not only did she help fix her hair, but also reminded her to register for scholarships. Man-thin now felt very nostalgic, reminiscing about her time carrying books to school. During break time, Noan Tran suddenly asked Man-thin to guess why Tham Vu-tin insisted on coming to their school, but refused to attend classes. Man-thin naturally thought of Jang Yan, and of course, Noan Tran knew this too. Tham Vu-tin was arrogant and proud, yet just for a male student, she came to compete and fight with a female student at their school. At this moment, another girl chimed in, saying that the male student's background was very impressive. Noan Tran didn't believe he was that powerful. It's not like he's God. The other girl had to sigh. They really don't know how high the sky is. The country's largest real estate company, Tuan Duong, belongs to his family. On his first day of school, he beat a teacher into the hospital. This is exactly Tham Vu-tin's type. Man-thin worried that Tham Vu-tin might have come to their school because Thulan went looking for Jang Yan. Man-thin could still hear people criticizing Jang Yan, saying he was too bold and didn't respect anyone. In the future, he'd surely be crushed by society. But he's so rich, he just needs to inherit, and he's set. No need to try hard. Man-thin didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Thu's father was worried about his daughter. Thulan wouldn't even come home. Thu's father feared Thulan was in love too early, so he asked Man-thin to guide her sister. Mon-thing was also afraid to go there, worried she might run into Jang Yan. But since Thu's father asked, she had to go. She just hoped she wouldn't bump into him. As soon as Mon-thing reached the classroom door, she heard arguing. Thulan believed that even if Tam Vu-tin was his girlfriend, she couldn't intimidate her. Jang Yan didn't even bother to attend her birthday. But Tam Vu-ting was even more indecisive. Even if Jang Yan didn't care about her, she was still his girlfriend. Jang Yan spoke so unreasonably. Miss Tam Vu-ting was even more brazen, declaring that Thulan stole her boyfriend. At this moment, Mon-thing appeared and pulled Thulan out of the classroom. Thulan was not only angry but also told Mon-thing to leave, saying she would handle it herself. Mon-thing then spoke up to advise her, saying that Thu's father was very worried, and even if Thulan won the argument with Tam Vu-tin, outsiders would still judge her. Jang Yan didn't even care about Tam Vu-tin. Would he really care about her? Moreover, the matter of Thulan asking Mon-thing to play the piano, are they sure they can keep it secret forever? Thulan actually slept at Lam Mong's house last night, but somehow rumors spread that Jang Yan liked her. They even said he took her out all night. Thulan seemed extremely pleased about this. Thulan believed they would never reveal the truth. She wanted to solve the problem herself, so she rushed in to call Tam Vu-tin. Thulan changed her tune faster than flipping a pancake. Just now, she was happy hearing the rumor, but now she honestly confessed that yesterday she didn't go out with Jang Yan, but slept at a friend's house. She even asked her friend to testify. After Tam Vu-ting confirmed this, she sarcastically mocked Thulan and then left. As she passed by, Mon-thing tried to give her a scrutinizing look. It wasn't clear what she was thinking. At this moment, Tam Vu-ting was about to leave, but she suddenly became suspicious when she saw Mon-thing. She knew clearly that she was Mon-thing from class 11A1, but she was puzzled, not knowing how she knew Thulan. Thulan then came out of the classroom. She told Mon-thing to go home, fearing someone might discover the piano incident. Mon-thing agreed after hearing this. On the way back, Mon-thing thought to herself that although her goals were different from Thulan's in this life, she only hoped Jang Yan wouldn't know she was the one who played the piano. While walking peacefully, a ball suddenly flew towards her. Luckily, the ball hit a tree trunk. Otherwise, it would have hit Mon-thing's face. It turned out to be Jang Yan's group of friends. Fuangdam worriedly asked if they had hit someone in the face. Jang Yan, who was also there, turned to look. His friend Hatuan Min, instead of apologizing, ran over asking Mon-thing to pick up the ball. When he got there, he realized the person they almost hit with the ball was the girl from yesterday. So he immediately told Jang Yan. Hearing this, Jang Yan's face became pensive and emotionless. As for Mon-thing, she felt her lifespan shortening. Somehow she had run into him again. The best strategy was to flee quickly. Mon-thing told the boy to pick up the ball himself while she quickly left. But Jang Yan wouldn't let her go so easily. He immediately threw the ball in front of her. Confused, Mon-thing turned to look at Jang Yan. In return, she only saw his disdainful expression. Jang Yan, with his long legs, quickly reached her spot. He stepped on the ball. Jang Yan looked left and then right at her. Mon-thing was confused. She didn't understand what he was trying to do. At this moment, Jang Yan sarcastically asked her, "Did you see it?" While Mon-thing was still hesitating to speak, Jang Yan said, "Then why did you stop?" Mon-thing now was like a little rabbit, extremely confused and scared. Jang Yan slightly raised his hand to take her glasses. Mon-thing immediately swung her white cane at his hand. Now Mon-thing became worried. It was because of her carelessness that this happened. Seeing this, the two of them turned pale, thinking Mon-thing was surely done for. Jang Yan had also switched to angry mode, holding his arm. He was now extremely furious. Jang Nan, with a grim face, told her that he didn't have a principle against hitting women. Oh, handsome, but with a nasty temper, how strange for a girl. Seeing this, Hatuan Min quickly ran to intervene, saying she was blind. It must be a coincidence. He should forgive her a little. Jang Yan, still angry, glared at him. He didn't dare say another word. Jang Yan moved towards Mon-thing. She, a bit scared, stepped back, gently saying an apology, explaining that she couldn't see anything. Jang Nan was now stunned, staring at her blankly. He kept staring until he heard Hatuan Min bewilderedly realizing she wasn't mute. He even complimented her voice as beautiful. Jang Yan looked at the back of his hand that was hit, his mind still pondering, thinking that if she wasn't mute, confused. Why didn't she want to talk to them? Assuming she looked down on him for attending a vocational school. She was just afraid, that's all. How could he come to such a peculiar conclusion? At this moment, Fengdam asked Jang Yan why he tried to take off her glasses. What if she was really blind and only had 2 holes without eyeballs looking at him? This guy's imagination was too horrific. Jang Yan frowned, saying she was just a blind person with issues. Hearing this, the other 2 guys chimed in, saying that just thinking about it was already terrifying enough. Jang Yan suddenly became irritated and shouted for them to shut up. The 2 innocent guys could only stare in bewildered silence. Man-Thin, back in class, couldn't understand why she was so unlucky, suddenly running into Jang Yan for no reason. It's best to be careful and avoid him as much as possible. Noan-Tran told Man-Thin to go home together. Then she suddenly saw a registration form on the table. It was for the Olympiad competition with a grand prize of 8,000 yuan. Man-Thin thought that before, her family had spent a lot of money on treating her eyes. Later, when her face was disfigured, they spent even more. Her father, unable to repay the debt, had to take on dangerous radiation work. Mon-thing felt happy that she could compete to earn money. She asked Noan-Tran to give her a registration form. Noan-Tran was surprised, not thinking she had studied before, and wanted to register. Man-Thin had studied in elementary school. With 2 weeks of diligent practice, she could do it. Man-Thin thought, after all, it's 8,000 yuan. She had to try even if she didn't succeed. First, Man-Thin thought she shouldn't repeat the mistake of being disfigured like in her previous life. Second was to earn a lot of money, but she was only in middle school. Her father would surely worry about her neglecting her studies. So Man-Thin decided to ask Noan-Tran if there were any other competitions. The English speech competition would take place in summer. If so, it would be too late for Mon-thing. Noan-Tran also wanted to introduce some talent competitions at the nearby vocational school to Mon-thing. But fearing Mon-thing's eyes weren't good, and thinking she wouldn't like it, she didn't mention it. When they were leaving, it started raining heavily. They had to wait for the rain to stop. Noan-Tran then asked Man-thing if she knew about Xiaogang Cheng. Man-thing shook her head, not knowing. Noan-Tran said she had never been there either, but heard that people who go there spend lavishly. Noan-Tran continued in gossip mode. Rumor had it that on Shen Wuqing's birthday, Jang Yan didn't show up. Yet just now she said, tonight Jang Yan invited their classmates to Xiaogang. Noan-Tran also knew Shen Wuqing was just showing off, but Jang Yan was indeed rich. Thinking Shen Wuqing was too beautiful, she and Man-thing had no chance. Suddenly, a fleet of supercars appeared from nowhere and stopped in front of her. The door of the first car lowered. It was Jang Yan's extremely provocative, disdainful face. This was truly inescapable. Man-thing didn't understand why Jang Yan appeared here. Jang Yan's face now was 3 parts teasing, 7 parts amused. Man-thing lowered her eyes to avoid him. Noan-Tran was still confused, not understanding why security let them in. In the distance, a group of girls surrounding Shen Wuqing approached. They thought Wuqing was very capable. Thanks to her, they could come to Xiaogang to play. Shen Wuqing also looked proud, like I'm not just anyone. As soon as they arrived, they chirpily greeted young Master Jiang. Then young Master Ha Tuanmin also warmly invited the beauties into the car. As soon as Wuqing sat down, she immediately turned to flirt with Jang Yan. But Jang Yan didn't even bother to look at her. Seeing this, Wuqing found it strange. Jang Yan suddenly called Man-thing, telling her to get in the car. He would drive her to the bus stop. Man-thing thanked him and immediately refused. If she doesn't want to go, then fine. Jang Yan's face turned cold, forcing Man-thing into the car. Man-thing still insisted she didn't need to. At this moment, Wuqing put on a gentle demeanor, asking if she was the friend with sore eyes from class 1. She also urged her to quickly get in the car. Ha Tuanmin was also surprised, not believing it was his Nanjay. He didn't know when he became so kind-hearted. Now, he even cares for disabled people. Man-thing knew clearly that if she didn't get in, Jang Yan wouldn't leave either, so she reluctantly got in. The atmosphere in the car seemed a bit tense. Otherwise, Wuqing and Noan-Tran wouldn't be sweating like that. Man-thing saw the bus stop. She told Jang Yan to stop and let her off. Jang Yan laughed, saying indeed she wasn't blind. Then he stepped hard on the gas and sped away. So much for her bus stop. Man-thing now didn't understand his intention. She hadn't even angered him. This person was too hateful. Man-thing was thinking Xiaogang was far from her home. She didn't have enough money to call a taxi home. Jang Nan had already appeared, saying the good student should come play with people here. She definitely frowned at Jang Nan. As soon as she met him, she bowed deeply in greeting. Jang Yan at this moment extremely liked thinking she looked down on them, but finally had to come play with them. Man-thing knew clearly he basically didn't want to ask for her opinion. If he didn't achieve his goal, he wouldn't give up. It's best to just go in and be done with it. At this time, Wu Qing and her friend were standing, watching thoughtfully. That friend then said, Man-thing was brought here because she dared to hit Jang Yan. Moreover, Man-thing was so ugly, Jang Yan surely wouldn't like her. In the private room of Xiaogang, although there was a flatterer beside him, Jiang Shen didn't even glance at them. From start to finish, he only focused on Man-thing. Everyone around was laughing and talking happily. Only Man-thing was silent, from beginning to end not caring about her surroundings. Jiang Shen felt extremely uncomfortable. Thinking she was still acting like a good student at this point, he suggested a game. No one dared to refuse Jiang Yan's words, so they happily agreed. Immediately, Jiang Yan suggested everyone play a game where multiples of 7 are the requirement. Whoever plays wrong must be punished. Jiang Yan called out 16 to start first. Somehow the girl next to Man-thing had already called out 20, but Man-thing didn't even care. She remained silent while all eyes were on her. Finding it a bit strange, Man-thing spoke up asking if she had to play too. Jiang Yan, visibly amused, demanded she be punished. Man-thing didn't know she had to participate in this game, so she clasped her hands together and clapped once, then asked if that was enough. Everyone was speechless at her. They all burst into laughter. Tuan was still the most enthusiastic, laughing like a madman. He even said she was unlike anyone else. She was stunned for a while before clapping. Shen Wuqing's group laughing was one thing, but even Jiang Nan couldn't hide his smile. Jiang Yan still made her draw lots for punishment. He even said she was terrible at playing games. People around also cheered, saying it's too much. Man-thing should just pick one randomly. Man-thing was still staring blankly at the lot when a chatty female student snatched it from her. The lot required Man-thing to look at someone else for less than 10 seconds. At this point, everyone started whispering. Man-thing was blind. Just as the game started, this must have scared everyone to death. Man-thing didn't know where to look when Tuan shouted for her not to come close. They laughed and jeered gleefully. Now they were actually insulting her. Nuan couldn't stand it anymore and told Jiang Yan not to bully people excessively. But Jiang Yan, as usual, glared at Nuan so fiercely her face nearly burned. She was too scared to say anything more. Jiang Yan stubbed out his cigarette, yet he put on a friendly face. He said something very touching, but in this situation it was a bit cold. Everyone here is afraid of her. Only you are not afraid of her. Then a few playful female friends pushed Man-thing towards him. Man-thing knew well that if she didn't follow his wishes, it would be hard to be let off, let alone have a chance to go home. Man-thing moved towards Jiang Nan. Their eyes met, flowers blooming from the side. Only Wu Qing seemed unable to muster a smile, looking at the two of them with extreme worry. Man-thing settled down next to Jiang Yan, anxiously asking him if her eyes weren't well, could she not remove her glasses? Jiang Yan saw her hands trembling. Knowing she was scared, he replied it was fine. Jiang Yan leaned closer to her. Man-thing also looked at him. The scene was extremely beautiful. Basically, because those two were beautiful. Man-thing felt it was too dazzling. Her eyes were about to cry when someone called out 10 seconds were up. As soon as she heard it, Man-thing turned her face away. The little brat Tuan even ran over to Jiang Yan, asking if it was very scary. Jiang Yan just gently replied with one sentence, "Get lost, because you deserve it." Nuan was very worried about Man-thing, but at this moment, Jiang Yan came over saying he wanted to take her home. But now Man-thing's tears were flowing non-stop. She looked up at him. Jiang Yan certainly couldn't have predicted this situation. A bit flustered, he told her not to cry anymore. He hadn't been fierce with her yet, probably hadn't been fierce yet. Actually, Man-thing's eyes would tear up physiologically when in pain. Jiang Yan misunderstood that she was crying, so let him misunderstand. As long as she was allowed to go home, it was fine. Fuangdam perhaps also knew they had gone too far, so he suggested letting him and Yang Yan take them home. Nuan was now sobbing. He quickly told her to go home with him. Nuan was still scared of this group, whimpering as she hugged Man-thing. Man-thing reassured her not to be afraid, even though their homes were in opposite directions. Letting him take her home first would make her family less worried. Although Nuan was worried, she had to tell Man-thing to be careful, and then left. Only then did Jiang Yan urge her to come along. As for Wu Qing, she silently observed the two of them. Jiang Yan's long legs of over a meter made him walk even faster. Man-thing limped along behind him. Seeing this, Jiang Yan glanced at her. At this moment, Shen Wu Qing saw everything and felt like exploding inside. All evening, Jang Yan hadn't even looked at her once. She thought they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they weren't. Finally, Wu Qing reached a state of enlightenment. She realized that all along, it was only her pursuing Jang Yan, while he hadn't shown any interest from beginning to end. Wu Qing immediately ran after them, wondering to herself what Jiang Yan's intentions were. "It's that he has no intentions towards you." The girl had just arrived when she caught Jiang Yan intently looking at Mon-thing. It wasn't clear what kind of look Jiang Yan was giving Mon-thing. In her eyes, what kind of look was it? But it truly made Wu Qing feel afraid. She quickly ran over and hugged Jiang Yan's waist, telling him to come back soon. "Let go of that hand, friend." Seeing Wu Qing hugging him, Jiang Yan unconsciously turned back to look at Mon-thing. At this moment, Mon-thing had stopped, standing next to the ocean wall, very gently looking in another direction. Jiang Yan finally shook off Wu Qing and told Mon-thing not to stand there stupidly anymore. "Go to the car and sit in the passenger seat." Now it's certain that Wu Qing has put Mon-thing on her blacklist. Her eyes looked at her with extreme hatred. Jiang Yan asked her where she lived. She just softly told him to drive her to the bus station and thanked him in advance. Jiang Yan turned and smilingly asked her if she didn't want to be involved with him. At this moment, Mon-thing's thoughts were seen through. She could only shake her head in confusion. Even her ears turned completely red. Jiang Yan also pretended to say he didn't care either, saying one thing but thinking another. When Mon-thing asked to get off, Jiang Yan also wondered, does she not want to be involved with him that much? He could drive her home. It was raining heavily. Why should she suffer standing here in the rain? Jiang Yan then got out of the car. He put the jacket he was wearing over her head. Mon-thing must have been scared to death. Her hand was still gripping the cane, ready to hit him with it. Jiang Yan quickly held the cane and asked, "Do you really think I'm that good-natured?" Jiang Yan leaned in close to look at Mon-thing, but Mon-thing basically didn't dare to look at him. Jiang Yan was taller than her. Looking down from above, he must have noticed her eyelashes, long lashes hidden under her glasses. Jiang Yan smiled and asked her name. Mon-thing remained faithful to keeping her head down. Now she even persisted in not answering him. Jiang Yan was quick-eyed and saw her name tag in her pocket just as the bus was approaching. He quickly snatched Mon-thing's name tag and told her to get on the bus. At this moment, Mon-thing realized he had stolen her student ID, so she quickly returned his jacket to him. Then she got on the bus. Although she wanted to get it back, it was certainly impossible now. Jiang Yan watched the bus leave, then looked at her student ID. He finally learned her name was Mon-thing. Back at Tan, he was still busy thinking about Mon-thing. Wu Qing had suddenly appeared to invite him to play billiards, but Jiang Yan just coldly looked at her. He immediately called Min to play his game. Wu Qing could only stand dejectedly behind, hugging Jiang Yan's jacket while watching them play. It seemed pitiful, but anyway, at that moment, the student ID somehow fell out and was seen by Wu Qing. She was extremely shocked to see Mon-thing's student ID in Jiang Yan's jacket pocket. Seeing Jiang Yan's jacket pocket containing Mon-thing's student ID, Wu Qing was furious. She immediately ran to Min to show him. As soon as he saw Mon-thing's ID photo, he immediately recognized it was her. And Min's body probably only had laughing cells. He immediately started mocking her eyes non-stop, and Min's booming laughter attracted a crowd of curious onlookers coming over. Of all people, it had to be a guy who liked to brag. Not satisfied with just mocking Mon-thing's ugly eyes, that wasn't enough. He invited 500 more brothers from all directions, passing around the ID photo and laughing loudly. No one was spared. He was laughing heartily when Jiang Yan gave him a thunderous punch to the face. Jiang Yan quickly snatched back the ID photo. His face darkened. Now if anyone touched him, they would certainly break a few bones. That guy who was hit could only hold his face in bewilderment, stunned, shocked, and in pain. But Jiang Yan was only more enraged. He kicked him so hard it almost twisted his neck. Min hurriedly ran to stop Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan frowned and immediately told that guy to get out. Then he turned back and told Tamu Qing to give him his jacket. Tamu Qing was scared, pale-faced, and trembling as she handed him the jacket. At this moment, Jiang Yan coldly said one sentence to break up with her. Tamu Qing couldn't believe her ears and dazedly asked him what he just said. Jiang Yan just indifferently asked if she was deaf. He meant exactly what he said, break up. Tamu Qing angrily asked him what he actually thought of her. Jiang Yan obviously didn't think anything of her at all. Jiang Yan said she was only clinging to him because of his family background, not because she truly liked him. At this point, Tamu Qing really lowered her eyes, speechless. Tamu Qing, always so arrogant, was now dumped in front of so many people. Angered by people's whispers and discussions, she screamed that Jiang Yan would regret leaving her in the future. Then she ran away. Jiang Yan won't regret it. Go on and be strong. As soon as Tam Wu-ching left, Jang Yan took out a cigarette and smoked. His eyes were extremely pensive. Ha Tuan-min and Fuang Dam really had no clue about why Jang Yan got angry. 5 seconds ago, he was playing games happily. 5 seconds later, he was furiously beating someone to the point of hospitalization. Jang Yan just silently smoked, his hand in his pocket, gently caressing Mon-thing's ID photo. At this time, Mon-thing was at the hospital. Batu was feeling very guilty towards her for not being able to pick her up earlier. In the end, her eyes got infected. Mon-thing also gently comforted him that it was her carelessness. Just need to apply medicine for 2 days and it'll be fine. Hearing his daughter say that, Batu felt relieved and agreed. Thulan was lying lazily at home, gossiping about Tam Wu-ching's shocking breakup that stirred public opinion. Batu had also overheard her conversation. He was very angry, worrying that his 2 daughters of school age would fall in love and fail to get into university. He was also concerned about their difficult future. He even warned that if they were caught dating, he would disown them, already sensing trouble for Jang Yan. Thulan ran over and hugged him affectionately, lying shamelessly, saying that of course she wasn't dating. Mon-thing, when asked, also firmly denied dating early. Usually, speaking too soon makes things difficult. On Monday's flag-raising ceremony, Mon-thing's student ID was stolen. Noan Tran asked, but she just smiled and said she lost it. Noan Tran was extremely worried that she would be scolded by Miss Fan for causing the class to lose points. She might even be punished to run a lap. Mon-thing would rather run herself to death than meet Jang Yan to get her ID back. Whatever happens, happens. The teacher deducted 0.2 points from her class. As a result, Mon-thing still had to run 1,500 meters. Everyone was confused about how she could run, with her eyes in that condition. Mon-thing was enthusiastically running in the yard. Jang Yan had appeared out of nowhere, staring at her from afar. Ha Tuan-min jokingly said Mon-thing's running was slower than his walking. Hearing this, Jang Nan, whose face was hidden behind a helmet, probably unseen by others, unconsciously smiled gently. He's fallen for her, hasn't he? Fuang Dam didn't understand. Students at Mon-thing's school only run when punished, so what could she have done to be punished? Ha Tuan-min then blurted out an ignorant comment that anyone hearing would despise: early love. Jiang Yan immediately gave him a knock on the head, thinking she's like him. Ha Tuan-min complained, frowning, why did he hit him? Is guessing not allowed either? Jiang Yan told one of his guys to go investigate the situation. The investigation revealed an absurd reason that students at her school who don't wear student IDs are made to run, and the cause was none other than Jiang Yan. Who else could it be? At this moment, Mon-thing was sitting, panting heavily. Before, when she used to train running, even 200 meters wouldn't have worn her out, but now she was exhausted to death. Mon-thing's heart almost stopped when she heard Jang Yan call her name. Yet Jang Yan gently put the student ID on her. Mon-thing slightly raised her head. Suddenly, her eyes met Jang Yan's. Jang Yan quietly asked her if this meant she owed him now. How could she be so silly? This is a cute little side story about Mon-thing's adorable interview with Jang Yan present. The MC asked Mon-thing if after her rebirth, she felt Jang Yan had changed or not. Of course, Mon-thing was a bit scared. It's not like she could say whatever she wanted. The MC insisted, saying it's not just us who want to know, but someone else is eager to know as well. That someone was now leaning in to eavesdrop, almost falling onto Mon-thing. So Mon-thing, being very enthusiastic, spoke her mind. She said Jang Yan was not only fierce, but also very scary. He steals other people's strawberries, so he's not friendly at all. Moreover, his grades are poor, yet he likes to scold others. Jang Yan, standing nearby, was fuming with anger. He immediately put a bounty on the MC, calling his guys to capture him alive. At this moment, Mon-thing could only stand and stare blankly. Jang Yan was basically speechless with her. Then suddenly Jang Yan told Mon-thing, "Silly girl, you don't understand now what's actually going on." Jang Yan basically couldn't even pass his classes, yet he had the nerve to call her silly. Although she didn't understand what was happening, Jang Yan's mood seemed to be bad. It's best not to provoke him. Mon-thing immediately apologized to Jang Yan. Jang Yan suddenly became even more irritated, asking if she hated him that much, thinking she looked down on him. Mon-thing could only silently bow her head. At this moment, a loudmouth suddenly jumped in from somewhere, saying that Mon-thing was a student from Class A1 of number 7 middle school. They're basically all top students chosen to fast track into top universities. He also said those A1 students rely on their good grades and always look down on uneducated people like them. Jang Yan, already irritated, immediately said Mon-thing had no right to look down on him. Mon-thing heard this but didn't reply and just left. Jang Yan stood behind, behind, watching her back as she disappeared. To Jang Yan, Man-thing was just a blind, stupid girl. He arrogantly said he didn't care if Man-thing liked him. Later, "Don't slap yourself in the face, old man." Jang Yan didn't leave either. He leisurely stood next to number 1 middle school smoking. Some female students passing by saw the handsome guy and naturally looked. But rumors said Jang Yan was fierce, so they were also cautious. At this time, Hatuan Min appeared out of nowhere and chased them away like exorcising evil. "Don't provoke his brother Nan, or you might die without knowing why." Hatuan Min quickly ran over, inviting Jang Yan to play games again, thinking Man-thing had angered him. Jang Yan immediately thought of some ways to tease her, but he shouldn't even think about it. Jang Yan glared at Hatuan Min, saying if he mentioned her name again, Jang Yan would kill him right away. Hatuan Min was speechless. He was dedicating himself completely for his brother Nyan. Jang Yan later just laughed it off. Man-thing already didn't like him, so going after her would be too pathetic. They went to the virtual reality game experience area. Everyone was equipped with armor and carried guns. It was still Jang Nan, the perfect male lead from Legends, attracting all eyes wherever he went. Everyone passing by had to stop and praise his good looks. Hatuan Min was hiding behind a tree, confused about why there were so many dead people when the game had just started. Seeing Jiang Nan approach before he could understand anything, he was shot mercilessly by him without hesitation. They were on the same team. How could he heartlessly shoot his teammate, leaving him bloody, then calmly walk away like that? Everyone was puzzled, not understanding how Jang Yan's mood was so good just a moment ago. Fuang Dam suddenly thought of Man-thing at this moment, wondering to himself if Jang Yan... But it's best to keep such scary thoughts hidden in his heart, so Fuang Dam just let it go. Ha Tuan Min was yelling that he didn't want to play anymore, because the tyrant Jang Yan had gone crazy and was killing all his teammates. At this moment, he noticed a beautiful girl looking at him. She was even smiling gently. That girl asked Havu Min where Jang Yan was. Jiang Yan went to change clothes and come back. As soon as he sat down, that girl held out a cigarette box and offered him one. Havu Min's group was pleased, praising her for being considerate. Jang Yan simply didn't care. At this moment, the girl introduced herself as Liu Yuet, a student from class 12A2 at number 7 high school. Jang Yan then asked her about class A1, whether all the students there were very smart, and moved closer to her to ask, what do the students in that class really think about vocational school students like them? Liu Yuet was stunned, her face slightly flushed. After a moment, she replied, they're just from different schools, otherwise they're all equal. Jang Yan coldly told her to get lost. Thinking that Liu Yuet was lying, Liu Yuet obviously couldn't understand Jang Yan, not knowing what she said wrong to offend him. Even Fuang Dam and the other person couldn't understand why Jang Yan rejected someone as beautiful and elegant as Liu Yuet right from the start. Fuang Dam thought about how Mon-thing was also in 11th grade class A1. His bold thoughts were best left unthought. Mon-thing hadn't seen Jang Yan for many days. In her previous life, her incident with Thulan was exposed. It only settled down when her eyes healed. By then, Mon-thing no longer needed to wear sunglasses to school, but Thulan was ostracized at the vocational school. Man-thing then ran to her sister's school, put her jacket on Thulan, and took her away from school. By chance, Jang Yan happened to pass by. That was the first time she met Jang Yan. Jang Yan immediately stopped Man-thing and asked her if she was really the one playing the piano that day. Man-thing knew very well that Thulan liked Jang Yan, so she thought he was mocking the two sisters. Man-thing calmly asked Jang Yan to make way, but Jang Yan, while agreeing, also displayed an extremely smug expression. At that time, Man-thing thought Jang Yan was easy to talk to, not knowing he was as stubborn as a water buffalo. Later, she realized how wrong her thinking had been. But in this life, Man-thing was happily certain that Jang Yan hated her. Now, she just needed to focus on studying for the Olympics. Jiang Nan could be tossed aside. Noan Tran and others were worried Mon-thing would be exhausted from constantly solving math problems. Although they knew Mon-thing was very good, they had heard rumors. A girl named Liu Yuet from 12th grade won first place every year, so they were a bit concerned for her. Plus, there were rumors about Jang Yan and Liu Yuet dating. The rumors spread far and wide, reaching where they sat. Noan Tran was half believing, half doubting, but her friend assured her that someone had seen them together. It goes without saying, Liu Yuet would do anything to win first place, to get Jiang Yan's attention. Man-thing regarding Jang Yan's love life, didn't care at all. Man-thing now just wanted to work on as many practice tests as possible. Winning a prize meant she could have more money to help Uncle Tu. Friday afternoon, Mon-thing was peacefally waiting for the bus when Jang Yan and Ha Tuan-min's sports car suddenly appeared and parked right next to her. Turns out these two young men came to pick up Liu Yuet. Liu Yuet was also very dedicated to her studies. Because of the Olympics, she temporarily stayed at a nearby hotel for convenience. Liu Yuet was very confident that this time she'd win first place for them to see. Jang Yan, from start to finish, didn't look at Liu Yuet, his face cold as ice. Actually, he had been looking, but staring intently at Man-thing instead. He even thought that Man-thing didn't notice others' gazes. Unconsciously, Jang Yan remembered the time he faced Man-thing and looked into her eyes for 10 seconds. Then he just kept staring at her like that. Man-thing knew Jang Yan was looking at her and was terribly flustered, not knowing why he kept staring at her so intently. Noticing Man-thing holding the Encyclopedia of Math Olympics, he didn't look at Liu Yuet, but asked when and where she was taking the exam. Liu Yuet blushed, mistakenly thinking Jang Yan was concerned about her. She immediately said it was at 9 o'clock at the Arts and Culture Center on Fanghua Street. Ha Tuan-min was curious that Jang Yan wanted to go watch. Jang Yan, of course, wanted to watch. Go there to watch and look down on others. Slapping face seems to be a bit late now. Mon-thing was happily reading when she was distracted by the noisy crowd. The center of attention turned out to be Jang Yan, dressed no different from a speed racer. He was riding a very imposing motorcycle. Even though Jang Yan was a big shot, he was still banned from entering the exam venue as usual. Coolness was nowhere to be seen. Only 3 people, Jang Yan's group being criticized as thugs. Pretending to be cool but no car, resorting to riding a motorcycle. Ha Tuan-min was about to fight them when Fuang Dam stopped him. Jang Yan was in a good mood. Don't let him get angry. Jiang Yan casually took out a cigarette, claiming his friend was taking the exam here. Of course, the security guard didn't believe him. He told them to call someone to pick them up. At this moment, Jang Yan unconsciously looked at Man-thing. Man-thing also turned to look, but after looking for a while, she got scared and turned away. Seeing this, Jang Yan, although angry, could only curse under his breath. At this moment, Liu Yuet ran out from inside to vouch for them as friends. She helped them out of the situation. Liu Yuet had been the champion for several years, so based on that, she pleaded to let them in. Jang Yan and the other 2 were allowed in, but basically weren't allowed to make noise. Turn off phones and no smoking allowed. Ha Tuan-min felt this was no different from being in prison. He refused to go in. Jang Yan actually threw away the cigarette he was holding and went straight inside. The 3 of them, Jang Yan, Fuang Dam, and Liu Yuet, went inside. However, Ha Tuan-min had to run after them quickly. Everyone who saw them moved away several feet, but Jang Yan didn't care. From start to finish, he went straight towards Man-thing. Seeing her from afar, he even smiled slightly. Jang Yan, who just the other day said that looking for her would be no different from being a coward, now eagerly came to sit right next to her. Man-thing also didn't understand what was happening. She was so worried, she froze. Man-thing couldn't understand why in this huge hall he insisted on sitting here. Moreover, Jang Yan had a dazzling aura that blinded people's eyes. Wherever he went, people looked. Man-thing still hoped he wouldn't say anything to her. Seeing Man-thing not paying any attention to him, Jang Yan had to ask her why. When meeting an acquaintance, she didn't even bother to greet. He said she was cold. Man-thing, not looking into his eyes, replied that she didn't know him. Hearing this, Jang Yan smiled and asked her if she didn't know him. Did she know his name? Man-thing was silent for a moment, then stammered out Jang Yan's name. Cupid officially invited Jang Yan to the team. As soon as he heard Man-thing call his name, his eyes were about to pop out, but then immediately he softened and smiled at her. At this moment, Liu Yuet and Ha Tuan-min's 2 people also came over. Everyone was very surprised to see Man-thing also participating in the exam. Man-thing greeted everyone. Liu Yuet reminded her not to wear sunglasses in the exam room. Man-thing then said her glasses weren't sunglasses, but protective glasses for the blind. Liu Yuet understood, but didn't know why Jang Yan didn't find it strange. Jang Yan just pondered silently. The exam time also began. This exam of theirs lasted 150 minutes. Jang Yan's eyes were still extremely focused on watching Man-thing. People had just sat down on the exam chair chairs, but Hatuan Min was already complaining of boredom. He immediately took out his phone, but the suddenly exemplary Jang Yan confiscated it right away. Hatuan Min was so frustrated he didn't dare to cry. Hatuan Min then opened a betting pool. Since it was Thanksgiving anyway, if Mon-thing or Liu Yuet, one of the two, won, they would buy ice cream for the winner. Fuang Dam thought Liu Yuet would win. She had studied this subject for 8 years, and being the champion for several years, it wouldn't be easy to lose. So the two guys, Fuang Dam and Hatuan Min, settled on Mon-thing losing, probably even pushing each other to choose her. Jang Yan was silent when Hatuan Min asked him. He quietly looked at Mon-thing and said, "Whatever." Hatuan Min then thought he'd sacrifice himself for the cause. Since it was just for fun anyway, he chose Mon-thing. The teacher was announcing the results. Mon-thing just hoped her name would be called. Third place was someone named Fuang Ditch. The second person was actually Liu Yuet. Liu Yuet couldn't believe she wasn't the champion, as always. After all, who could kick her out of the chicken coop and win first place? The obvious thing is that everyone knows. Mon-thing, of course, won first place, successfully achieving her goal. Hatuan Min was also shocked when his random choice led to a resounding victory. Jang Yan saw his crush win and automatically smiled with happiness. Jang Yan, having enjoyed the show, then left abruptly. He didn't even bother to answer when Hatuan Min asked. Liu Yuet verbally offered congratulations, but as soon as Mon-thing left, she showed her true colors, the green tea bitch rising in her heart. Liu Yuet felt that Mon-thing was just a poor, lowly person who only had academic achievements. But she was still angry and boasted to Jang Nan that she would definitely get first place, but now ended up in second place. She still held a grudge, thinking Mon-thing always loses but still makes excuses. Mon-thing was looking around when Jang Nan appeared from somewhere calling her name. Jang Nan actually bought ice cream for Mon-thing. He even boldly told her to stop looking at him and just take it. Mon-thing hesitated, asking if it was okay if she didn't take it. Of course, Jiang Nan wouldn't accept not giving her the ice cream, and like a gangster collecting debts, he threatened her to try saying that again. Mon-thing, not easily scared, had no choice but to take it. Mon-thing had never bought snacks since her mother passed away. She must have thought the ice cream looked very nice and would taste good too. Mon-thing now had some doubts about whether Jiang Yan would love her again like in the previous life or not. The young Jiang Yan was crazy about his crush, but liked to play hard to get. He said he only bought it for her because of the bet. Since he gave it, she should just eat it without fussing. And Mon-thing really believed that Jang Yan only bought her ice cream because of that. She even felt overwhelmed with luck. Jang Nan asked her if her academic performance was very good. Mon-thing felt a bit uncomfortable and said it was just average. Hearing this, Jang Yan burst out laughing. Mon-thing didn't understand what he was laughing about. Jang Yan was laughing because Mon-thing should just admit she's good. What's average about it? Mon-thing felt shy because of his words. She stopped and said she wanted to go home. Jang Yan enthusiastically offered to take her home, but Mon-thing wanted to take the bus instead. Hearing this, Jang Yan's smile slowly faded. His cheerful expression disappeared. Looking at Mon-thing's retreating back, Jang Yan asked himself why he wanted to talk more with Mon-thing. He even thought Mon-thing really looked down on him. Hatuan Min and his two friends saw the scene between the two, and Jang Yan was also wide-eyed. Earlier, Jang Yan didn't make any bet, so why was he giving her ice cream now? Jang Yan turned sharply to look at them. The group could only pretend to be blind and deaf, but Liu Yuet was certainly very upset. Annoyed, just as Jiang Yan called Hatuan Min to get the car, Liu Yuet called him back. Jang Yan just briefly told her to speak. Liu Yuet asked him if he surely didn't come here to cheer for her, but for Mon-thing, and talked about Mon-thing's eyes being this and that. Jang Yan only asked if she was done talking, then turned and walked away. Fuang Dam and Hatuan Min, however confused, had to consider this issue. Their friend must have feelings for Mon-thing already, and so Mon-thing, along with her ice cream, was sitting comfortably on the bus. Then Jang Yan put one foot on the bus, insisting on going with her. Mon-thing didn't understand why Jang Yan followed her onto the bus. Jang Yan was still hiding among the crowded people on the bus. The driver immediately caught him not buying a ticket. Jang Yan was a proper young master, from a family so rich the walls were cracking. It was his first time on a bus. Not only did he not know how to buy a ticket, he couldn't even figure out how to pay for one. Jang Yan immediately looked at Mon-thing. Mon-thing was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Jang Yan now looked no different from a thug bullying a vulnerable student. He called for her to swipe the card for him. Man-thing still told him to just drive his own car home. Jang Yan felt Man-thing was being too heartless. His crush wouldn't let this billionaire give her 100 yuan. The driver was also at a loss for words with him. Man-thing must have felt a bit guilty at this point. The bus doesn't give change. If she swiped her card, maybe he wouldn't have to spend so much money. Jang Yan had made his way next to Man-thing. Having only ridden in luxury cars all his life, he felt this shabby bus was far too crowded. Man-thing, because the bus suddenly started moving, almost fell onto the man sitting in front of her. Jang Yan frowned slightly and gently supported her arm. While Man-thing was still surprised, Jang Yan had already pulled her hand off the railing, pulling her back. Man-thing blushed and told Jang Yan to let go of her. Jang Yan just calmly asked her if he let go, could she stand on her own? Man-thing, embarrassed to the point of blushing, said she could, but Jang Yan just smiled and told her not to say more. At this moment, someone else accidentally bumped into Jang Yan. Jang Yan, fierce as a tiger, shouted loudly, "What are you pushing for? Try touching me again and see what happens." His crush could touch him, but anyone else and he'd bristle. The other person wasn't backing down either, ready to fight with Jang Yan. But as he turned around, seeing his ice-cold eyes, he was instantly silenced. Mon-thing thought Jang Yan was too fierce. She was so scared she turned away, not daring to look at him. Seeing this, Jang Yan smiled slightly and asked what Mon-thing was afraid of. He wasn't being harsh with her. Mon-thing now looked like a puppy standing next to a wolf. After all, Jang Yan was still truly fierce. As they got off at the bus stop, Jang Yan frowned. Man-thing immediately realized he was motion sick, but Man-thing felt sorry for him, yet decided to ignore it. It was Jang Yan who insisted on coming along. At this moment, Jang Yan noticed the ice cream he had bought for her. From the moment Man-thing received the ice cream until now, she hadn't eaten a single bite. Jang Yan immediately asked why she wasn't eating it. Before Man-thing could say anything, Jang Yan had already assumed she was looking down on him by doing this. He quickly snatched the ice cream from Man-thing's hand and threw it straight into the trash, while she was completely bewildered. The poor girl was so confused. How could he throw away the ice cream like that? Man-thing felt Jang Yan was very unreasonable, giving when he wanted to give, throwing away when he wanted to throw away. But Man-thing wouldn't spend her whole life with him anyway. She didn't bother to dwell on it. Then it was probably noon. Man-thing told Jang Yan to hold out his hand. Although Jang Yan was annoyed, when his crush told him to hold out his hand, he obediently did so. He was really too whipped. Man-thing softly apologized, saying she was wrong, then placed a candy in Jang Yan's palm. It was a soft lemon-flavored candy. Man-thing knew Jang Yan was motion sick. Eating this candy would make him feel better. She smiled gently and said goodbye to Jang Yan. But hearing this, Jang Yan frowned and pulled Man-thing's hand back, asking why her eyes had become like that. Man-thing was a bit concerned, saying she had an accident which caused it. In fact, she couldn't even see before. After saying this, she told Jang Yan to let go of her hand, but Jang Yan wouldn't let go so easily. He pressed on, asking if she could see now, little rabbit. Man-thing then said she couldn't look at bright light. The big fox Jang Yan seized the opportunity to ask her to close her eyes so he could take a look. Man-thing's eyes were less swollen now, so they looked no different from normal eyes. How could she let him see? Man-thing panicked and said no, it looked very strange and she couldn't let him see. But the big wolf Jang Yan wouldn't give up, asking her what was strange about it. The white rabbit Man-thing, helpless, could only say her eyes looked like in ID photos, very ugly. In the end, she still firmly refused to let him see. Jang Yan laughed and said, did Man-thing really think he would believe that? Man-thing persistently refused to let Jang Yan see, to the point of tears. Seeing her so determined, Jang Yan had to give up. Finally, he agreed to let Man-thing go. Hearing she was free, Man-thing ran away as fast as she could. Only Jang Yan remained standing, watching her with an amused smile. Just then, he remembered the candy Man-thing had given him earlier. He gently unwrapped it and put it in his mouth, slowly savoring its flavor. Suddenly, he thought this rundown place wasn't as tasteless as he had thought. He held up the yellow candy wrapper. In the sunlight, the wrapper became extremely shiny. Jang Yan recalled their conversation earlier, where Man-thing kept insisting her eyes were ugly and wouldn't let him see. Jang Yan smiled slightly. He gripped the candy wrapper tightly in his hand. If she won't let him see, so be it. She's not a fairy or a great beauty or anything. Mon-thing was happily giving the money she won from the Olympic competition to Batu. Of course, Batu only praised her but didn't accept it. He even told her to go buy nice clothes. He didn't want Mon-thing to worry about family matters. He was determined not to let Mon-thing suffer. To Mon-thing, her Batu was always gentle. Mon-thing insisted on leaving the card on the table. Seeing this, Batu had no choice but to decide to deposit it in the bank for her. When needed, Mon-thing could just take it out. Mon-thing wanted to help Batu no matter what, so she kept thinking about ways to make money. Downstairs, Thulan was eyeing Mon-thing's bank card, but of course, Batu had put it away. Thulan could only pout and say Dad was biased. She herself hadn't bought new clothes in a long time. After much thought, Mon-thing finally decided to approach the trunk under the bed. Inside the trunk was a pink dress and a gold metal necklace. In the metal necklace was a photo of Mon-thing's mother and her. They were taking a picture together next to a piano. Mon-thing thought to herself, if she hadn't entered the competition, perhaps her mother wouldn't have had an accident trying to protect her. Mon-thing tormented herself, wondering if she could wear the pink dress again. By the way, she had heard others say that even though Mon-thing was a champion, if she wasn't as pretty as Lung-wet, it was useless. So angry, she had to scold them for being hateful. But of course, Mon-thing didn't take it to heart. She only hoped she could earn money for Batu. The house they rented was extremely lacking. In a few years, when house prices rise, Batu might have to sell this house again. While walking, she saw a group of people gossiping. Somehow Tam Vu-tin was attracting attention right in front of the school gate. Living to gossip, Noan Tran immediately dragged Mon-thing straight to that spot. Tam Vu-tin was actually pleading and whining, saying she would be obedient and listen, just hoping Jang Yan would come back to her. Jang Yan is only gentle with his crush. He coldly told her to get lost. At this moment, Mon-thing arrived. She vaguely recognized the person in front as Jang Yan. Mon-thing saw Jang Yan as if she'd seen a ghost. So scared, she had to pull Noan Tran away. But Noan Tran was enjoying the gossip. Seeing Tam Vu-tin rejected, she was so happy her mouth gaped. Noan Tran wondered if Jang Yan was so cold because he liked Lung-wet. Tam Vu-tin also thought Jang Yan liked Lung-wet and believed that besides excellent grades, Lung-wet clearly wasn't better than her in any way. She still couldn't accept that Jang Yan truly didn't like her. Jang Yan thought Tam Vu-tin overestimated herself and didn't even bother to pay attention to her anymore. Just told Ha Tuan-min to show some photo, but the photo that Ha Tuan-min took out was actually the photo of Mon-thing with her mother. Ha Tuan-min was still rubbing salt in the wound, telling Tam Vu-tin that Jang Yan hated her. She had no chance to enter the heart of Nyan Ka, who said the girl in his photo was 1,000 times prettier than her. Mon-thing, who was eavesdropping on this side, was also very surprised. Clearly yesterday, that medal was still in the trunk. She didn't understand how it was now in Ha Tuan-min's hands. In the end, Jang Yan was still cold, icily telling Tam Vu-tin to get lost. Tam Vu-tin could only leave angrily. Noan Tran, after gossiping for a while with nothing much interesting, finally agreed to leave. As Mon-thing was leaving, she was still puzzled, not understanding how things turned out this way. Meanwhile, when Jang Yan asked, Ha Tuan-min realized it was actually because of Thulan's mischief. Ngulang had taken that medal and given it to Ha Tuan-min without asking Mon-thing's permission. When Ha Tuan-min received it, he didn't expect there was a photo inside. Mon-thing stood outside for a while and heard that everything was because of her sister. Ha Tuan-min was now extremely excited. He insisted that Jang Yan look at his photo. He didn't spare any praise, calling the girl in the photo as pretty as a little angel. Jang Yan, probably curious, also took a look. As soon as he saw the photo, he was surprised, his eyes widening. The girl in the photo Ha Tuan-min was holding made Jang Yan feel she looked very similar to Mon-thing. While Jang Yan was still intently examining the photo, Ha Tuan-min beside him kept praising the girl in the photo, even asking Jang Yan to agree with his compliments. And because Jang Yan felt the girl in the photo looked very similar to his crush, he also very gently agreed. He even said she was pretty. Boo-hoo. He picked up my crush and was moved. Mon-thing then told Noan Tran she had urgent business and needed to rush home immediately. As soon as she entered her bedroom, Mon-thing was extremely shocked to see her belongings all rummaged through. Both the dress and the medal had disappeared. That was the last outfit Mon-thing's mother made for her. She was determined to get it back no matter what. Thinking is doing. Mon-thing went straight to Thulan's room to demand her things back. Thulan thought it was Thuduong. She opened the door and realized it was Mon-thing, immediately putting on an annoyed expression. Hearing Mon-thing ask about the dress and medal, Thulan shamelessly denied everything. She kept saying she didn't know anything. Now Mon-thing understood how naive she had been in her past life. She spent her whole life loving Thulan. Not only that, but to save her, she had her face ruined. Now she could only blame herself for not seeing Thulan's wicked nature. Being naive once is forgivable, but being naive twice is just stupid. So this time, Man-thing was determined not to yield to Thulan unconditionally anymore. Man-thing said Thulan, because she liked Jang Yan, dared to give her gold medal to him. Thulan had stolen, but acted like the victim. She threw a fit, saying Man-thing was talking nonsense, and even accused Man-thing of slandering her. It was infuriating to the point of explosion. But Man-thing didn't get angry with Thulan because of this. She just frowned and told her the dress was her mother's keepsake. The medal also contained a photo of her and her mother. Thulan had always taken Man-thing's things before. She didn't mind that, but these two items Thulan couldn't take. Seeing Man-thing wasn't as easygoing as before, Thulan accused her of being narrow-minded. When playing the victim didn't work, Thulan switched to a social justice mode. Though admitting she took her sister's things, she insisted she was going to a birthday party. Borrowing Man-thing's dress shouldn't be a problem. She even said she didn't have nice dresses because their family was poor. She blamed everything on Man-thing's eyes. She also said Thuluang's father wasn't poor, but because of repaying Man-thing's debt, they ended up in their current situation. Man-thing then poured out her feelings, saying that she indeed owed Thu's father, but never once owed Thulan anything. Man-thing learned piano. Thulan demanded to learn too. Worried that tuition for one person wasn't enough, she had to quit school. Man-thing learned dancing. Thulan again demanded to learn. In the end, to give Thulan the opportunity, Man-thing quit again. Man-thing even practiced on her own, while Thulan couldn't last a month before finding it difficult and getting discouraged. She just quit like that. Hearing this, Thulan got so angry, she scolded Man-thing. Man-thing wasn't intimidated by Thulan anymore. If Thulan didn't return it to her, she would go, find Jang Yan and get it back herself. Thulan was still stubborn and even threatened Man-thing. If she dared to ask for it back, she would tell Father Tu right away. Let's see if Man-thing dared to make his biological daughter lose face like that. After saying this, Thulan slammed the door shut. Man-thing stood outside, silently staring at the door. The next evening, Man-thing thought that if she ran straight to find Thulan for the dress after school, she wouldn't have changed out of it to return it yet. Moreover, Thulan must be afraid of Man-thing coming to ask for it, so she wouldn't wear it anymore and would know to return it herself. But Man-thing thought about it over and over and still couldn't figure it out. Thulan skipped school like that and went straight to Ha Tuan-min's birthday party. In the end, it was still Man-thing who had to go all the way to Anhai-din to get the dress back. Man-thing didn't have an invitation, so she couldn't get in. She had just said she was Ha Tuan-min's friend who arrived late, but the two Tuyet-tan siblings already detected that she was lying. Man-thing, of course, didn't give up. If Thulan didn't cause trouble, it wouldn't be her. Man-thing couldn't let her dress be ruined in her hands. Said and done. Man-thing immediately took off her glasses, revealing her beautiful eyes. Using her own radiant aura, with eyes slightly tinged with sadness, she urgently told them that she really was Ha Tuan-min's friend. The two Tuyet-tan siblings were also captivated by Man-thing's beautiful aura and charm. They immediately helped her call Ha Tuan-min's group. Ha Tuan-min heard Man-thing's name and was still dazed when Jang Yan overheard it. In one go, he pushed all the coins piled up on the table towards him. Ha Tuan-min was dazed again. Suddenly, why was his brother Nyan doing this? Jang Yan just showed a smug smile. He was buying Ha Tuan-min's phone. Hearing the two receptionists ask if they should let Man-thing up, Jang Yan of course agreed, but made them lie that the elevator was broken. Tell Man-thing to take the stairs. Having achieved his goal, Jang Yan immediately smiled mischievously. Mr. Tuyet-tan also followed Jang Yan's instructions. Their room was on the 5th floor, but they had to tell Man-thing to take the stairs. Miss Tuyet-tan now found it strange. Clearly the elevator wasn't broken, so why make Man-thing take the stairs? But her brother didn't dare to ask or argue. If young Master Jang ordered it, they could only obey. Young Master Jang had some mental issues. He couldn't control his emotions when provoked, which was very stressful for both of them. They could only feel sorry for Man-thing. So beautiful. Why did she offend their young Master Jang? Man-thing was heading straight up to the 3rd floor when she bumped her head into someone. She was so dizzy that she held her head and cried in pain. And the person she bumped into was exactly who everyone knew it would be, holding his chest and looking at Man-thing's feet. Man-thing opened her eyes to focus and was shocked to realize the person in front of her was Jang Yan. Man-thing was so scared she could only stammer an apology. She immediately asked if he was hurt. Jang opportunist Nyan realized he had frightened Man-thing and slyly said that he was indeed hurt. Hearing this, Man-thing stepped back. She hesitantly said it wasn't intentional. Moreover, it was because Jang Yan suddenly appeared startling Man-thing, which led to this situation. Jang Yan then said she bumped into someone and didn't even bother to apologize, asking if that's how her school taught her. While Jang Yan was smugly proud, his face beaming like a blooming flower, Man-thing was so angry she could almost smoke. But angry as she was, Man-thing was a model of good behavior. So, of course, she had to reason with this Jang Yan. Hearing Man-thing say that at school she was taught to apologize if she bumped into someone, and also to forgive, Jang Yan just grinned and laughed out loud. He claimed to be illiterate and unable to understand such things. The two of them were like this, one tall, one short, silently standing looking at each other. Man-thing recalled the final years of her previous life. Jang Yan, the person standing in front of her, would kill people using the cruelest methods. Thinking of this, Man-thing felt scared again. Jang Yan was so dangerous. It was best not to offend him. So Man-thing finally bowed her head and apologized to Jang Yan. As soon as Jang Yan heard Man-thing apologize, he frowned in displeasure. Man-thing didn't give Jang Yan time to get angry. She immediately held out her hand, stammering that it wasn't intentional. She even said Jang Yan could hit her back if he wanted. Jang Yan looked at Man-thing's hand and let out a cold snort. Being a man of honor, yet he didn't care to be gentle with a delicate flower. Not only did he intend to hit someone else's child, but he also told Man-thing not to cry out in pain. Man-thing was very obedient to him, nodding her head repeatedly. But who would Jang Yan hit? He certainly wouldn't bear to hit his crush. After pretending to raise his hand to hit for a while, he called it off. Man-thing was still confused about why Jang Yan acted this way. Then Jang Yan threw a lighter into her hand. Jang Yan said if she lit his cigarette for him, he would forgive everything. Man-thing didn't want to help, but Jang Yan was very stubborn. If she didn't help him somehow, Jang Yan wouldn't let her go upstairs. And Man-thing absolutely had to go upstairs. Man-thing had to tell herself she could do it. She tiptoed slightly to light Jang Yan's cigarette. Suddenly, their eyes met again. Jang Yan looked at Man-thing and thought to himself that she was a fool. Surely she had never done this before. After lighting the cigarette, Man-thing quickly said she was done and immediately returned the lighter to Jang Yan. Ignoring whatever Jang Yan was doing, she ran straight upstairs to find Thulan. Jang Yan held the cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. He then said, "Don't let him meet Man-thing again. Don't meet again or else." Or else what? Here, the Demon King Tutoring didn't know why he was imprisoned. With a gag in his mouth, he could only make muffled sounds. At this moment, the great Demon King Jang Yan was feeling extremely bored. He wondered if he should just release the person he had captured. The Demon King felt that the heroes in his country were too weak. He had captured him for half a month already, but no one had bothered to come and rescue him. He was depressed to death because no one came to play with him. Then some black feathers brought the hero Mon-thing to rescue the Demon King Jang Yan's brother, who was in high spirits, hoping Man-thing would help him feel happier. He immediately cast a spell to make Mon-thing's head covering fall off, instantly revealing Mon-thing's long hair. While Mon-thing was still bewildered, wondering where the great Demon King from earlier had gone, disappearing without a trace, Demon King Jang Yan had appeared right behind her. He coincidentally realized that Man-thing was actually a woman. Man-thing showed no mercy and immediately slashed her sword towards the great Demon King. But the great Demon King Jang Yan, with his profound skills, only needed to snap his fingers, and Man-thing was caught in a paralysis spell. The sword in her hand fell to the ground. Now even moving her body, Man-thing could no longer do. But the great Demon King Jang Yan, true to the legendary domineering CEO, found Man-thing very interesting. "You must belong to me," and all that ostrich nonsense. Jang Yan now agreed to release Thu Duong immediately, right away. But in return, Man-thing had to stay by his side. Man-thing blushed with embarrassment, determined not to lose to this crazy Demon King. Man-thing punched straight into Demon King Jang Yan's face. At this point, Jang Yan cried out in pain. That's right, he had been dreaming all this time. It was also because Ha Tuan-min was very dedicated to serving Nyanjie on the path to happiness. From domineering Demon King loves me to unrivaled love for wife. Ha Tuan-min thought if he read all the novels that girls like and imitated them, Jang Yan would definitely win over Man-thing. But Jang Yan looked at him with disdain. He thought he wouldn't believe believe it at all. Unexpectedly, Jang Yan actually trusted Min, who brought back books to read, and read them so enthusiastically that he became obsessed. He even had a vivid, colorful, and ridiculous dream like that. Jang Yan now could only be angry at himself. Thulan was now in the banquet room. The girls present there somehow heard through the grapevine that Thulan could also dance. They immediately urged her to dance right away. Thulan was terrified when she heard this. She wasn't Mon-thing after all, who knew everything. If Thulan danced now, it would be no different than admitting that her previous words were all lies. Absolutely refusing to dance, Thulan immediately thought of dirtying the dress. If the dress was dirty, Thulan wouldn't have to dance. She thought it's better to have a dirty dress than to lose face. Moreover, Thulan assumed that she could wash it anyway and it would still be wearable. She basically ignored the fact that in reality, this dress was a keepsake from Mon-thing's mother. It wasn't easy to act recklessly, as Mon-thing had appeared to stop Thulan from carrying out her actions. Thulan was shocked, thinking that Anhaidin clearly didn't allow strangers in. How on earth did Mon-thing manage to get in here? Mon-thing at this point didn't hesitate anymore and demanded Thulan return the dress she was wearing to Mon-thing. She also turned to Min, asking him to return the gold medal that Thulan had taken from her to give to him. Min just asked if the medal was the one Thulan gave him. Thulan immediately played the victim card, admitting she wasn't good, and then quickly pulled Mon-thing into the bathroom. When cursing people, she was very sharp-tongued. Now Thulan has done a complete 360-degree turn, begging Mon-thing to let her borrow the dress until tomorrow. She even said she had already given the medal to someone. Now if she asked for it back, wouldn't Mon-thing want her to be looked down upon by others? Indeed, the current Man-thing is no longer the Man-thing of the past. She quickly and bluntly refused Thulan, demanding her to return the dress immediately. Even the medal, she was determined to get it back. In fact, now Mon-thing even knows how to threaten Thulan. Thulan doesn't know how to do anything. Even her piano playing was fake, and she stole Mon-thing's things. Good job, baby. Thulan was still in victim mode, insisting that they were sisters. How could Man-thing have the heart to say she stole from her own sister? Man-thing once cherished these two words sisters so much that in the end, not only was she disfigured, but she also had to endure an extremely miserable death caused by Thulan. Man-thing now understands they are not sisters in this life, not at all. If Thulan doesn't return it, then Man-thing will definitely go there and explain clearly. Thulan was still trying to sweet-talk her way out, her heart set on Jang Yan. So of course, she couldn't let Jang Yan know everything from the piano to the dress and dancing. All of these actually belonged to Man-thing. Thulan, angry, could only agree to return them. She told Man-thing not to regret it later. She no longer considered Man-thing as her sister. Finally getting back her mother's dress, Man-thing was extremely happy, just holding it in her arms. Thulan still didn't understand, feeling that Man-thing was being too filial. Man-thing's mother also died because of this dress, right in front of Man-thing, yet she still wanted to dance. Man-thing coldly said she should take care of herself first. As soon as he saw Man-thing, Min waved her over. Jang Yan was sitting on a chair, smiling at her. He now realized that dress actually belonged to Man-thing. Jang Yan asked Man-thing if that was her dress. Man-thing had rushed in here out of anger, forgetting that Jang Yan was still here. So she tried hard to deny it, saying she had just borrowed the dress and now had to return it. The girls nearby immediately started mocking Thulan. She was just boasting that this dress was a unique design, but now it turns out to be just a borrowed item. Jang Yan at this moment was holding the gold medal in his hand. He then said if this medal doesn't belong to Mon-thing, on what grounds should he give it to her? Thulan, still curious, jumped out claiming it was hers. She even asked Jang Yan to return it to her. Jang Yan, the second Jang Lei, no one dared to challenge. First said, "Get lost," then stated that what's in the official's hand belongs to the official. But if it's Mon-thing's, that's fine too, as long as Man-thing plays a game with him. Why so pretentious, old man? Man-thing, even though she didn't want to get involved with Jang Yan, couldn't let the medal containing her mother's photo relic become Jang Yan's plaything, so she nodded in agreement. The game was quite simple. It was guessing high or low on a dice roll. 1, 2, 3 is low, while 4, 5, 6 is high. If Man-thing guesses correctly, Jang Yan will return the medal to her. her. But if Man-thing loses, she has to buy breakfast for Jang Yan for a week. After hearing Jang Yan's request, Man-thing also felt worried. She wasn't exactly lucky either. If she was unlucky and guessed wrong, not only would she not get the medal back, but she'd also have to buy food for Jang Yan. Tuan also felt that Jang Yan was being too shameless. Jang Yan could summon wind and rain at will. These dice, he could make them show whatever he wanted. Man-thing was sure to lose no matter what. Fung Dam nearby saw Tuan talking too much and feared angering Jang Yan, so he told him to speak less. Man-thing was carefully considering. If she didn't bet, she might never get the medal back in her life. The dice had 6 numbers after all. If Man-thing just guessed high or low, her chances of winning were 50-50. These things based on luck always had a certain probability. After thinking for a while, Man-thing decided to bet on low. The atmosphere between them was now extremely tense, though the tension was mostly on Man-thing's side. Jang Yan probably didn't expect Man-thing to actually agree to the bet. He stared at her blankly for a moment. Jang Yan thought to himself, unexpectedly, this medal was so precious to Man-thing. Clearly, she hated him very much, yet Man-thing still didn't hesitate to make a deal for it. Thinking of this, Jang Yan just smirked and said, "All right." Jang Yan quickly shook the dice. While Man-thing was still worried, almost breaking out in a cold sweat, Jang Yan looked extremely calm and relaxed, as if he was certain that he would definitely win. After shaking the dice for a while, the show-off king Jang Yan didn't open it right away. Instead, he asked Man-thing to open it herself. Man-thing, both tense and worried, slowly opened the dice cup to look. Surprisingly, the dice actually showed 1. The final winner was confirmed to be Man-thing. Man-thing, seeing that she won, was happy and smiled brightly, telling Jang Yan that he had lost. In Jang Yan's eyes, winning or losing no longer mattered at this moment. He was just surprised, stunned when he saw his crush's smile. In Jang Yan's eyes, now besides Man-thing, he probably couldn't see anything else. Jang Yan, perhaps because he saw Man-thing so happy, felt happy in his heart as well. He gently smiled at her. After admitting his defeat, he immediately returned the medal to Man-thing as promised. But Jang Yan's true feelings, Man-thing couldn't guess. As soon as Man-thing got the medal, she immediately thought about going home. Thinking and doing, she just turned around and left straight away. Jang Yan always played to win. He always succeeded, yet in the end, he lost. Tuan truly couldn't believe his eyes. How did it come up as 1? He kept asking how his non-brother could lose. How could he possibly lose? Jang Yan lightly touched his chest, lowered his eyes, and gently said, "He lost. That's all. There was no other reason." Then he told everyone to go home. Although today was the day Man-thing had an eye exam, Father Thu was busy with work, so he couldn't go with her. Man-thing was about to go alone, but in the end, Father Thu still asked Thu Duong to go with her. Man-thing had always not known how to get along with Thu Duong. This situation was perhaps a bit awkward for her. Thu Duong saw her arrive and told her to hurry up, but Man-thing still said it would be better if she went alone. Thu Duong then said it was their father who asked him to go. If Thu Duong didn't go, he wouldn't be able to report the results to their father. Hearing this, Man-thing had no choice but to go with Thu Duong. She also told him that she was troubling him, but Thu Duong didn't say anything in response. However, his face unconsciously turned slightly red due to embarrassment. The two siblings walked side by side to the bus stop. When boarding the bus, Thu Duong went behind Man-thing, perhaps worried she might accidentally slip and fall. He very attentively placed his hand behind Man-thing's back to be able to catch her in time if needed. No drama, no respect from life. Jang Yan, who hadn't seen any other scene, happened to see Thu Duong supporting Man-thing's back. Jang Yan was standing frozen like a stone statue, bewildered by the scene before his eyes. Then the Lord of Assumptions, Tuan appeared out of nowhere. He was truly skilled at creating drama. He immediately assumed the male student walking with Man-thing was her boyfriend, saying that he didn't expect a well-behaved student like Man-thing to be in love so early. He thought that male student must have eye problems to be willing to date Man-thing. Then, how bad were Jang Yan's eyes? After listening to Tuan's chatter for a while, Jang Yan finally snapped out of it. He ran very fast to chase after the bus. In Jang Yan's mind at this moment, there was only the name Man-thing as he used all his strength to run. While running, he desperately called her name in his mind. But no matter how he chased, he was still left behind the bus. Jang Yan saw a stone and immediately picked it up and threw it straight at the back of the bus. The stone hit the bus with a thud, startling startling Mon-thing, who screamed out loud. She also turned to see which immature kid would do such a thing. Unexpectedly, she saw Jang Yan's eyes like areca knives carving into a rock face. Jang Yan was now extremely angry, his face tense as if someone had stolen his rice ration book. Both Phuong Dam and Hatuan Min, seeing this scene, were scared, pale-faced, confused, thinking that Jang Yan's condition had relapsed. Seeing Jang Yan like this, Man-thing also remained silent. Even when Thuduong asked, she persistently kept quiet. After being reborn, Man-thing gradually realized one thing. Although some things had changed, the fate that was meant to happen would definitely happen. Finally, Man-thing's eyes recovered. In this rebirth, Man-thing's eyes recovered much faster. Basically, it was because in her previous life, she always had to run around, taking care of all sorts of troubles for Thulan. As a result, her eyes got infected twice. This life, Man-thing just let Thulan handle her own affairs. She could do whatever she wanted. Man-thing ignored her, so her eyes were better protected. It was also easier to recover. Man-thing finally returned to the colorful world. But all the troubles that came to Man-thing were after her eyes recovered this time. Man-thing was determined to change her fate. And perhaps the first trouble that came to her was the misunderstanding bigger than an ox cart wheel from Jang Yan. Jang Yan was now jealous of his crush's brother, causing his condition to relapse. Hatuan Min at this moment had just bought a bubble tea to comfort Jang Yan and assured him there were no black tapioca pearls inside that he didn't like. Jang Yan took it and patted his shoulder lightly. He then confidently went to a corner to drink the bubble tea. Phuong Dam now understood why, when they first met Jang Yan, their group kept pestering him, asking Jang Yan to accept them as his followers. Jang Yan at that time just coldly asked if they weren't afraid he'd kill them. Thinking about it now, Phuong Dam truly felt that Jang Yan really couldn't control his emotions. If that bus had stopped earlier, he wouldn't know what might have happened. Hatuan Min, seeing Jang Yan still upset, offered to drive him home. But whether Jang Yan was in a mood or not, his sharp tongue didn't soften, rudely telling him to get lost, saying he was a man. What was he waiting for? Glancing around, he immediately saw Tam Vu Tin cheerfully arm in arm with some male student passing by. Tam Vu Tin, upon seeing Jang Yan, was terrified. She quickly ran over to explain herself. Tam Vu Tin said she and that guy had nothing between them. The male student had borrowed some books from her, and she was just going to get them back. Jang Yan must have been thinking of someone else. He immediately asked Tam Vu Tin why she was dating so early. Her school basically didn't allow them to date so early. Tam Vu Tin put on an extremely aggrieved expression, saying she liked Jang Yan too much. Because she liked him, she didn't pay attention to anything else. Jang Yan remained silent, looking at Tam Vu Tin for a while, then turned his eyes to that male student and asked her if she liked him because of his academic performance. Tam Vu Tin felt uneasy, insisting that she only liked Jang Yan and that would never change. She just hoped Jang Yan would believe her. But Jang Yan didn't even bother to listen. As soon as Tam Vu Tin finished speaking, he put on his helmet and rode off. Ignoring her shouting until her voice was hoarse, he didn't even look back. Hatuan Min wondered. He didn't understand why Jang Yan cared about Tam Vu Tin. After all, she didn't really like his Nyanjae as she claimed. Jang Yan of course knew this. He also knew. Many people pretended to like him so much, but not many of them were sincere. Suddenly, thinking of Mon-thing, Jang Yan asked a very ignorant question. Man-thing's grades are so good. Why would she date so early? Hatuan Min had no way of knowing. He could only vaguely guess. Maybe Man-thing wasn't as opposed to it or as old-fashioned as her other classmates. Jang Yan just fell silent, recalling Man-thing's face and that boy's when they were on the bus. Jang Yan still chose to follow his heart rather than reason. He wondered if that was the case, then why couldn't that person be him? It's so troublesome. The old man in class, the teacher, was asking Group 5 to rearrange the seating and stick exam numbers for the midterm exam. Noan Tran complained to Mon-thing about how they had to move 4 tables from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor. On top of that, they had to clean the classroom. Just thinking about it made her go crazy. Man-thing, of course, thought it was tiring too, but the work still had to be done. Just do it slowly and steadily. At this moment, a girl in Mon-thing's group had noticed Tam Vu Tin and Pho Van Phi were next to each other. Pho Van Phi was lending his notebook to Tam Vu Tin, and Tam Vu Tin's eyes clearly showed affection for for him. The girl who was just gossiping wondered. She didn't understand why Tham Vu Tin always insisted that she liked Jang Yan. Yet now she's already familiar with Fo Van Phi. Surely Fo Van Phi was seduced by her first. Fo Van Phi is a very noble person. He couldn't suddenly like her. Mon-thing wasn't too concerned about this. She could only advise everyone to work quickly. Finishing early means they can leave early. Mon-thing was carrying a table up to the 5th floor. Feeling a bit tired, she had to stop for a moment. Suddenly, the smell of cigarettes caught her attention and made her look up. It turned out to be Jang Yan. Who knows how long he had been standing there. As soon as Manhwa realized it was Jang Yan, she panicked, wondering why he appeared here. Jang Yan saw Manhwa and smiled slightly, but Manhwa ignored him, pretending not to see him, and was about to continue when Jang Yan reached out to her. With just one hand, he grabbed the table that she had struggled to carry up here. Once up here, Jang Yan asked Mon-thing where she was planning to take this table. Mon-thing obviously didn't want Jang Yan's help. She could only tell him to let her do it herself. Jang Yan made her obediently wait downstairs. He himself took the table up to the 5th floor. Man-thing, being helped by Jang Yan, not only didn't feel happy, but instead felt more scared. If someone saw Jang Yan helping Man-thing, even if she had 8 mouths, she certainly couldn't explain it all. So Man-thing had to chase after Jang Yan to get the table back. Having brought the table to the 5th floor, Jang Yan asked Man-thing again which room this table should be placed in. Man-thing just thanked him and reached for the table, intending to move it into the room herself. But Jang Yan wouldn't let Man-thing snatch the table. As soon as she reached out, Jang Yan immediately pulled the table towards himself. As a result, Man-thing missed even the corner of the table, unable to touch it. Jang Yan, who knows since when, had learned to care for girls, saying that carrying things like this should be done by boys. Girls like Man-thing should just stand and watch. Man-thing didn't tell Jang Yan which room to put the table, but it didn't matter. He just kept looking for where tables were piled up and headed there. Jang Yan finally brought the table to the right place. Just as he opened his mouth to ask how many more, Man-thing immediately refused, saying she didn't need his help. Man-thing just wanted to quickly finish and get away from Jang Yan. If someone saw the two of them together, it would cause trouble. As soon as Jang Yan saw Man-thing leaving, he immediately chased after her, calling Man-thing's name while reaching out to grab her wrist tightly. Man-thing was startled by the grip on her wrist and told Jang Yan to let go of her hand. Jang Yan refused to let go, firmly holding onto Man-thing's wrist. Only Man-thing was struggling and suffering. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't free her hand. Seeing Man-thing so determined, Jang Yan had to ask her if she was that afraid of people seeing them together. In the end, he compromised and didn't lecture Man-thing. Jang Yan would only wait for Man-thing on the 2nd floor. She just needed to bring the table there. Man-thing was extremely uncomfortable at this point. She could only frown and tell Jang Yan to let go of her hand. Jang Yan, however, looked at her with extremely affectionate eyes. His mouth just coaxed sweetly. "Don't be stubborn. I'll wait for you upstairs." The very next sentence was a threat. If Man-thing didn't come up, he'd go to her classroom. As soon as she returned to class, Noan Tran immediately ran out to whine to Man-thing. They still had 2 tables left. Noan Tran felt like she was dying. Her limbs were all numb. How could Man-thing possibly carry them? But Noan Tran was also very chivalrous, telling Man-thing if she couldn't manage, she must wait for her to come down and help. As Man-thing was laboriously carrying the table up to the 2nd floor, she immediately saw Jang Yan waiting there. Man-thing thought, given Jang Yan's personality, if she didn't come up, he would definitely run to her classroom. Man-thing couldn't let everyone spread bad rumors about them. If Jang Yan liked moving tables so much, Man-thing would let him move them until he dropped from exhaustion. Receiving the table from Man-thing, the dedicated shipper, Jang Yan promised to move it to a safe place, definitely not letting others see. Jang Yan's nickname was still Bullying Crush until used to it. Smirking and threatening Man-thing, if he came back and didn't see her anywhere, he would immediately go to her classroom. Man-thing felt extremely guilty for making her classmates work so hard. But after being threatened by Jang Yan, she had to sit and wait for him to come down. While Man-thing was lost in thought about what was wrong with Jang Yan, suddenly, Jang Yan appeared right behind her. Seeing Man-thing actually obediently sitting and waiting for him, Jang Yan's heart bloomed like flowers. His face beamed as if he just struck gold. He quickly ran over, asking Man-thin if she needed him to move more tables. Though Man-thin appeared calm on the outside, telling Jang Yan it was all done, inside she was hoping someone would come to her rescue. To send this Jang Yan god away, the further the better. Jang Yan came on his own to move tables, yet now he shamelessly demanded Man-thing thank him. Man-thing was truly at a loss for words with this unreasonable person. Man-thing coldly said she didn't ask Jang Nan for help. She could have done it herself. It was just that Jang Nan insisted on moving them. Jang Nan moved closer to Man-thin, his face pressed close to hers. Using a tough guy tone, he asked if she didn't want to thank him. Now, right? Seeing Jang Yan suddenly become so aggressive, Man-thin feared he might hit her. She even blamed herself for provoking Jang Yan. His temperament had always been unreasonable. Man-thin quickly pulled out a 5 yuan note and gave it to Jang Yan, offering to buy him a drink. Jang Yan saw the 5 yuan and just smirked. He thought Man-thing was trying to shoo away a beggar, but Man-thin didn't agree with this thought. 5 yuan was quite a lot. It could even buy a portion of dumplings. If he didn't want it, fine. Man-thing put it back in her pocket for safety. Jang Yan, standing beside, just snorted. Jang Yan suddenly sat down in front of Man-thin, cheerfully telling her to come on Friday after school to watch him play basketball. Man-thin thought Jang Yan must be desperate for fans, going crazy now. She didn't even like watching basketball. Jang Yan had barely finished asking understand when Man-thin immediately refused, saying she had an exam that day. Jang Yan still insisted that Man-thin must come. Even if she had an exam, coming after would still catch the game before it ended. Moreover, her school was also participating in the competition. Man-thin didn't understand what was happening. She could only stare blankly at Jang Yan. But Jang Yan was naturally very determined because his game turned out to be an AK match, a historic showdown to put Tutoring in his place. Although he didn't know whose side Man-thin would choose, for Jang Yan, this competition match was one Man-thin couldn't miss. Friday was also the day number 7 high school finished their midterm exams. Man-thin was chatting about English exam answers with Noan Tran and Hong Hwan. Nearby, 2 of Man-thin's classmates were inviting each other to the competition venue. It turned out today was the day the vocational school organized the basketball tournament. Hearing this, Noan Tran immediately invited Man-thin to watch. Man-thin just silently thought about the other day when Jang Yan forced her to come watch his match. Man-thin, although not wanting to get further involved with Jang Yan, her nature had always been to dislike owing others, so she was a bit hesitant about whether to go or not. Noan Tran here also begged her to go together. Lu Dan and Li Jiat-long, also in Man-thin's class, were going to watch anyway, so they could cheer for those two as well, so Man-thin agreed. After all, Jang Yan did move tables for Man-thin. If she didn't go now, she'd feel uneasy. As soon as they reached the basketball court, they heard echoes of girls shouting Jang Yan's name, the girls standing in large numbers there. Man-thing had also spotted Jang Yan. Jang Yan's eyes were extremely sharp. His hand was clutching a basketball tightly. Jang Yan stretched and threw an accurate shot. The ball fell straight into the basket. Jang Yan's special fan club team, seeing him score a point, started shouting and praising Jang Yan's handsomeness. Man-thing was probably also moved a little by Jang Yan's dazzling aura. She thought to herself, Jang Yan's basketball skills aren't bad. His studies might be unclear, but in sports, Jang Yan certainly dominated all the sports. Jang Yan was already blessed with a handsome face, and his legs were also 1.5 times longer than normal people's. Wherever he went, he radiated brilliance. So in the eyes of the girls, Jang Yan was definitely super cool. Jang Yan kept making a few moves, and the ball kept going into the basket continuously. Not only did Jang Yan's massive fan team shout praises for him endlessly, but even Jang Yan's close friends were delighted and kept praising him. But Jang Yan didn't care about them at all. He looked until his eyes nearly crossed, but couldn't see Man-thin anywhere. Because of this, Jiang Nan also threw away his fierce fighting spirit and ignored the opposing team shooting into the net, scoring a point. When people saw the other team just scored, they enthusiastically shouted, Jiang Yan, keep it up. But if his crush wasn't there to support, why bother trying? So Jang Yan decided to switch players right away. Lungwet had been waiting beforehand. She very gently brought water for Jang Yan to drink. She even prepared a towel for him to wipe with, but no matter how attentive Lungwet was, she was coldly rejected by Jiang Nan. He chased her away immediately, not allowing her to bother him. Not seeing his crush anywhere, Jiang Nan was fuming. He thought Man-thin had deceived him. He couldn't believe that Man-thin dared to deceive him. Fuang Dam and Hatuan Min knew very well well. Jang Yan's stamina was very good. Playing two halves at once was nothing to him. They didn't understand why today he had already left the court. Fuang Dam thought Jang Yan was in a bad mood. Anyway, the current score was 20-46. They were winning by half, so victory was practically in their hands. But Ha Tuan-min still ran over to call Jang Yan back to the court. The team from middle school number 7 had already raised their score to 17. If Jang Yan didn't come back, the score would be reversed soon. Jang Yan just listened, but remained silent, saying nothing. Fuang Dam at this point had sharp eyes and glimpsed Mon-thing in the distance. He immediately ran to tell Jang Yan. Jang Yan saw Man-thing squeezed among his fans. Finally, his heart became happy again. Man-thing had been jostled around so much that her glasses almost fell off. She was adjusting them properly to put them back on. Then she caught Jang Yan approaching. He was staring at her intently. In Jang Yan's eyes, there was only Mon-thing, filled with a smiling expression, and Mon-thing, standing next to other girls, also had her eyes directed towards Jang Yan. It seemed that this place had become their own private world. As soon as Jang Yan saw Man-thing there, he immediately started putting on airs. Earlier, he had rejected Lung-wiet's water and towel, but now he complained of thirst and had to find someone to buy water and get a towel for him. Jang Yan's fangirls must have been waiting for this moment. Hand in hand, they formed a line and ran to buy water for him. Only Man-thing remained standing still, her eyes never leaving Jang Yan. Facing Jang Yan was a bit concerning, so Man-thing instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, Jang Yan pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and very politely asked Man-thing if she could help him buy some water. Jang Yan's face at this moment could be described as extremely happy, but Man-thing absolutely refused to take the money. Right now, the two of them were struggling in their minds. Jang Yan waited, but didn't see Man-thing take the money. He had to smile gently and tell her to hurry. But who would have thought that Jang Yan's fan club would move so quickly? They had only exchanged 3 sentences when those girls had already returned. Seeing everyone start to chatter about her, Man-thing had no choice but to snatch the bill from Jang Yan's hand and hurriedly walk away. Jang Yan was obviously delighted to see Man-thing's face turn slightly red, making him even happier and more joyful. Now that he had his energy back, he didn't need anyone's persuasion. No matter who pleaded, Jang Yan automatically returned to the court. Ha Tuan-min, seeing the whole thing, was so shocked his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a whole chicken. He couldn't understand it at all. A beauty like a flower or jade, like Lung-wiet, his Nyangge didn't even like. Instead, he liked someone with eye problems like Mon-thing. How come? Fuang Dam was also tired of explaining to this guy. It was best to just cover his mouth and make him play. Jang Yan now had a burning will, no different from going to battle. The people from school number 7 were even begging him. They came for a friendly exchange, but Jang Yan acted like it was a duel or a fight to the death. In the end, apart from free throws, they couldn't even touch the ball that Jang Yan was holding. Jang Yan didn't care about what others thought. He only cared about impressing his crush, so he must be very excited now. But the problem was, Jang Yan had finished competing long ago, yet there was still no sign of Mon-thing. Jang Yan, now furious, threw the ball with a loud bang, saying that it wasn't like Mon-thing was intentionally not coming back. She was still slowly carrying water and towels back for Jang Yan. Then she encountered Thulan being confronted by a group of senior girls from Loi Tai School, jealous that she had stolen Chuang-Wai's boyfriend. Though Thulan was about to get beaten up, she still insisted that Wai couldn't control her boyfriend and now blamed her for seducing him. Thulan accidentally saw Mon-thing passing by and immediately called for her help. Mon-thing heard but ignored it and walked straight ahead, not even glancing at her once. Thulan was stunned, not understanding why Mon-thing, who had always taken great care of her, would immediately help if she was hurt, was now so cold. Thulan couldn't accept that Mon-thing ignored her, wondering why she was being beaten while Mon-thing had everything. Based on her character, she started screaming for Mon-thing. She even told the group of troublemakers that Mon-thing was going to call for help and would definitely fight them hand to hand. They became alarmed, so poor Mon-thing, who was minding her own business, got cornered. She thought ignoring Thulan would be enough, but who knew she'd use such a devious trick? Mon-thing couldn't fight them all, so it was best to say she was from school number 7 and didn't know Thulan at all. 2 people from the Loi Fat school group noticed that Man-thing's eyes had problems. She looked so gentle, probably wouldn't meddle in their affairs and cause them trouble. They were about to let Man-thing go when Thulan immediately screamed that Man-thing was her older sister. She was the person in the photo that Jang Yan had seen before. She insisted that Man-thing was trying to save her and was about to run off to find help. She even urged the group to remove Mon-thing's glasses. Hearing this, the senior girls immediately took off Mon-thing's glasses. Not only did they pour water on her head, they even went too far and crushed her glasses. They were still surprised to realize Mon-thing was indeed the girl in the photo. Then Jang Yan appeared out of nowhere and put a towel over Mon-thing's head. Mon-thing, probably because she didn't have her glasses, didn't dare to open her eyes and just relied on the person putting the towel on her. Jang Yan lifted Mon-thing's face. Mon-thing slightly furrowed her brows. Her eyes weren't yet used to the bright light outside. Mon-thing had to slowly open her eyes. There were still some tears in the corners of her eyes, and when she opened them, she saw the person in front of her was actually Jang Yan. Jang Yan saw his crush's eyes for the first time. He probably didn't expect his crush to be as beautiful as a Xinjiang beauty, so he stared without blinking. While Jang Yan was still dazed admiring his crush, Mon-thing, upon seeing Jang Yan's face, also felt her heart suddenly racing. Feeling it wasn't quite right, Mon-thing immediately pushed Jang Yan away. Jang Yan, now slightly coming to his senses, suddenly smiled like an idiot. Mon-thing's glasses were crushed. They could no longer be worn. Now, Mon-thing realized that Thulan from the beginning didn't like her. No matter how she tried to avoid it, fate would still play tricks on her. Later, Jang Yan would even become a murder suspect. It would be better to leave and not get involved with Jang Yan. Everyone, Hatuan-min was walking by when he passed Mon-thing. The whole group started asking each other about the beautiful girl who just walked by. It didn't take long. Hatuan-min asked himself and figured out that the beautiful girl in front of him was the girl in the photo on the medal. And that person was actually Mon-thing. Probably only Fuang Dam remained calm about this, while Hatuan-min and the others were buzzing like a disturbed beehive. At this moment, Jang Yan had also arrived, his face beaming as he looked at Mon-thing. So Mon-thing, though she was walking fine, was still pulled by Jang Yan to a tree. He leaned one hand against the trunk, trapping Mon-thing so she couldn't run away. Jang Yan didn't say anything, but stared at her intently, making Mon-thing's head full of question marks. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Part 2. Mon-thing anxiously asked right away what exactly Jang Yan wanted to do. Mon-thing timidly used her small hand to push against Jang Yan's arm that was blocking her. Jang Yan softly called Mon-thing's name, then asked her why she lied to him. Mon-thing thought to herself that she clearly never lied to him. But obviously Mon-thing's student ID looked completely different, so Jang Yan naturally thought Mon-thing was trying to trick him. Thinking about this, Mon-thing felt that Jang Yan was somewhat right. After all, she did lie to him, saying that her eyes were very scary. Jang Yan moved closer, looking down at Mon-thing and asked her, was it because if he knew she was this beautiful, she was afraid of what he might do to her? Mon-thing was annoyed. She quickly ducked under Jang Yan's arm that was leaning against the tree. She turned around and told Jang Yan to talk properly. Don't keep touching her every chance he gets. Jang Yan really hadn't done anything yet. He was basically just asking for the change he gave her. Mon-thing also almost forgot, very fairly, she gave Jang Yan the full 86 yuan. She also returned the water bottle to him. The water was 2 yuan, the towel 20 yuan. The towel was dirty anyway. Mon-thing was planning to return the money to him another time, but Jang Yan wouldn't agree, insisting on getting back the towel she was holding. Mon-thing thought it was the towel Jang Yan bought after all. He naturally had the right to ask for it back, so she returned it to Jang Yan. Finally, she gave everything back to Jang Yan. Mon-thing also thought that they would have nothing to do with each other from now on. Jang Yan stood from afar, looking at Mon-thing's back. He gently twisted the water bottle and took a sip, then dreamily called her name. Tuan-min was eagerly running over to borrow Jang Yan's towel to wipe himself, all friendly-like. But Jang Nan immediately hid his hand, telling Hatuan-min to get lost, not allowing Hatuan-min to dirty his things. Hatuan-min simply thought it was just a wipe cloth, but for Jang Yan, it was a towel his crush bought for him. Who'd let anyone else use it? One person from the basketball group from earlier asked right away, was that beautiful girl in the photo Mon-thing or not? Jang Yan, while intently looking at the towel, smiled gently and said yes to them. Hatuan-min felt that Mon-thing was the legendary perfect child everyone talks about. Not only more beautiful than Tam Vu-ting, but her academic performance was also excellent. In the last exam, it was also Mon-thing who beat even Luang Wet. But of course, you could tell Mon-thing and Tam Vu-ting weren't the same type of person. Hearing this, Hatuan-min accidentally touched on Jang Yan's sore spot. He said that Mon-thing back in Thun, had almost cried, saying that people with good grades like Man-thing all looked down on them. Jang Yan's face darkened, remembering Man-thing's tearful face at that time. Then he quickly left. Fuangdam then gave Hatuan Min a smack on the head. While Hatuan Min was still whimpering, Fuangdam scolded him for being stupid, always babbling on and on without paying attention to Jang Yan's expression. Meanwhile, at Man-thing's house, Father Thu was extremely happy because he saw that his Thing's eyes had finally recovered. Thu Duong sat beside, looking at the two of them, wondering in confusion why Man-thing's eyes had been better for a long time, but she didn't tell Father Thu. While they were happy, Tulan ran in from somewhere, and as soon as she reached the door, she loudly said she was bullied. Thu Duong and Father Thu, upon hearing this, were naturally very agitated. Father Thu immediately ran out, asking his daughter to tell him. Thulan immediately told Father Thu about the incident this afternoon, how she was almost beaten up, but Man-thing didn't bother to stop and save her. Father Thu thought Thulan was talking nonsense, so Thulan angrily said she wasn't lying, saying that Man-thing, who everyone praises as obedient and understanding, but is actually the most vicious person. Father Thu had told the two sisters to love each other, but Man-thing didn't act like an elder sister and didn't care when she was being beaten. At that moment, Man-thing realized that she was just an outsider in this family. Because Father Thu wasn't Man-thing's biological father, she could only silently endure. She couldn't complain about her suffering, nor could she tell Father Thu about the things Thulan had done. Man-thing then said she didn't know why Thulan was beaten, but she kept telling Father Thu in detail. Man-thing also said even if it happened 100 times again, she wouldn't help Thulan. They had never been sisters. After saying this, Man-thing apologized to Father Thu. At the same time, she suggested moving to her maternal grandparents' house. Father Thu was extremely angry and sent both Thu Duong and Thulan back to their rooms. Oscar respectfully sponsored Thulan's spectacular performance. She had just been crying so hard her eyelashes almost fell off, but as soon as she heard Man-thing was moving out, she changed her face faster than flipping a rice paper, smiling quite cunningly. Father Thu was also a very good father. As long as it was something Man-thing said, he would definitely believe it. He knew better than anyone that Man-thing had always been a good sister, so he believed what she said. Thulan must have done something to upset her so much that she had to do this. Hearing him say this, Man-thing was moved to tears. She told him to stop talking. Father Thu was still very gentle, admitting that he hadn't raised Thulan well. If Thulan's personality was problematic, he would re-educate her. He also told Man-thing not to think about leaving home, because this is Man-thing's home. Father Thu had just advised Man-thing to go to her room so he could handle everything himself. Then Thulan burst out from some hiding place, causing a noisy commotion, saying Father Thu always sided with Man-thing. He was biased. Man-thing ignored his own daughter being beaten, being bullied. Although Father Thu told Thulan to be quiet, she still shouted that Man-thing was just pretending to be gentle. Thu Duong, standing outside after hearing for a while, also asked Thulan to explain clearly. If she didn't explain, he would go to school himself. She asked if he would seek justice for her himself. Thulan was now tongue-tied, could only stammer, saying she was beaten by them because those people found her annoying. She even got angry in reverse, saying she was the victim, but kept being interrogated by the two of them, then ran straight into her room. Although Thulan made a fuss for 2 days, she was eventually lectured by Father Thu and finally had to let everything settle down. Man-thing's world has now become bright again. Man-thing is no longer afraid of anything. After all, she's living again, so this time she must live really well. While full of enthusiasm, Man-thing encountered Jang Yan, along with his motorcycle. On the bike was a white box with pink polka dots. Jang Yan's clothes were slightly stained with mud. Just like that, Jang Yan used an extremely gentle gaze, smiling affectionately at Man-thing. Man-thing wasn't sure how Jang Yan ended up here, but Man-thing thought it best to pretend not to see him and just walk straight ahead. Jang Yan saw Man-thing ignoring him and got annoyed. He had been waiting for Man-thing there since 6 o'clock. If Man-thing dared to go in, he would definitely cause a scene. Man-thing also said that she had to go to class, but who was she fooling? She couldn't fool Jang Yan. He knew that Man-thing only had class at 8 o'clock. It was still way too early now. Jang Yan suddenly became quiet and asked Man-thing if he could ask her a few questions. At this moment, some female students from her school passed by, curiously eavesdropping. Man-thing didn't want to draw attention, so she told him to go ahead and ask. Jiang Nan leaned his face close to Man-thing, asking Man-thing if she was very afraid of him. Man-thing verbally answered no, but still kept her head down, refusing to look up. Jang Yan then told her to look up. Man-thing slowly raised her face. Man-thing's face was truly beautiful and delicate. Her eyes were sparkling. Her eyelashes were very long and curled upwards. Jang Yan saw her face and was momentarily stunned. Then he immediately softened his eyes and told Mon-thing to wait for him a moment. Jang Yan hurriedly ran out, grabbed the paper bag he had left on the bike seat earlier, and brought it to give to Mon-thing. While Man-thing was still puzzled with a question mark, Jang Yan was thinking to himself that from the beginning he never wanted to bully Man-thing. That was the truth. But this truth Jang Yan kept to himself. He didn't say a word about it to Man-thing. After giving the gift, Jang Yan put on a cold expression, barely said a friendly goodbye to Mon-thing, and immediately rode away on his bike. Mon-thing opened the gift box to see what was inside. It turned out to be strawberries that she loved. Honghuan and Noantron were sitting solving homework problems together, but it was too difficult and they couldn't solve them. So they waited for Mon-thing to come help them. The two, when they saw that Mon-thing's eyes were healed, were also very surprised. Mon-thing was still very focused on solving the homework that Honghuan had asked for help with. When she looked up, she realized that the two of them weren't really paying attention to the homework at all. Honghuan sat next to Mon-thing so embarrassed that her face turned as red as a tomato. As for Noantron, she had been unable to escape from Mon-thing's beauty this whole time. Noantron never expected that her close friend would turn out to be such a great beauty. Man-thing heard this and just laughed it off, quickly steering their conversation back to the topic of studying. Man-thing remembered that the college entrance exam in her year had not yet become a national exam, so the questions in the test were relatively fixed and old. The last question in the biology exam would likely be a reasoning question about conditions. In her previous life, Mon-thing had only finished 12th grade when a fire destroyed her appearance. As a result, she had to stay in the hospital to recover. Before the college entrance exam, her father had an incident, and in the end, Mon-thing had to give up the college exam. Now that she had been given a second chance at life, Mon-thing was determined not to let those things happen again. Moreover, this time, she wanted to successfully pass the college entrance exam. Today was the first day of the week. It was Class 11-1's turn to give a speech at the flag-raising ceremony. The clear voice of the host rang out. Please welcome the representative from Class 11F1, student Mon-thing, to begin her speech at the flag-raising ceremony. Man-thing spoke up, a clear voice resonating. Hello, everyone. I am Man-thing from Class 11-1. The topic of my speech today is Cherish Time. Do not fail the country. On stage was a young girl in a simple uniform. Her demeanor was excellent, but her face was even more so. No matter the era, people are always irresistibly drawn to beautiful things. Immediately after, a flurry of excited discussions broke out. The girl with blind eyes from Class 11-1, Mon-thing, her eyes are now completely healed. Compared to the beauty queen Ting from Class 14, she's even more beautiful than the campus beauty queen. So isn't it time for that title to change hands? Ting felt very uncomfortable inside. Her face alternated between white and green. Lunwet was shocked and couldn't believe it. Of course, she remembered Mon-thing clearly. In the math Olympiad competition, Mon-thing had defeated her. But at that time, she consoled herself that Mon-thing was at most just a blind girl. Now she felt as if waking from a dream. Man-thing wasn't just good at academics. She remembered that day when Jang Yan impatiently told her to get lost, then smilingly asked Mon-thing to buy drinks. She felt a bit bitter inside. When Man-thing came down from the stage, she also felt something had changed. But having lived 2 lives, her heart had long since become much stronger. She didn't pay much attention to these things. As the flag-raising ceremony was about to end, the teacher announced some good news that was hard for people to believe. The school was organizing a winter-warming mountain climbing activity. This Wednesday, we will climb Vanco Mountain. The class cheered. Mon-thing was stunned. In her memory, this had happened before. That year, their class had climbed Vanco Mountain. Jang Yan had also gone along. At that time, she was already the beauty queen of number 7 middle school. That year, Trio Noantron had told Thing, you don't need to pay attention to him. He's dating Tin. He's just chatting you up because you're pretty. This kind of person. Those dumb number 7 students aren't any good at all. Their greatest pleasure is just finding pretty girls to play with. Man-thing nodded seriously. So, in her previous life, she always believed that Jang Yan was just playing around. Perhaps it was an unavoidable fate. He pursued her for a whole year, did many crazy things. Thinking of this, Man-thing felt a bit worried. Jang Yan, You probably won't come this time. She couldn't be certain. Jang Yan's group went to eat at a restaurant again. Ha Tuan-min asked, Yan, are you going for pizza this afternoon? Jang Yan casually nodded. Ha Tuan-min asked with a probing look, is there something unusual about Nyan today? Why did you come to school so early, and you slept sprawled on the desk until school ended? Normally, even gaming all night doesn't make you this tired. Ha Han added, your pants are covered in mud. Tell us, Nyan, what did you do last night? Jang Yan remained silent. He felt he was going crazy. He hadn't slept all last night. He went all over the city looking for strawberries, for Mon-thing. Strawberries are hard to find this season. He searched all night, finally found them in an area under cultivation. At 6 a.m., he drove back to school, stood in front of number 7 middle school gate waiting for her. The night wind was cold. He stood in the wind all night, but didn't come to his senses at all. Instead, he became even more crazy. Jang Yan didn't even bother to look at him. Mind your own business. Ha Tuan-min's mouth twitched. I was just curious, that's all. At this moment, some number 7 middle school students walked in. They were discussing what happened at the flag-raising ceremony this morning. Hey, have you heard? I heard that Mon-thing, the girl with unhealthy eyes from class A1, is now healthy again. When Jang Yan heard the name Mon-thing, his movements paused slightly. Many people saw her during the flag-raising ceremony. They say she's even prettier than Tam Vu-tin. Really. Later, when we go back, let's pass by class A1 to see just how pretty she is. Ha Tuan-ming also overheard and said quietly, beautiful looks are indeed different. Damn. In just one day, she's probably already famous throughout number 7 middle school. Their school beauty might be dethroned soon. If that girl is so beautiful, she must have many pursuers. Look at you, even rushing to her class to take a look. Isn't this Wednesday when the school organizes a mountain climbing activity? You can go see her then. Ha Han saw Jang Yan suddenly stand up and asked, Nyan, where are you going? Jang Yan walked to the table of number 7 middle school students. They immediately fell silent when they saw him. Jang Yan smiled somewhat lazily. Boss, I'll pay for this table too. This young man looked quite flashy, with white hair and earrings. They guessed this person might be from the neighboring high school, expelled from a wealthy family. Jang Yan turned to look at the group of good students who were curled up anxiously. He chuckled. Don't be nervous, fellow students. I just want to ask you something. Your number 7 middle school is organizing a mountain climb. A male student at the table, somewhat scared, having heard rumors about him, quickly nodded. Seeing Jang Yan listening attentively, he told him everything he knew. At the top of the mountain, they'll pray at the roots of a 100-year-old tree. Jang Yan cheerfully thanked them. Jang Yan's group planned to play billiards in the afternoon. When passing by a fashion store, Jang Yan suddenly stopped. Jang Yan turned to look at himself in the opposite crystal glass. In Jang Yan's mind were Ha Tuan-min's casual words. Perhaps Mon-thing has become the beauty queen of number 7 middle school. This girl is so pretty, she must have many pursuers. For the first time in his life, he was bothered by the contemptuous looks of passers-by. He looked at himself in the mirror. His white hair was messy, barely covering his eyebrow bone. He wore a pair of ripped jeans. He didn't look like a good student at all. From head to toe, he exuded a bad nature. He and she clearly belonged to different worlds. Jang Yan suddenly said he wouldn't go play billiards anymore. Ha Tuan-min curiously asked where he was going. Jang Yan didn't answer. He just waved goodbye and left without looking back once. Ha Tuan-min's group watched him wide-eyed. What's wrong with Nan? Jang Nan stopped his bike in front of a hair salon. He turned and took off his helmet. His white hair was messy. Mon-thing originally disliked him. When her eyes were injured, she didn't have much reaction to him either. Now she's both obedient and beautiful, with countless admirers. While he didn't look like a good student at all, he was no different from a delinquent. He and she clearly belonged to different worlds. Thinking of this, Jang Yan couldn't help but frown. The anticipated Wednesday finally arrived. Today, the school suddenly showed some humanity, allowing students to wear warm clothes. No need to wear uniforms. Fan Huanyan smiled and instructed the students. Children, teachers often say you must persevere. Studying and mountain climbing follow the same principle. The chances of reaching the summit and passing university exams are equally challenging. Everyone must have a competitive spirit to succeed. If we make our wishes earlier up there, we can come down earlier. Those who reach the top can get a flag. That can add points for the class. Do your best, everyone. Mon-thing and Trio Noan Trang walked side by side. Trio Noan Tran occasionally turned to glance at Mon-thing. Then her face flushed red, and she looked away. Oh my, she still couldn't get used to Thin Thin suddenly becoming so beautiful. But just 2 hours later, when they climbed 1/4 of the way, they realized this path was far from what they had imagined. Trio Noan Tran felt like she was a fish washed ashore, about to die. Thin, let's go out of the teacher's sight to find a place to rest. Mon-thing nodded. She didn't necessarily need to climb the mountain. It's just that her backpack was too heavy, and now her shoulders were extremely sore. Walking to where Fan Huinyan couldn't see them, they sat down on a rock. Finally, it was much more comfortable. Beside her was Noan Tran's cheerful voice. Finally alive again, Thin. Anyway, the mountain path is still long. Besides, the teachers didn't say we must climb to the summit. How about we sit here and rest a bit longer? What do you say? Is that okay? Mon-thing nodded in agreement. Okay, I also don't think I can climb to the top. Gentle breezes carrying coolness passed by. The feeling of fatigue decreased somewhat. Trio Noan Tran and Mon-thing felt comfortable, closing their eyes to enjoy. She comfortably closed her eyes. The breeze on her face was extremely pleasant. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, accompanied by surprise and astonishment. Jang Yan. Mon-thing instinctively opened her eyes wide and startled. In her previous life, when their class climbed Van Ko Mountain, he had followed them here. In her heart, she still thought Jang Yan surely wouldn't come this time. But how did he still follow them here? As Mon-thing just turned her head, her eyes couldn't help but be amazed. She immediately saw a black-haired young man. In an instant, she suddenly felt like she had never known Jang Yan. His black hair was very short. It was completely different from the feeling when he had that delinquent white hairstyle. Now he looked very neat and tidy, but Jang Yan's stubborn face couldn't hide his tough demeanor. Thus, he revealed some fierceness. But he was also a very handsome young man. His temperament was originally very fierce, but now, when he used gentle eyes to look at Mon-thing, it exceptionally carried a sense of dominance. He stopped in front of her. His eyes carried a smile. What a coincidence. Good student. Mon-thing looked at him in disbelief. How did you still follow us here? She looked up at him. Your hair. Jang Yan saw her astonished expression. Dazed and completely silent, his smile turned somewhat wicked. You think I'm handsome, don't you? Mon-thing's face turned red. How can you be so shameless? Trio Noan Tran was very afraid Jang Yan would grab Mon-thing's hand. She whispered, Thin, why do I feel Jang Yan looks fiercer with black hair and scarier? Jang Yan gazed at her fair face. How beautiful she was, after all. He grabbed her small wrist with one hand and pulled her over. Don't you want to climb the mountain? I'll take you up. Let go. I'm not going. Jang Yan curved his lips. Isn't it that those who can reach the mountaintop will get some extra points? Good student. Win glory for the class. Understand. Mon-thing felt the strength on her arm. Angry and embarrassed, my feet hurt. I can't climb anymore. If you want to go, just go. Trio Noan Tran watched the scene before her, wanting to cry. She bravely spoke up. Jang Yan, please let go of Thin. Otherwise, I'll tell the school teachers. Jang Yan's cold laughter rang out as he glanced at her. The young man's face was sharp, domineering with a hint of defiance. Trio Noan Tran and Mon-thing looked extremely scared. Noan Tran seemed to want to say, I won't dare bother you anymore. Jang Yan embraced Mon-thing completely. Mon-thing was lifted up by him. A surprised cry was suppressed in her throat. His eyes carried a smile. His face drew close gently. With me here, you must climb up. Mon-thing, lifted up by him, couldn't help but shout, Jang Yan. His face drew close gently, smiling as he walked and spoke. Don't shout. In a moment, if the school teachers come here, how will you explain? Anyway, my reputation is already bad, but for you, it won't be easy to explain. You're like the worst villain in those TV dramas, grasping others' weaknesses, making people so embarrassed and annoyed they want to beat you to death. Jang Yan turned his head, glancing at Trio Noan Tran, who was chasing after them. Back off. Don't provoke me. I won't do anything to her, but if you follow, I can't guarantee. Mon-thing, forced to climb the mountain, was so angry she wanted to cry. This never happened in her past life. What exactly went wrong? She thought about Jang Yan, who even dared to kill in an instant, feeling both angry and scared. Knowing she couldn't escape, Mon-thing had to say, Jang Yan, put me down. I'll walk myself. He chuckled. Your feet don't hurt anymore. It's gone. It's gone. Please put me down quickly. He could see she was scared. Her eyes, whether from pain or fear, showed a faint layer of moisture. He put her down. Immediately, Mon-thing wanted to get her backpack back, not wanting any involvement with him. Didn't you already dye your hair? Why are you still so afraid of me? Jang Yan felt irritated. He knew they were halfway up the mountain. He didn't really want to climb up there either. He just wanted to look at her a bit. He knew she didn't take him seriously. Hatuan Min had said they were from two different worlds. Today, if he hadn't forced her to climb the mountain, she wouldn't have talked much to him, but he needed to find an opportunity for himself. Even if sentenced to death, he still wanted to get close. She was beautiful and lovable. At his normal school, it was very difficult to meet her. Jang Yan followed to the middle of the mountain slope. He just wanted to be with her for a moment. Thinking about it, his heart suddenly ached for some reason. He looked at her intently and couldn't help but plead softly, "Don't cry, okay? I'm not bullying you. I really want to climb the mountain with you. I've been to the top of this mountain once before. The view up there is beautiful. The mountain keeper said there's a small path on the mountain. I know you don't want teachers and classmates to see me. Can I take you there?" Mon-thing saw he had no ill intentions. After a while, she nodded, so they slowly walked forward. Jang Yan quietly put her backpack on his shoulder. She had finally tried her best. He heard her breathing. Then he squatted down in front of her. "Man-thing, let me carry you on my back." Man-thing quickly shook her head. He snorted, his black eyes staring into hers. "What are you afraid of? When a boy treats a girl well, it's because he likes her. He wants to win her heart, you know. Give me a chance, Man-thing." This wasn't the first time she heard such words from Jang Yan. In her whole life, she'd only met one person who was as shameless as him. Mon-thing's ears turned red. "Can you not say such things?" "What things?" His eyes carried 3 parts of laughter, deliberately teasing her. She really didn't have the face to repeat those words, not even daring to look at his eyes. Jiang Nan looked at her silently, lowering her face in embarrassment, and couldn't help but smile. He knew she was unwilling, but the mountain path was still long, and she couldn't make it up. He asked quickly, "Come on, carry or piggyback? If you don't choose, I'll choose for you." Could she choose to beat this jerk to death instead? He raised an eyebrow, his black hair carrying an intimidating aura. "If you don't choose, then." Given Jang Yan's personality, he would definitely pick her up again. Man-thing, frightened, immediately said, "Piggyback." Her trembling voice was sweet and touching. He softly chuckled and agreed. The moment her slender, soft arms wrapped around his neck, his heartbeat seemed to uncontrollably accelerate. The young girl's body was fragrant and soft. He felt even her sweat was aromatic. Man-thing tried to avoid contact with him, only loosely circling his neck. Jang Nan saw her turn her face away, seemingly unwilling to lean close to him. He laughed. "Why are you staying so far away? Do you think I stink?" She kept her distance without speaking. He couldn't help but laugh. "I can't smell as good as you, but let me explain. It's because I dyed my hair, so there's a slight smell. Don't mind it, it'll be gone in a few days." Actually, it wasn't that smelly. But there was a heat from his body that she keenly sensed. This heat was a kind of obsessive illness, unlike normal people. Jang Yan was like hellfire, domineering and causing others to hate him. She just didn't like this person. But this person she didn't like had immense strength. Carrying her and the heavy backpack, his steps remained as steady as before. Then sweat soaked his clothes, outlining the strong physique of the young man. Man-thing didn't think it would be so far. When they reached the mountaintop, it was already 1 p.m. An ancient tree stood tall in the wind, requiring 3 people to fully embrace it. But no one had enough perseverance to come here. Only Jiang Yan, carrying her, were the only 2 who reached the summit. The beautiful scenery before them left Mon-thing in awe. The young man panted heavily. He set her down under the ancient tree. His dark eyes looked at her, unable to suppress a smile. "Hey, I didn't bring water. Can I have a sip of yours?" The young man's forehead was covered in sweat. His t-shirt was soaked, outlining his firm muscles. Man-thing hugged her backpack tightly. She only had 1 water bottle, and she had already drunk from it. She couldn't let him drink from it. Man-thing remained silent. She leaned against the big tree, silently refusing. She lowered her eyes. He could only see her long, curved eyelashes. Damn, how can she be so beautiful? He knelt in front of her, his body covered in sweat. But she was clean, her hair tousled by the autumn breeze. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. "Man-thing, are you really that petty?" Man-thing's face reddened slightly. At her age, this was the first time someone called her stingy. Thinking back, Jang Nan had carried her up more than half the mountain. If it were someone else, they probably couldn't have endured it. As a human being, one shouldn't be so heartless. Not even giving him a sip of water. Wasn't that a bit unkind? He's really something. Going mountain climbing without bringing water. Does he even think at all? So she unzipped her backpack and took out a blue thermos. Inside was special grape juice that she had prepared in the morning before going out, used for energy replenishment. Using the bottle cap as a cup, she poured the sweet water and handed it to Jang Yan. He didn't take it. "Give me the bottle. Damn it. Who drinks from the cap?" Her clear eyes looked at him seriously. "This cap is very clean." Jang Yan hesitated, then heard Mon-thing say with a hint of anger, "If you don't want to drink it, then forget it." Jang Yan laughed helplessly. All right, I'll drink it." He took the cap and drank a few sips. It was too sweet, seeping into his very bones. He looked up at the sky. Never had he seen the sky so beautiful. When Jang Yan returned the bottle cap, he didn't forget to praise how sweet the drink was. Suddenly, his sharp eyes caught sight of a lunchbox in the gap of her bag. Jing Yan Yan reached out and took it from the bag. Man-thing's movements weren't as quick as his. Before she could react, the lunchbox was already in his hands. People usually bring bread or biscuits when hiking. You're so good bringing a lunchbox. This lunchbox wasn't light at all, filled to the brim with rice. She had grown up with an innocent face, pure-hearted, with a personality that made people love her unbearably. There was a hint of gentleness, seriousness, and naivety. Man-thin hurriedly said, "Quick, give it back to me." She instinctively tried to snatch it back. He slightly raised his hand. Man-thin leaned forward, only to realize she wasn't as tall as someone. He raised his hand to a height she couldn't reach, so the little girl had to tiptoe to grab the lunchbox. Jang Yan chuckled softly. He raised the lunchbox even higher. Man-thin almost fell into his chest. Man-thin was so angry she could barely stand it. She knew Jang Yan was deliberately playing tricks. He wasn't really interested in the lunchbox. Man-thin felt extremely aggrieved, forced to climb this mountain, and now her food was being snatched by this jerk. "Are you used to being a scoundrel? Why are you always interested in snatching my things?" She took a step, wanting to go down the mountain. Jang Yan furrowed his brows. The wind was strong on the mountain. Her eyes, blown by the wind for so long, should have become dry, yet her eyes were still moist. She looked as if she had suffered great injustice, pitifully. He felt both amused and sympathetic in his heart. Fearing she was hungry and wanted to go down the mountain, Jang Yan held on to Man-thin's backpack tightly. He didn't let her leave without saying a word. He wiped a spot on the rock next to the big tree and placed the lunchbox on it. "I know you hate me. Don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Eat your lunch," he said. "I'll keep watch to see if anyone comes up here. I'll stay away." Man-thin looked at the lunchbox placed on the rock. For a long while, she didn't say anything. After speaking, he really did move away from her. Jang Yan was afraid his whole body was sweaty and that she would find him smelly, so he sat on the small path looking down below. He kept watch for her to see if anyone was coming up the mountain. The young man had his back to her. His shoulders were broad, his posture relaxed and unrestrained. She saw Jang Yan unconsciously reach into his pocket. He took out a pack of cigarettes, then hesitated for a moment. As if nothing happened, he put it back in his pocket. Jang Yan knew Man-thin certainly wouldn't like him smoking. Every time he felt upset or unwell, cigarettes would help stabilize his mood a little, but he had promised himself he would quit for her sake. Man-thin didn't know how high this mountain was, but all the way up here, she thought, even if it were a young man, no matter how strong and healthy, climbing up to this point would be exhausting. Jang Yan's personality was stubborn. He climbed the mountain without even bringing water. Of course, he wouldn't have brought food either. Man-thin squatted down. She took out 2 spoons from the box. Originally, she had prepared them for Treonyan Tran, but it looked like in this situation, she had to share her food with this bad guy. She scooped out half of the rice. Then, under his surprised gaze, she walked over. "Sit down." Then she divided half the rice and a spoon for him. This time, she didn't give him the lid anymore, but a portion of rice even more generous than that lid before. Young Master Jiang had eaten everything in his life, but looking at the not-so-full lunchbox in his hand, which looked quite ordinary from the outside, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. For real. Man-thing said nothing and placed it in his hand. That portion of rice in his hand seemed to carry an unusual warmth. Jang Yan was in a good mood now. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "You're really giving this to me?" Man-thin nodded and softly said, her face indescribably clear. The hill, lush green branches of ancient trees swaying in the wind. The wild grass in the mountains turned yellow in autumn, a bright and beautiful yellow. He sat on the mountain. Her tea-colored eyes carried a serious look as she said, "Jang Yan." Hearing her call, Jang Yan looked up slightly at her. Then he heard Man-thin's voice again. "From now on, can you not steal my things anymore?" His eyes were filled with laughter. "Okay." She was surprised how he suddenly became so easy to talk to today. She tried making another request. Also, don't force others. The young man, in a good mood, without thinking, immediately agreed again. Man-thing tilted her head. "How are you so obedient today?" She suddenly had a bold idea, her eyes still carrying a spark of light. "Also, don't come looking for me anymore. Try to study hard." This time he didn't speak, looking at her with disappointed eyes. Man-thing was still extremely hopeful. Like the previous 2 times, maybe he would agree with her. He didn't answer her. His gaze stopped at the rice on the lid of the box. He grabbed the rice she was holding. "Give me this. You eat this one." He handed the rice in the box he was holding to Man-thin. Again, domineering, he ordered her, "Go back there and eat your meal." Man-thin wanted to object to this rotten behavior of his. Before she could open her mouth, Jang Yan whispered in her ear, "If you keep standing here, I'll kiss you. Do you believe me?" She widened her eyes, unable to believe what he just said. She thought she had misheard. "Do you have any shame?" Then, as he was gradually getting closer, still not going, Man-thin suddenly panicked. Afraid he would really kiss her, she pushed his head away. This action was a bit strong and hit Jang Yan's forehead directly. A loud pop sound rang out. Where she had touched left a red mark. Jang Yan's face looked a bit unpleasant. Man-thing instinctively became a bit flustered. Usually in class, the boys always said, "A man's head can bleed, can flow, but his hair can't be messed up." Boys hate it most when their head is touched. Although she didn't understand why it couldn't be touched, she had indeed pushed him very hard just now. Man-thing glanced at him and said softly, "Jang Yan, I didn't mean to. You don't hit me." Jang Yan laughed, somewhat roguishly and wickedly, but also extremely handsome. When not smiling, he looked extremely serious and cold. When fierce, he looked like he wanted to hit someone. At that time, even Ha Tuanmin's group, who had known Jang Yan for years, would be frightened. Jang Yan laughed out of anger, so angry that his heart ached. For the first time, he felt that her fear of him was a bit not good. Where did she see that he would hit her? Wanting to kiss her was serious. Being pushed away was also within his expectations. She hated him so much, surely she wouldn't allow a kiss. He just wanted to try this rare opportunity. Being looked down upon was his own doing. "Why would you think I'd hit you?" Man-thing looked at him without answering, her face slightly red. "If you stare at me one more time, I might throw you down the mountain." Man-thing thought to herself, how can his personality be so rotten? She quickly took her rice and returned to her original spot. Jang Yan's eyes were full of laughter as he watched Man-thing's back as she left. He looked at the simple fried rice with egg in his hand. This damn meal is really underestimating me. Even if they gave me a whole box, it wouldn't be enough to fill me up. After Man-thing and Jang Yan finished the fried rice with egg in the box, Man-thing wanted to go down the mountain with him. Before they went down, Man-thing didn't want the trip to be in vain. She tried to look up at the big old tree in front of her once more. She said to Jang Yan, "Originally, everyone wanted to come up here to pray to the old tree. So Jang Yan, do you want to make a wish?" Jang Yan turned to look at her without speaking. Man-thing continued, "You climbed up here with such effort. You should wish for things like passing the college entrance exam or having a smooth life." Jang Yan looked up at the old tree trunk for a long time. With a pensive look, he then said to Man-thing, "This tree isn't magical." Man-thing glanced at him suspiciously. He smiled wickedly, lowering his face to look at her. "I know how it's magical. Want to hear about it? Good student." She had a bad feeling. Her ears turning red, she replied, "I don't want to hear." He chuckled. "What are you embarrassed about? You're not even brave enough to hear the truth." Anyway, she wouldn't listen. Covering her ears, she told him, "Not listening, not listening. I'm going down the mountain." She hurried down the mountain. If she was a bit slower, she might not catch up with her friends. Jang suddenly paused for a moment. He turned to look at the old tree trunk. Red flags were fluttering around. These were originally medals for those who climbed up here. Pity that everyone had given up. These flags now all belonged to Jang Yan alone. He pulled out one. Then he turned and went down the mountain with Mon-thing. At this time, Trio Mantran, with a gloomy face, was trying her best to crawl up the mountain, wanting to find Man-thing. She walked while worrying about Man-thing, blaming herself for being too cowardly to stop Jang Yan. But right after that, a familiar voice called her name. Mantran turned her head. She saw Man-thing still safe and sound, coming down the mountain with young Master Jang. When she saw Man-thing, she almost cried out loud, "Thin, are you okay? It's all my fault." Man-thing felt both touched and heartbroken for Trio Mantran. She quickly patted her back. Trio Mantran glanced at Jang Yan standing nearby and asked Man-thing quietly, "Jang Yan didn't bully you, did he? I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry." Mantran turned to hold Man-thing's hand, saying, "No, it's good." Man-thing smiled happily. "Let's go down the mountain quickly. We should join our classmates and teachers." Before leaving, Man-thing said to Jang Yan, "Thank you for taking me up the mountain. I have to go now. Can you return my bag to me?" Jang Yan knew she would soon rejoin the group from Truong 7's school. This time, he didn't insist anymore. He returned the backpack to her. On top of it was a flag fluttering in the wind. Man-thing didn't know when he had taken the flag. She took out the flag to return it to him. "I don't need this. It would be strange if you got this flag." She had known for a while. She couldn't get too involved with Jiang Nan. If he hadn't forced her up the mountain, things would be as Jiang Nan had guessed. She wouldn't even bother talking to him. The smile in his eyes that was originally there suddenly turned gloomy. He silently accepted it, watching her go down the mountain with Trio Mantran. The expression on Trio Mantran's face was very familiar to him. It was both fear and anger. Man-thing probably felt the same towards him. Before leaving, Mantran warned Man-thing, Thin, Jang Yan is a delinquent student who doesn't study properly. I'm afraid he might do anything in the future. Next time if you meet him, You should be careful. It's best to stay away from him. Jang Yan overheard all of this. Jang Yan's face darkened, so in everyone's eyes, he was that kind of person. He glanced at the stupid flag fluttering in his hand. A fire that was hard to extinguish rose in his heart. He wanted Mon-thing to take this flag. You'll get extra points, but he heard her say, "Yes, you do get extra points, but I'm not capable of getting it. It would be strange to have it without being capable, so I won't take it. If you don't want it, then I can't force you." He directly threw it on the ground. He was so foolish, doing so many things for her, yet couldn't change anything. Jang Yan couldn't help but light a cigarette. The black-haired youth lowered his eyes, looking somewhat cold. He held the cigarette between two fingers. The smoke looked just like a fog that wouldn't dissipate. In Jang Yan's mind were Trionoantran's words from earlier. Thin. Jang Yan is a delinquent student who doesn't study properly. I'm afraid he might do anything in the future. Next time if you meet him, you should be careful. It's best to stay away from him. He stood there, looking gloomy and very lonely. His mood right now was extremely bad. Did Mon-thing think the same way? When Ha Tuan-min's group arrived panting, Jang Nan was leaning against a pine tree, smoking. The black-haired youth lowered his eyes, looking somewhat cold. He held the cigarette between two fingers. The smoke looked just like the lingering fog on the mountain. Ha Tuan-min grinned. "How's it going, Nyan? How are you and Mon-thing?" Fuangdam was smarter. Observing Jang Yan's expression now, he knew things didn't work out, so he didn't ask much. In his heart, he prayed for that idiot Ha Tuan-min, this fool. Jang Yan smirked. "Come here, I'll tell you." Ha Tuan-min, who grew up with him as a brother after all, guessed Jang Yan's intention from his expression and quickly waved his hands. No, I don't want to know anymore, Nyan. I was wrong. Jang Yan wasn't in the mood to punish him either. He told the two of them to go down the mountain. "The person has left. Why are you still staying here?" He pretended not to see that flag, slowly walking past it. After a few steps, Jang Yan suddenly stopped. Ha Tuan-min didn't know what he was doing and asked, "Nyan, what's wrong?" Jang Yan didn't answer. He just glanced at that red flag. Under the mud and dirt, that stupid flag was carelessly thrown at the base of the tree. He turned back, picked it up, and wiped off the mud and dirt on it. Ha Tuan-min whispered to Fuangdam, "Damn, the flag in Yan's hand. Is it the one that can add points that those good students from 7th High talked about? Seems like it. Could it be that Nyan gave it to Mon-thing, and she didn't want it, so she threw it on the ground?" Jang Yan's face was gloomy, the thing she didn't want. He thought for a moment, then put it back inside his jacket. The protesting boys stared at him blankly. Ha Tuan-min couldn't help but speak up. "Nyan, you can't be serious. You want to keep that tattered thing." Jang Yan didn't answer. "Nyan, are you serious?" Seeing Jang Yan's silence for the first time, Ha Tuan-min deeply advised him. "Let it go, Nyan. Mon-thing is the school beauty at 7th High and also the top student. Since we were kids, those good students in class never cared about us. We just whistled and it scared them to tears. Mon-thing is the same. She's not our type of person. It's hard to pursue her." He wanted to say this even more. "Why humiliate yourself like this?" Jang Nan remained silent from start to finish. The red flag was right next to his chest, like a flame burning up all the pain in his heart. Ha-han couldn't help but advise, "That's right. I also think it won't work out." After walking for a while, Jang Nan finally spoke up. "What do you two understand?" In his mind right now was all Mon-thing's sweet smile. For the first time in his life, he had eaten such a delicious fried rice with egg. After a while, he smiled. The pain in his chest seemed to produce a small, sweet thread. "When it comes to her, you two don't understand anything." Ha Tuan-min looked at him blankly. "Damn, just now, did you see Nan's smile? Oh my God, has Nan gone crazy?" At the end of the class, the teacher at Loi Tai School announced to the students that this Saturday, the schools in the surrounding area would go together to the city's central hospital to get vaccinated against hepatitis. Jiang Nan, who was playing with his phone, heard her say the schools in the surrounding area and stopped moving. "Those of you who haven't been vaccinated, I think you should go get it." After class, the class monitor will count how many will go for vaccination. Ha Tuan-min's group, of course, wouldn't go. The richer they are, the more they care about their health. That's why since they were young, they had already taken care of such vaccinations long ago. When the class monitor was counting, he automatically skipped their group. Jang Yan put down his phone and called the class monitor. The class monitor turned around, stuttering Yan. No. Classmate Jang Yan. The first time Jang Yan stepped into the classroom, everyone knew he wasn't easy to mess with. Classmates were basically very afraid of him, usually talking about him in secret. Probably when gossiping daily, they called Jiang Yan by the title boss. Nyan. So just now the class monitor accidentally slipped up. His face turned pale. Jang Yan crossed his legs carelessly and said, "Put my name on the list." The class monitor asked in surprise, "Yan, haven't you had this vaccine yet?" "I have." "Then what's the point of getting it again?" This time, Hatuan Min was quick to guess. "Bro, you don't understand. The teacher said nearby schools will also go for vaccination. 7 High will definitely go too. Nan wants to go to see if his little darling will be there. Anyway, during this time, Nan hasn't been able to talk much with that girl." Jang Yan laughed and said, "Get lost," but didn't deny it. Although the two schools were close to each other, normally it wasn't easy to see Mon-thing. It wasn't easy at all. Their group wasn't just famous at Loi Tai, but also quite well known at nearby 7 High. After school, Mon-thing would take the bus home with Trio Mantran. She blended in with the students. It was difficult for Jang Yan to talk to her. Saturday morning at the city's central hospital. Today was extremely crowded due to students from many schools coming. Jang Yan arrived quite early today. That year, Jang Yan was very special. His aura didn't match his age. Carrying a bit of laziness, it made others, when looking at him, feel a sense of fear. He didn't go over to the other side, but stood outside looking for someone. Then he saw a girl from their class with her shoulder exposed. Her arm was covered with a cotton ball, crying. That girl was crying very pitifully. The face of her friend beside her was extremely angry. What kind of nurse is that? Can't even give a proper injection. Stabbed 3 times and was so rough too. The blood keeps flowing out. Don't cry, okay? I've remembered that nurse's name. We'll go and complain about her. They spoke so loudly that the whole group turned to look. Everyone felt worried and uneasy inside. Everyone silently prayed to get a nurse with rich experience. Jang Yan looked around. Everyone was a student. Being the weekend, no one wore uniforms. For now, it was impossible to tell which school anyone was from. Finally, he found the 11th grade class, one student's queuing at the back. Man-thing stood among that group, chatting with Trio Mon-treng, but she didn't know that many people were watching her. Usually she was very pretty, full of youthful spirit. Because it was the weekend, it was rare to see her with her hair down. Her long black hair flowing down had a different kind of beauty. Don't know what Trio Mon-treng said, but both of them burst out laughing. Her smile was so sweet. Her slightly curved eyes seemed to sparkle like stars. He looked for a long time, feeling very warm inside. Every time he saw her, there was an indescribable feeling of happiness in his heart. He smiled slightly. Later, Jang Yan remembered what he needed to do. He took his phone out of his pocket, he went to a quiet place and called someone. The young voice on the other end sounded lazy. Remember what I said before. Jang Yan went to a quiet place. He called Zhang Yi. He instructed her what to do, then returned to a spot not far from where Man-thing was standing. Zhang Yi didn't dare refuse. She hung up and went with some girls to find Man-thing. When she went to the other class, everyone looked at Zhang Yi with her brown-dyed hair. One look, and you'd know she wasn't from their school. Zhang Yi's face turned red. "Classmate Man-thing, I want to apologize for that day. Can you accept our apology?" Man-thing was a bit surprised. The other girls nodded repeatedly. "It was our fault. We won't dare to do it again in the future." Hearing these words, Man-thing remembered who they were. The day of Jang Yan's basketball match, these were the people who bullied Thulan. They seemed to have a grudge against Thulan. That day at Truong Loi Tai, she was unfortunately caught in the crossfire. It was this group that had stepped on and broken her glasses. Mon-thing frowned without saying anything. Zhang Yi was getting extremely anxious. Her face turned pale. "We've already been punished by the school. We'll pay you back for the glasses." Mon-thing didn't need those glasses anymore. She shook her head. "It's not necessary. It's all in the past. Besides, I don't need to use them anymore." She didn't want to get involved with them. She nodded, as if to forgive them. After all, the school had punished them severely. They had made a mistake and been punished for it. At that moment, Man-thing suddenly felt something was off. That day when these girls were beating Thulan, it was clear they weren't easy to mess with. Now why did they suddenly come here? To apologize. Zhang Yi spoke softly. "You need it, right? Come with me to the hallway over there for a moment. I'll pay you back the money." Man-thing looked up as if she had guessed something. Why did she want to pay right now and insist on going to that hallway? Zhang Yi was in a difficult situation. Her phone rang again. She pleadingly handed the phone to Man-thing. "Can you take this call? Someone wants to see you, please." The caller was Jang Yan. Man-thing didn't want to get involved with him and was about to refuse. But then she noticed Zhang Yi's expression at that moment. She looked like she was about to cry, softly begging her to please answer the phone. Man-thing couldn't bear it and agreed. Man-thing put the phone to her ear. On the other end, Jang Yan laughed. Man-thing, I told you to come, so come. Are you afraid I'll hurt you? Man-thing said softly. I'm in line. I can't come. Jang Yan laughed. Then I'll come find you. Man-thing felt tense inside. She looked up, searching. Finally, it was as she thought. Jang Yan was standing outside the crowd, observing her. He seemed to be intending to walk over. Seeing her look over, he smiled. She finally understood why those people had come to apologize. They couldn't let Jang Yan come over. It was so crowded here. If he really came, who knows what would happen? She had no choice but to go over there. Mon-thing went to the hospital hallway, where there were very few people. It was in stark contrast to the bustling crowd on the other side. She spoke softly. Jang Yan, I know you told him to come apologize to me. I'm very grateful. Jang Yan said, you don't need to thank me. But Man-thing, can you do something for me? Man-thing was truly afraid of him. She had a bad feeling. Not knowing what he wanted this time, she turned to leave. Jang Yan chuckled softly. He gently blocked her way with his arm. Man-thing, what are you worried about? Man-thing raised her eyes to look at his chest. She stepped back twice and finally couldn't help but say, don't you find this annoying, Jang Yan? He curved his lips. I'm restraining myself a lot. I really don't want to hurt you. Those people just said the new nurse doesn't know how to give injections. Shall I call the head nurse to give you the injection? I'm afraid you'll be in pain. She turned away. I want to go back to the line. After the injection, you can let me go. He fell silent. After the injection, I won't bother you anymore. Is that okay? She raised her eyes and said softly, really? In his heart, he cursed silently. Sensing that Man-thing was still afraid of him, he smiled, his voice extremely gentle. It's true. Finally, Man-thing followed him to the head nurse's treatment room. The head nurse was a kind woman. Without asking much, she knew who Jang Yan was. Even the hospital director had to respect this young man. The head nurse smiled and said, little student, roll up your sleeve. Man-thing hesitated a bit and looked towards Jang Yan. Jang Yan frowned. What now? What do you want to do? Her face flushed red. Can you not look? She turned around and faced the young man's dark eyes. His gaze fell on her body. His face, for some reason, also turned red. Man-thing hesitated a bit and looked towards Jang Yan. Jang Yan, can you not look? If you keep looking at me like that, how can I be comfortable? You think I want to look that badly? Jang Yan put his hands in his pockets. He turned his face to one side as if agreeing to her request. Impatiently, he said to the head nurse, give the injection quickly. I don't have time. The head nurse thought to herself, this young Jang is really impatient. She gently asked Man-thing to take off her jacket. Man-thing took off her jacket. Because she had to expose her arm, she had to pull her sweater down from her shoulder. Her fair skin was revealed. She obediently exposed her shoulder as instructed. The young girl's fair, delicate shoulder, her beautiful collarbone, her tea-colored eyes carrying an uneasy gaze. When she glanced over, there was a kind of beauty that stirred one's heart. The head nurse couldn't help but speak gently. Don't worry, little student. Close your eyes and you won't see anything. Man-thing nodded. She obeyed the head nurse and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The head nurse instinctively looked up. She saw the young man's dark eyes. Somehow, he had not kept his promise. He had turned his head, his gaze falling on Man-thing's fair shoulder. The girl was unaware of this. The head nurse's actions were very skillful. After the injection, she had Man-thing hold a cotton ball to cover the injection site. Man-thing lowered her long eyelashes to observe the cotton ball. It really didn't hurt much at all. The young girl's delicate skin, milk white in color, shone with beauty. She turned around and faced the dark eyes of the young man. His gaze fell on her smooth shoulder. There was a hint of exploration. But when he saw her turn, he calmly and composedly met her gaze. Man-thing didn't expect that he had been staring at her like that. She stopped looking at the injection site. She threw away the cotton ball. She pulled up her sweater to cover her shoulder. Man-thing's face flushed. You said you wouldn't look. His eyes sparkled with laughter. When did I say that? Mon-thing thought about how he hadn't kept his promise. She could only silently endure it. Standing up to leave the treatment room, Jang Yan spoke up. Where are you going? She wasn't really angry. She just felt quite embarrassed. My friend is still outside. Let me ask the head nurse to give her an injection too. Okay. Man-thing turned her head at this point. She really didn't want to have anything to do with Jang Yan. But Noan-tran was also very afraid of pain. If the head nurse could give her the injection, that would be good. She nodded and said softly, if so, then thank you. He suddenly came closer to her, Meng. It's a small matter. Let me arrange it for you. Can you treat me a little better, Man-thing? Even if you just see me as a high school classmate, that's fine. I'm not asking for much. Just this little bit is enough. She really didn't want to think too much about it. She and Jang Yan originally went to different schools. Even if following the trajectory of her previous life, she and he wouldn't have much contact. After all, he would eventually return to the Jiang family. She clearly remembered that when her incident occurred, Jang Yan had already gone to City B. They originally didn't have many chances to meet. It's just that he wasn't aware of this. Man-thing hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded gently. He seemed unable to believe she agreed. His eyes lit up. Man-thing told him she wanted to leave the hospital. The air outside was so fresh. Since the start of winter, City H had become cold. This was a city without snow. In her previous life, she only lived for 19 years, never witnessing any snowfall. She walked along the fragrant path for a while. Jang Yan was still following behind her. Man-thing said, "Why are you following me?" Hands in his pockets, he said, "I'll take you home." "No need. You said after the injection you wouldn't bother me anymore." He smiled slightly, finally compromising. "See you tomorrow then?" Man-thing thought to herself, "I won't see you tomorrow." Outside the hospital, there was a bus that went to Mon-thing's home. She went to the bus stop. The winter wind was as cold as a knife. The wind was indeed very cold. Especially today, the weather wasn't very good. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning. The early morning chill hadn't dissipated yet. Taking a breath felt icy to the core. When Jang Yan arrived here, he found her immersed in the wind. Leaves from the nearby longan tree were slowly falling. Her solitary stillness at this moment was truly beautiful, beyond words. Man-thing turned around. Seeing him, she felt a bit annoyed. "Didn't you leave already?" He smiled mischievously. "I couldn't bear to abandon you." "Jang Yan, don't talk like that." Her ears turned red. The two words to scold others finally came out. "Rascal." Her voice was soft and gentle. Even calling him a rascal sounded sweet. He laughed. "Calling me a rascal, huh?" That year, he wore a black fur coat. With his hair dyed, his whole appearance looked extremely sharp and unrestrained. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, easily making people step back. He stepped closer to her and unzipped his jacket. She blushed with embarrassment, her eyes showing shyness. "What are you doing?" His laughter rang out. "Teaching you what a rascal really is." Man-thing was about to push him away. She looked up in surprise, her face turning bright red. A fur coat, still warm from his body heat, was draped over her. December winter. He was only wearing a thin shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, giving a sense of freedom and ease. After a while, Man-thing realized she had misunderstood him. Jang Yan had put his coat on Man-thing. She said to him, "You wear it. I'm not cold." Jang Yan let out a soft snort. "Rascals like me don't fear the cold." Man-thing bit her lip, holding back for a while, but finally laughed. It was the first time she smiled at him, even if just because it was funny. When she smiled, she looked very pretty, enough to make others lose their minds, sweet enough to melt one's heart. Man-thing felt guilty. She blinked a few times, trying to bite her lip to suppress her laughter. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was just too funny. How can you not be cold? I'll give you back your coat." Just as she was about to take off the coat to return it, his hot temper flared up again. "I gave it to you to wear, so wear it. Do you dare to reject it?" Man-thing was stunned for a long time. Instead, it made him frown. "It still smells of cigarettes." Her clear eyes looked up at him, about to say something. Jiang Nan gently touched her face, his tone domineering. "Even if it smells, you're not allowed to take it off, understand?" "Jang Nan, why do you keep touching me like this?" She cupped her cheeks, eyes wide open looking at him. "You really are a rascal." He seemed to feel that his unreasonable behavior wasn't wrong. Jang Yan gazed at her big round eyes. They were just too adorable. He smiled and said, "Man-thing, I won't smoke anymore in the future, so don't take it off, okay?" Who could believe those words? Jang Yan had been smoking for a very long time, but because of his condition, that kind of mental fluctuation needed something to soothe it. Because he didn't want people to see him as mentally ill, he had always used smoking to suppress his spirit and keep himself clear-headed. Actually, she didn't like the smell of smoke very much. Man-thing didn't take his words seriously. In the end, she still returned the fur coat to him. However, he didn't reach out to take it. "You should go home now." Man-thing glanced at the end of the road. The bus had arrived. The bus had indeed arrived. Man-thing's luck wasn't too bad after all. She finally managed to catch this bus. He didn't turn away, but just stared at her and suddenly said, "Man-thing, you raise your eyes regardless of who you're looking at. Your eyes always shine brightly with a serious gaze. You're very attractive. Your face has a deadly innocent beauty. Damn, it really makes one want to risk their life." He smiled. "This morning at the hospital, I only smoked 1 cigarette. The coat smells, but the shirt doesn't." She didn't understand and glanced at him, wondering what he meant. "I'm not lying to you about this, it's true." She nodded, her attention focused on the approaching bus. With a nasal voice, she mumbled, She was a bit anxious for him to take back the coat. After a moment, the young man leaned towards her head, which touched his chest. young man. Jang Yan was only wearing a thin shirt in the wind, his body as hot as fire. His hand placed behind her head made her momentarily dazed. When she regained her senses, she put her hands against his chest to push him away. She wanted to push him away, but had no strength at all. Man-thing's face turned red. Jang Yan, what are you going crazy about? He buried his head in her shoulder, his tone very gentle. I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed. Then let go of me. He chuckled softly. I won't let go. I am indeed a rascal, yes. I just can't hold back anymore. Call me whatever you want. Man-thing instinctively slapped him. A loud smack rang out. He didn't dodge. The hand hit him right on the face. It didn't hurt or itch. His head didn't tilt to one side. He still looked down at her. He wasn't angry at all, as if saying, hit me if you want to. No matter what you do, I won't get angry. I'm telling the truth. Don't reject me anymore. I won't smoke anymore in the future. He was still smiling. I'm serious, Man-thing. That slap stunned only her, not him. She stuffed the coat into Jang Yan's hands, quickly ran towards the bus. Longan leaves covered the ground. After a while, he smiled. Damn, this is the first time in his life he's been slapped in the slap face without feeling pain or shame. He only knew that when she was in his arms, she smelled so good, so soft. Her touch didn't make him feel like he lost anything at all. Mon-thing returned home with a feeling of worry. She didn't understand why she lost her composure then and slapped Jang Yan. Would he seek revenge for this? Man-thing noticed someone upstairs. Looking up, she saw Uncle Thu. Baba said, Thin of our house is back from getting vaccinated. Just got the shot. Does it hurt a lot? Man-thing smiled and shook her head. She quickly ran to lend a hand, but Uncle Thu didn't let her help, saying he could do it himself. Tutoring explained there were new tenants upstairs. It's Baba's old classmate helping out. It's fine. Don't tire yourself. She smiled without speaking, gently following Tutoring. A young man came down from upstairs. Uncle Thu greeted him enthusiastically. Man-thing looked up. The young man in blue sportswear also looked over. He took the bucket from Tutoring's hand, politely said, Thank you, Uncle Thu, for troubling you. I can handle the rest myself. Ah, little one, let me introduce you. This is Uncle's daughter, Mon-thing. After a while, he turned his head to look at Man-thing. Hello, I'm Tuja. After he greeted, she was stunned, then politely smiled and greeted back. Uncle Thu cheerfully told the young man, When you're free, come visit Uncle's house. Okay, Uncle's leaving now. Tujia watched the backs of the two people leaving. She didn't recognize him, but he remembered her clearly. At the award ceremony for the best photo in middle school, Tujia seemed to see all the teenagers secretly looking at a girl practicing piano in the evening sunset. That year, she was 14 years old. He had never forgotten her radiance from that time, but it made no difference. She looked fine and didn't remember him at all. The next day was the weekend, and suddenly bad news arrived. The bus route to school was suspended. Uncle Thu smiled and beckoned to his children. Kids, come here and meet the new member. Because the road to school was under repair, the bus would likely be out of service for a month, and walking to school would take up to 40 minutes. But this year, the price of a good bicycle wasn't cheap at all. Uncle Thu loved his children very much, so he thought of a way to borrow one bicycle and buy another one so his 3 children could go to school more conveniently. Thulan cheered loudly. She loved the newly bought green bicycle. Baba, is this one for me? Tutoring felt a bit embarrassed and began to lecture his daughter. The black one is a bit big, so I thought to give it to Tutoring, so your brother can take you to school. Anyway, you 2 siblings will be leaving a bit later. Thulan's expression changed. She laughed coldly. So this one is for Mon-thing. What are you saying? From now on, everyone in the house can use it. After some time, you'll be able to ride to school too. So be understanding, Thulan. Tutoring's face turned pale. He truly didn't favor any of them. Tutoring and Mon-thing weren't very close, but Thulan and Tutoring were twins. A brother taking his sister to school would be more comfortable for them. But in Thulan's eyes, that bicycle was both shabby and old. If she sat on that bicycle and happened to meet an acquaintance, how could she hold her head high in the future? Just as she was about to vent all her dissatisfaction, Man-thing spoke up. The new bike is for Tutoring to use, miss. She went to Uncle Thu and smiled. Let's decide it like this, okay? Bah, go upstairs and rest. Tutoring and I will lock up the bikes. Mon-thing helped him push the old bike inside. Then she used a chain to lock it securely in the storage room. She quietly finished everything. Tutoring stood outside observing and suddenly spoke up. Didn't you refuse to accept it, Thulan? Why are you giving it to her now? Man-thing looked up in surprise. Tutoring's EQ wasn't very high. He showed the same cold attitude towards everyone. The corners of Mon-thing's mouth curved up. because it's late now. Ba is also very tired. I don't want him to worry about this anymore. Under the dim moonlight of the night, her clear voice rang out. Be careful when cycling to school tomorrow. Go to bed early, okay? Thuduong watched her from behind until her eyes were completely out of sight. In his memory suddenly appeared the figure of that little fairy. Back then, he and Thulan both admired and felt inferior to her. After Man-thing had gone far away, Thuduong slowly said, "Me too," but Man-thing couldn't hear it. Because of cycling to school, Man-thing arrived earlier than usual. It had been many years since she cycled to school. The morning was very cold. She wrapped a khaki scarf around her neck. The scarf covered half of her face, revealing a pair of clear, bright eyes. Ha Tuan-min stretched as he left the internet cafe and immediately saw the back of Mon-thing riding a bicycle in the distance. He thought he was seeing things from staying up all night gaming, so he asked, "Is that Man-thing over there? Why is she riding a bicycle?" The young man next to him replied, "She must be living nearby now. The road on the other side is under construction, so the bus route isn't running. Cars have to take a detour. That's why she's riding a bicycle." Ha Tuan-min seemed to realize something. He unconsciously smiled. Well, Nanta is about to have something interesting to do. He then quickly called to inform Jang Yan about this news. Jang Yan was on the roof and lazily grunted in response. He showed no other reaction. After hearing Ha Tuan-min talk about the bus from Mon-thing's house stopping operations, forcing her to cycle to school, he showed no other reaction. Ha Tuan-min asked if he was going to pick up the beauty. Again, he heard no response from Nyanka. Why so quiet? Well, never mind. Nyanka must have his own thoughts. Thinking this, Ha Tuan-min didn't ask anything more. Ha Tuan-min was very hot. He prepared his cigarette box, took one out and offered it to Jang Yan. Jang Yan spoke indifferently. "I don't smoke. If you're smoking, stay away from me." Ha Tuan-min was speechless. Damn, why so disgusted suddenly? This never happened before. Nicotine addiction is hard to quit. It's like a small worm gently gnawing inside. He stood on top of the building, looking at Mon-thing far away inside that tiny building. He thought to himself, if he climbed over, it might be a bit, so he left with a "Sir, I'm off," and turned to leave. Ha Tuan-min curiously asked, "Nyan, where are you going?" Of course, Jang Yan wouldn't tell him, even if it killed him. At the end of school, Mon-thing went to find her bicycle and discovered there was a problem with it. She squatted down and saw that the chain was broken. Mon-thing blinked dreamily. Wasn't it still fine this morning? She felt a bit anxious. If it's broken, how would she get home now? Moreover, this was the bicycle that Batu had borrowed. On the first day of use, it was already damaged. They wouldn't be able to return it anymore. Mon-thing tried several times, causing her soft, fair fingers to become dirty, but she still couldn't remove the chain. At this time, the schoolyard was very quiet. Most of the students had already left. Only she remained, sitting dumbfounded, struggling with this old bicycle. A long shadow fell on the ground. Mon-thing turned around and saw Jang Yan calmly walking towards her. From afar, he had already seen her intently studying how to remove the chain. How obedient she was. He bent down. Without a word, he pulled her up. Only then did Mon-thing see him. Her hair fluttered, and she quickly rubbed her face with her elbow. A bit embarrassed, Jang Yan, "Why are you here?" He smiled. "I had something nearby." "Is your bike broken?" Mon-thing nodded. Her hands were covered in dirt. Unnaturally, she hid her hands behind her back. She thought if it couldn't be fixed, she should first push it back for Batu to take a look. A hint of amusement flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. "What are you hiding?" He pulled her hand out. Without thinking, he started wiping her hands clean. Mon-thing shyly said, "It's not necessary. I can clean them myself later." Unlike his usual domineering tone, these two words from his mouth today were extremely gentle. His eyes lowered, clear and sincere. Mon-thing's face turned red. "Is it very dirty?" "No, it's not." He wiped clean her small, soft hands. Then he raised his hand to fix her bike. Mon-thing stood to the side watching, and very quickly he had finished repairing it. "It's done. Try it out." She pushed the bike a few steps, turned her head with a gentle smile and said, "Thank you." He couldn't help but smile. Why was she so silly? However, that smile, compared to his cigarette addiction, was only better, not worse. It made his heart suddenly melt, becoming a complete mess. Jiang Yan said, "There's no lubricant. If you ride, the chain will come off again soon." Man-thing was stunned and said, "Huh?" Jiang Yan stepped forward and pushed the old bike. With his long legs, he sat on it in one step. Then he turned his head towards her and said, "Come on, I'll take you home." Man-thing shook her head. No need. I can go back by myself. Jang Yan asked, do you know how to fix it? Manhwa, of course, didn't know. Jang Yan smiled and said, then hurry up and get on. Don't you want to get home early? Mon-thing thought about it. School had been out for a while. If she stayed any longer, she'd be late getting home. Fearing Batu would worry, after hesitating for a long time, Mon-thing came and sat on the back seat. Jang Yan curved his lips and held on tight. The young man, with unknown strength, pedaled the bike as if flying. Man-thing, scared, gripped the back of the bike tightly. She bit her lip, suppressing herself until her face turned red, and softly said, Jang Yan, can you go a little slower? He laughed mischievously. If you're scared, hurry and hug me. I'm not going to hug you. The young girl didn't say a word. She tried her best to hold tightly to the back of the bike, silently holding back tears. The wheels moved as fast as the wind. The speed of the bicycle quickly turned into the speed of a motorcycle, making one tremble with fear. Mon-thing felt like she would be thrown off. Jang Yan suddenly stopped the bike. Foot on the ground, he turned to look at her. A gentle breeze blew by. In the air, there was a hint of dust from nearby buildings under construction. Her eyes, bright and wet, were also looking up at him. The hair on her forehead was blown by the wind, becoming completely disheveled, looking a bit pitifully disheveled. Her small, delicate fingers were gripping so tightly they turned pale, knuckles flushed red. Her furrowed brows began to relax as she loosened her grip on the seat. He tossed the front of the bike and grabbed her chin. In the depths of his eyes, anger arose. Do you hate me that much? Man-thing looked up at him, her eyes like small stars fallen into water, both bright and soft, making one feel pity. You really don't want me to touch you, not even a little bit. Mon-thing loosened her pale fingers and gently stroked his hand. She didn't say a word. Jang Yan stubbornly stared at Man-thing for a long time. She turned away without saying anything. Her bright eyes showed a layer of tears, extremely aggrieved. Jang Yan's face clearly showed worry. What's wrong? I'm sorry, okay. Let me see your hand. Does it hurt? Jang Yan saw that Mon-thing had no reaction. He became a bit flustered. Don't cry, okay? I don't know how to comfort you. I'm a jerk. I shouldn't bully you. Are you very scared? I'll slow down a bit, slower than walking on the street, okay? She finally looked up, still with eyes that made his heart flutter. Her voice carried the soft sobbing of a young girl. Go slower. Don't trick me again. Though still aggrieved, she stubbornly didn't break the rules and remained as before, not particularly fond of him, but she didn't dwell on his faults. Such a girl, not holding grudges and easy to persuade. He laughed inwardly, feeling both bitter and tender. He took off his jacket and placed it on her seat. Then, fearing her hands might hurt, he tied the jacket to the seat. This way she could hold on to the covered part. Winter sunset, the creaking sound of the old bicycle echoed. In his life, Jang Yan had never ridden a bike so slowly. Man-thing was silent behind him. His heart felt even heavier. He had almost made her cry. He really was a jerk. Originally, he just wanted her to hug him. Wanting it so much, his heart ached. It was like an uncontrollable feeling, more like a disease deep in his bones. So he resorted to tricks and schemes. He blocked the cold wind under Mon-thing's guidance, stopped at a spot some distance from the neighborhood. She got off and returned his clothes, softly said thanks, her final tone so sweet. Then she pushed her bike towards home. If it were summer now, her silhouette would be so beautiful, it would astonish others. But in winter, it added gentleness and innocence. His heart suddenly surged, both sweet and bitter. This was the first time in his life Jang Yan liked someone. He truly couldn't understand why he liked her. Man-thing turned around when Jang Yan called. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward, finally stopping to smile and say, "It's nothing, go home." She nodded and gradually walked away. Jang Yan really wanted to tell her he liked her, but he didn't know how to say "I like you" in a way that wouldn't scare her. The next day at number 7 middle school, Trio Noan Tran saw Man-thing carrying a basket of fruit. She asked Man-thing who it was for. Man-thing looked at the fruit basket, instantly recalling yesterday's events. When she got home, she saw Tutoring in a terribly injured state, looking miserable. Man-thing took out some antiseptic and gave it to him, telling him to apply it to his wounds. She asked Tutoring what had happened. "I'm sure you wouldn't just fight someone for no reason." Tutoring explained the situation to Man-thing. "After school, I went to pick up Thulan. That boy was kissing her, so I got angry and hit him. But I didn't expect he would accidentally fall down the stairs. He's in the hospital now." After listening to Tutoring's story, Man-thing said gently, All right, let's apply the medicine first. Tutoring clenched his fist. You're not blaming me. Man-thing shook her head and smiled. Why would I blame you? You protected her well. You rarely get angry. Each time you do, it's because you encounter things that can't be controlled by reason, like that year when I was disfigured. The fire had become uncontrollable, and Tutoring had jumped into the flames, but he couldn't find her. Now, thinking back to the fire of the previous life when Man-thing was disfigured, there was still fear in her eyes. The fire had become uncontrollable. In the room, she heard Tutoring calling for her. Tutoring had jumped into the sea of flames to save her. It's just that at that time, Man-thing was in Thulan's room. He couldn't find her. Man-thing said, protecting your sister is good, but next time don't be so impulsive. If something were to happen, you'd regret it too late. Tutoring's face turned ashen. After a while, he said, about hitting that person, I don't regret it, but they want us to pay $25,000 for medical expenses. Hearing the compensation amount, Man-thing was a bit shocked. Tutoring continued, Dad has already given $6,000 up front. We don't have that much money at home. Tutoring's eyes were gloomy, almost without any emotion. Man-thing looked at him, then went back to her room. Shortly after, she came out showing him a certificate. The certificate read, National High School Olympic Competition Champion. Man-thing saw Tutoring didn't understand her meaning, so she explained, first prize in the Math Olympiad will receive a prize of 8,000 yuan. You're very good at physics. If you enter the physics competition, you'll surely win a prize. It will help relieve the pressure on your dad. In the young man's dark eyes, a bright flame quietly ignited. All right, I'll enter the competition to earn money. Trio Noantran saw her holding a basket of fruit. She asked, who's that for? For a male student in the hospital. Whose dad is busy, so he asked me to bring it. She said goodbye to Trio Noantran and left first. When she got to the school gate, Trio Noantran immediately saw Jang Yan. The black-haired youth was sitting on a motorbike. Hatuan Min grinned and greeted Trio Noantran. What's your name? Trio what? Trio Noantran was very scared. She glared at Hatuan Min. Reluctantly, she said, Trio Noantran. Jang Yan blinked and asked, where did Mon-thing go? Trio Noantran was most afraid of Jang Yan. She stammered, Thin. Thin went to the hospital. When Man-thing arrived at room 201 in the hospital, there was only Chan-tuok in the room. Mon-thing knocked and entered. She put the fruit basket on the bedside table. Then she heard him say, you look very beautiful. Chan-tuok was a habitual flirt. Relying on his proper appearance, he would tease girls everywhere. But he had never seen such a beautiful girl like this before. She didn't like this person at all. Mon-thing greeted Chan-tuok and said, this is Tutoring's apology. Mon-thing nodded, wanting to leave. He quickly said, wait a moment, student. Doesn't your family still owe me medical fees? Your father doesn't intend to pay, does he? There's still 19,000 left unpaid. Man-thing looked at him and reasoned. Clearly, it was your family making a fuss to demand medical fees. We want to see the treatment bills, but your family insists on not providing them. As for your matter with Thulan, it's clear. I remember you're Truongwai's boyfriend. He laughed. So you know me quite well. Anyway, your brother hit me, so paying is only natural. If you really can't afford to compensate, then how about this? He admiringly observed the young girl, licking his lips. Be my girlfriend and play with me. I won't pursue the money matter anymore. Before Man-thing could react, from behind came the sound of someone's footsteps approaching. Jang Yan kicked the door open and said, you like to play, don't you? Chan-tuok's face turned pale when he saw Jang Yan standing imposingly outside, his face extremely fierce. Chan-tuok on the bed, curled up trembling, stammering, Yan Ke. Jang Yan punched Chan-tuok in the face, then he pulled Chan-tuok off the bed. Pressing his head down to the floor, Jang Nan grabbed the vase from the drawer, asking him, you like to play, don't you? Jang Nan's face was extremely fierce. Then let me play with you. Then he smashed the vase on Chan-tuok's head. Blood flowed from Chan-tuok's head. He didn't show the slightest resistance. Man-thing was stunned by the scene before her. Jang Yan was beating him almost madly. Now I'm the one who owes you medical fees. I'll play with you till the end. Don't worry. The funeral expenses are all prepared. Man-thing, after a while, shakily stopped him. Enough, Jang Yan. If you continue hitting him, he'll die. But Jang Yan paid no attention to Man-thing. He coldly shook off her hand. He now resembled an enraged lion, extremely cold and wild, wanting to tear Chan-tuok apart. Man-thing had no other choice. She went in front of him. She spread her arms in front of Chan-tuok, her voice trembling. I said enough. Jang Yan raised his eyes to look at her. His eyes were black as ink. There wasn't a single ray of light in them. His chest heaved violently. He suddenly let go of Chan Thuok. Without looking at her once, he left the hospital room. Chan Thuok was no longer conscious. He had fainted. The shattering sound of the vase caused an extremely loud noise. Very soon, the nurses arrived. Seeing Chan Thuok like that, they cried out. They had to call for a doctor. Man-thing at this moment paid no attention to what was happening in the hospital room. She raised her eyes to follow Jang Yan's back. When he was hitting Chan Thuok, the shattered vase had cut his palm. Blood flowed from the wound. Jang Yan's figure grew more distant, his lonely figure leaving the hospital. When she chased after him outside, Jang Yan was nowhere to be seen. She scanned the area with her clear eyes, searching for him. A while later, Man-thing came out of the medical room. She continued searching for Jang Yan in the hospital, but there was no sign of the young man. In her hand now were bandages and iodine. By the time Man-thing came out of the hospital, it had started raining outside. Winter rain was very cold. Man-thing saw Jang Nan. He was standing under an awning. His black leather jacket was soaked with rain. His motorcycle was parked right beside him. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head to look at her. His eyes were cold as ice, without any warmth. His dangerous and distant gaze made his whole body seem prickly. Gone was the playful, roguish demeanor from before. Man-thing felt a bit scared. He had beaten someone so cruelly, to the point of causing such harm, yet still calmly leaving the hospital. She told him to remember to take care of the wound on his hand. Then she sighed, placing the alcohol and bandages on the back seat of his bike. I'm leaving now. Man-thing put on her hat, intending to leave. She turned around, had just taken a few steps when Jiang Yan chased after her, grabbing her wrist tightly, not letting go. Man-thing turned back surprised, looking at Jang Yan. The young man's strong hands gripped her shoulders firmly. He brought her under the awning of a store. He was extremely fierce. He pushed her back against the wall on the street. The young man's fingers rested on her shoulders. The warmth was scorching. He stared at her, his eyes filled with coldness. Jang Nan's breath was hot. The rain poured heavily. He lowered his head very suddenly, fiercely kissing the corner of her lips. Before Man-thing could react to the pain on her shoulders, she was immediately frightened by the soft touch before her eyes. The heat from his body transferred to her. It spread along her flushed face to her ears. She tilted her head, pushing the young man away, extremely embarrassed. What are you doing? And you, what do you want to do? I had already left. Why did you chase after me? Man-thing tilted her head, covering her mouth with her hand. She was extremely angry. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. His face darkened in the dim light. His cold voice rang out. That's right. You shouldn't have come here. Man-thing's face turned blood red. Her eyes glistening with tears, she bit her lip and said, "Let go of me." Man-thing glanced at him, intending to push him away and leave, but the young man's body was solid. She couldn't push him away. He said nothing, his pale fingers burning. If he let go, he would lose her forever. You just have a psychological problem. But anyway, one day it will be cured. After a while, he spoke with difficulty. I won't beat him to death. I have limits. Deep in Man-thing's eyes, there was a faint surprise. She nodded. I know. Now can you let go of me? He remained silent, looking at her for a long time before releasing her. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly. You don't believe me. Her ears turned red. No, that's not true. Jang Yan exposed her lie. She was flustered, wanting to find a hole to crawl into. But Jang Yan's appearance at that moment looked extremely fierce, like a little wolf. Anyone who saw him would think he really wanted to beat Chan Thuok to death. Her cheeks flushed. It was the first time she said these words. So don't do that anymore in the future. That person is a bad guy. If something really happens, you'll have to pay compensation. It's not worth it. He stiffened for a long time. The depths of his eyes gradually lit up. You really care about me. After saying this, Jiang Yan immediately wrapped his arms around the girl in his chest. Man-thing's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. She resolutely turned her face away. When the shop owner finished arranging things, he looked outside and saw the two of them. Man-thing said embarrassedly, "Let go of me quickly. Someone's watching. Don't you care about face anymore?" He couldn't help but laugh. "I don't need it. I'll give it all to you." She almost cried. Man-thing wore a cute hoodie, highlighting her adorable small face. A pair of eyes both sparkling and soft. Jing Yan glanced at the bloodstain on her shoulder, then glanced at the heavy rain outside. Your uniform is stained with blood. Let me take you to change clothes? Hearing this, Man-thing hurriedly shook her head. No need. I want to go home. At home, I'll just take off the uniform jacket and it'll be fine. Jang Yan grabbed her hand to stop her. The rain won't stop soon. I'll ask someone to drive you home, said and done. Jang Yan took out his phone and called Ha Tuan-min, telling him to drive and pick him up near the hospital. Then he turned and smiled at Mon-thing. It's okay if you don't want to go by car. When Ha Tuan-min gets here, we'll wait together until the rain stops. Not long after, Ha Tuan-min drove a car over. They drove her close to home. Before Mon-thing got out of the car, Jang Yan said, "When you get home, don't say anything. The stranger I hit at the hospital, I'll handle it." She lowered her head, suddenly feeling uncomfortable inside. Jang Yan's eyes carried a hint of smile. "Do you know how to lie? Do you want me to teach you?" Man-thing worriedly said, "Don't joke anymore." He looked at her wet eyes. His heart softened. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Don't say anything when you get home." Man-thing hesitantly nodded. If Bathu knew who Jang Yan was and why he hit someone, he would probably be even more worried. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he glanced at the corner of her lips just now. Her eyes, with their purity and cleanliness, attracted others. "Damn it!" Jang Yan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes carried a smile as he chuckled softly by her ear. "Was that your first kiss?" Man-thing's head was spinning. Embarrassed and angry, she wanted to beat Jang Yan to death. "You're so annoying." At this moment, Ha Tuan-min turned back and told Man-thing they had arrived. She opened the car door. Without even looking at him, she disappeared into the rain. Ha Tuan-min turned his head. "Nan, what did you just say? Why did classmate Man-thing suddenly get so angry?" Jang Yan gave him a light glance. "Just drive. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" He touched his lips. At that time, he was going crazy. Now he could still feel the lingering taste. It was damn addictive. The feeling was so sweet. The next day, Man-thing went to school as usual, but she couldn't concentrate the whole time. She was very troubled at the moment, because early this morning, the police had come to their house. Thu looked at Thu Duong and fell silent. "Are you Thu Duong?" The young man nodded. "Someone reported that you injured Tran Tuoc yesterday. We will question you according to the law. Please come with us." Thu Tree's face turned pale. Immediately realizing something was off, he hurriedly said, "Officer, my son and Tran Tuoc had a conflict before. It was an accident that happened a few days ago, not an injury from yesterday. Could you check if this is a misunderstanding?" The police officer said seriously, "Tran Tuoc underwent surgery last night. He was severely injured. There's no misunderstanding here. Thu Duong, come with us. If there's a misunderstanding, we'll clear your name." She could see Thu Duong was very scared. Although the teenager had a cold personality, he was, after all, only 17 years old. Man-thing could only silently hope he would return safely. At this moment, nearby female students were noisily gossiping. A police car just came to the neighboring school. Guess what happened? They say they came to arrest Jang Yan. I heard Jang Yan beat someone up and then called the police himself. Hearing that Jang Yan called the police himself, Man-thing couldn't stay calm and stood up. She then heard the girls behind continue. "Does Jang Yan have violent tendencies? Someone like him isn't a good student at all. He's bound to commit a crime and end up in jail someday. I didn't think it would come true so quickly." Man-thing bit her lip and suddenly rushed out. Triu Noan Tran gaped. "Man-thing, where are you going?" "We're still in class." When she ran to the neighboring high school, the police car hadn't left yet. Many people were gathered around, watching the commotion. They were whispering and pointing. Man-thing pushed through the crowd, calling his name. Amidst the noisy voices, he still heard her call. His black hair was neat, but his eyes were still cold and defiant. When he saw Man-thing, it immediately dissolved. His eyes lingered on her for a second before looking away. Her small face was pale as if she'd been crying as she called out again, "Jiang Nan." He smiled, pretending not to know her in the crowd. The expression on his face changed from cold to indifferent and casual, as if going to the police station wasn't a big deal at all. He frowned, urging the police to quickly open the car door. The officer gave him a strange look, then let him into the car. Man-thing had struggled to push her way to where Jiang Yan was, but she could only watch as the police car drove away. As the car began to disappear, she stood there. This was the first time in front of everyone that she had called him by name. He who feared neither heaven nor earth, yet for the first time didn't even dare to turn his head. Man-thing stood there dazed, her small face pale, her large, moist eyes softly watching as the police car faded away. At this moment, her heart was full of worry for Jang Yan. When Man-thing chased after them to the police station, understanding the purpose of her visit, a kind-hearted officer said, "Sit here and wait. Your friend is inside giving his statement." A female officer asked Man-thing, "Your friend seriously injured someone, right?" Man-thing only cared about one issue, so she asked the female officer, Has anything happened to him? Let's see if we can mediate first. If not, he'll certainly be detained. I heard the victim is still in a coma. He might have to pay compensation too. Hearing this, her small face turned pale, her large, moist eyes dimmed with tears. In such a situation, she was, after all, just a 17-year-old girl. Her eyes were filled with unease. Seeing a young girl anxiously fidgeting, several young police officers were intently observing her. When Jang Yan was released, he saw this scene. He suppressed his anger, thinking, "Damn it, what are you all crowding around her for?" Mon-thing saw Jang Yan and quickly stood up. Jang Yan firmly grasped Mon-thing's wrist with one hand, leading her outside. His face was stern. "Are you stupid or what? Why did you come to a place like this? Moreover, if someone from school saw you calling my name, how would you explain it?" Mon-thing saw his seriously displeased expression. Ignoring his harsh attitude, "Are you all right?" He smiled. "How could anything happen to me?" She frowned. "But they said you'd be detained." Jiang Yan was unconcerned. "It's not a big deal. Anyway, my reputation isn't great to begin with." His words were too casual, suddenly making anyone who heard feel a bit bitter. She remembered classmates gossiping about him. Her eyes started to burn. After all, Jiang Yan fought because of her. Jiang Yan lowered his eyes. She raised her small face to look at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Yan felt a bit flustered, hurriedly using his fingertips to gently wipe the corner of her eye, softly coaxing her. "I promise I won't mention your brother even once. Don't be afraid, okay?" He had long ago investigated that the one with Mon-thing that day was her brother. She blinked a few times, her lashes still wet with tears, and looked up to ask once more, "But you'll be all right, won't you?" His eyes sparkled with a lazy smile as he spoke. "Of course, it's just a small matter," Mon-thing said softly. "It's good if you're all right. Okay, go back to class now. Did you ask for leave?" Only then did she startle, realizing she had been out for too long. She hadn't even asked for permission. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "So even top students skip class sometimes, huh?" Jang Yan called a car to take Mon-thing back to school. By the time she got off, classes had already ended. Jang Yan knew very well. Mon-thing came to see him only out of guilt and sympathy. If he hadn't beaten up that scumbag, even if he sat idly in jail, Mon-thing wouldn't have come to find him. But he didn't care. She was the most special beauty at number 7 high school. Just looking at her, without needing to say anything more, was already extremely satisfying. When Mon-thing turned her head back, the black-haired youth had already entered the neighboring school. Because of this incident with Jang Yan, it caused a big stir among the students of Loi Tai School. Trantuok was beaten unconscious by him. If no one had stopped him, he might have even lost his life. Yet he was released so quickly. The compensation amount was not a small figure. People around were buzzing with gossip. This incident for the school greatly affected its reputation and student recruitment. So there was a rumor that next Monday, Loi Tai School planned to have Jiang Yan read a self-criticism statement. Mon-thing raised her eyes. The separation between the two schools was just 2 walls and an alley. She looked up towards that side. She could only see the high wall. Flocks of birds flew across. His personality was both rotten and domineering, unreasonable. Would he really obediently read a self-criticism? Jiang Yan, of course, had no intention of reading a self-criticism. He was in the office listening to teachers talk. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, was a 50-year-old man. Mr. Liu rambled on for a while, saying things like, "Apologize and get it over with. As a student, you must consider the school's reputation, good or bad. Having you read a self-criticism is to have you apologize to Trantuok. Think about how badly you beat him up." Jang Yan stood there chewing gum, with an indifferent attitude, not caring at all until Jang Yan's mocking laughter rang out. Mr. Liu couldn't help but tell the teachers, "Don't eat while talking." He calmly said, "I want to smoke but haven't quit yet." Mr. Liu fell silent. "All right. Anyway, it's much better than smoking." He lectured for a long time and finally said to Jang Yan, "This is the self-criticism template. Just read based on this and it'll be fine." Jang Yan seemed to have no intention of listening to Mr. Liu anymore. He said, "Teacher, I won't read it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Mr. Liu was furious. He said without much hope, "Jang Yan, do you know how bad the impact of this is? It's not just our school. Now even number 7 high school next door knows about your bad reputation. You're just a student, not some gang leader. But now your classmates are afraid of you. What has it come to?" Hearing Mr. Liu say this, Jang Yan suddenly stopped. Seeing the youth's eyes turn pitch black as he looked over, Mr. Liu suddenly fell silent. He remembered the incident of a teacher being beaten before. Instinctively, he stepped back. He stammered an explanation. "If you won't read the self-criticism, you should tell the principal. This is the principal's order." Jiang Yan looked at the self-criticism on the table and asked the teacher, "If I read the self-criticism, Will number 7 high school hear it? Of course, that school is right next to us. Jang Yan picked up the paper from the table and smiled slightly. I see. No one expected Jang Yan would actually read the self-criticism. After the principal finished speaking, he stepped onto the stage. The youth's black hair was a bit long. His face was still the same, unruly and unrestrained. As soon as he stepped up, everyone below fell silent. Then he lazily laughed and said, I'm Jang Yan. I'm here to read my self-criticism. Suddenly, intense applause erupted from below. There were also loud whistles. The sound reached number 7 high school. The voice of the teacher doing the weekly summary was drowned out. Number 7 high school students were excited, their faces red to the ears. Oh my God, Jang Yan is really reading a self-criticism. Trio Nuan Tran widened her eyes. Can you believe it? How did he suddenly become so obedient? Mon-thing was also a bit stunned. She shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. From the other side, the microphone sound rang out. Jang Yan's voice was relaxed and casual. Fighting is wrong. I apologize to that person. I hope he gets out of the hospital soon. Hatuan Min laughed so hard he almost spat. He couldn't even be bothered to remember the person's name. Jang Yan looked at the paper and slowly read, In the future, I will definitely cherish my friends. I will correct my mistakes and become a new person. I hope my classmates can forgive me. Trust that I can change. Don't learn from me. The reason I beat someone up was because. Jang Yan lazily continued, I didn't like the look of him. The audience below widened their eyes and gaped. Was the reason for fighting really so casual? That's so badass. Ha Tuan Min led the crowd in frenzied applause. Well done. Everyone just clapped along dumbfoundedly. The applause echoed endlessly in their ears. I was wrong. Students from number 7 high school next door, if you can hear me, give me a round of applause. Someone from number 7 high school took the lead. Sporadic applause rang out. Oh my God, this is hilarious. He just made up a reason for fighting. He's really crazy. The homeroom teacher of number 7 high school turned pale. What's all this noise about? Everyone be quiet. Do you still want the title of advanced class or not? Any class that's still noisy will have conduct points deducted immediately. But this tactic didn't work. It had lost its effect under the excitement and enthusiasm of everyone. This was the first time number 7 high school was in such chaos, both noisy and lively, yet emotional and touching, completely chaotic. He said he was wrong. If we can hear him, let's give him a round of applause. Mon-thing stood among the crowd, joining everyone else, applauding for his self-criticism. The incident of Jang Yan fighting ended after he read his self-criticism. As for Mon-thing's family, they didn't have to pay the additional hospital fees that Tran Thuoc's family had demanded. Life returned to normal, except that Man appeared again. When Mon-thing came home after school, she heard her father apologizing as soon as she entered the door. A man impatiently waved his hand. All right, how many times have you said these words? If it weren't for our family ties, I wouldn't have let you drag this out for so long. I've already reduced the interest for you. I've been so considerate. What more do you want? In short, you must pay the rent this week. No more negotiations. Just as Man-thing entered the door, Mr. Thu hurriedly said, Thin, you're home. Can you go to your room first? Man-thing's fingertips turned pale as she looked at the middle-aged man. In her previous life, after the Thu family's house burned down, it was he who led the charge in saying Man-thing was a comet that would cause the death of all her relatives. Afterwards, Mr. Thu, in anger, cut ties with him. Mr. Thu had an accident in the lab and died that year. He had proposed to adopt Man-thing, but his wife berated him endlessly, pinching his ear and scolding him all day. Why don't you adopt your own niece instead of taking on this burden? It must be because that girl is too pretty, am I right? That child has grown to look like a fox spirit. She's completely bewitched you. His wife's words were all very unpleasant. At that time, Thulan cried miserably. Man-thing hugged her and spoke with difficulty. Don't be afraid. We'll grow up quickly. Then we can take care of ourselves. When I get better, I'll take good care of you all in place of Mr. Thu. She said so, but didn't see Thulan's poisonous and hateful eyes. And now, similar things were happening. Mr. Thu was at his wit's end back then. He finally chose a rather dangerous job as an assistant in a laboratory. In the end, he died in the lab due to radiation exposure. Man-thing didn't return to her room as Mr. Thu said. She asked Mr. Thu's permission to go out for a bit. When Man-thing went outside, she realized it was no longer early. The winter breeze was slightly chilly. Man-thing hugged herself and finally headed towards the school. But she didn't go to her own school, instead walking towards the school next door. Man-thing walked along the bulletin boards, slowly observing. She carefully looked at each one. Luckily, there were still many competitions that hadn't started yet. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. Nan, what's wrong? Just listen to Uncle Jang and go home. Waiting here isn't doing any good. It was Hatuan Min's voice. It seemed Jang Yan's group was here. Jang Yan ignored him, his expression unpleasant. Hatuan Min stopped trying to persuade him. Want to go to the bar instead? No. Hatuan Min winked, signaling, let's go. Lung Wet's group is coming today too. A bunch of girls. I heard they're celebrating Lung Wet getting direct admission to university. Not interested. His expressionless face argued, I had a fight with my dad, so I'm in a bad mood. Hatuan Min finally couldn't help saying, Nyan, are you still thinking about Mon-thing? Do you even know how to admit you're wrong? You read that self-criticism in front of the whole school today. You did that, but Mon-thing still hasn't come to find you. Is it worth still liking her? Lung Wet isn't bad either. She has good grades, is gentle, and very pretty too. You should reconsider. At least you'd be happier that way. In her heart, Mon-thing admitted that Hatuan Min's words were right. Senior Lung Wet was unlike Tham Hu Tin. She was truly not bad, but she really didn't like Jang Nan. She couldn't feel his sorrows. She wouldn't get closer to him just because he made an effort. She just wanted to peacefully pass the university entrance exam so that Mr. Thu could enjoy his old age later, then find a suitable person to spend the rest of her life with. Jang Yan wasn't that suitable person. He was too domineering, stubborn, and from an extraordinary family background. It was predetermined they wouldn't walk the same path. But just as she was about to leave, Jang Yan kicked Hatuan Min's butt. Get lost. Don't annoy me. Hatuan Min was kicked once. As he looked up, he saw Mon-thing standing there in a daze. He gaped for a long time before coming to his senses. His mouth twitched slightly. Classmate Mon-thing? What perfect timing. Mon-thing nodded, a bit embarrassed, and said, Sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Mon-thing smiled and turned to leave. I'll go first. Don't want to bother you anymore. Jang Yan's face looked unpleasant. Everyone knew how much Nyan liked Mon-thing. He really treasured her. But Hatuan Min had just said those provocative words to separate them, hadn't he? Mon-thing hadn't gone far when Jang Yan grabbed her wrist. He was a bit irritated and hurried. What did you hear? Mon-thing looked at him and said softly, I didn't hear anything. Let me go, Jang Yan. I want to go home. Jang Yan pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. They were just joking. Don't take it to heart. I'm telling you, there's nothing between me and Lung Wet. Mon-thing nodded and said, Okay. His face darkened, his eyebrows sharp. He looked a bit fierce. You don't believe me. She hurriedly shook her head. I believe you. Her tone was serious, very obedient and cooperative. Jang Yan smiled. I don't like her at all. He gazed into her eyes. Mon-thing's heart pounded. Before he could say the next sentence, she pushed him away. Her tone softened. I believe you, but now I want to go home. His eyes carried a hint of a smile. Mon-thing, you're so smart. You must have guessed what I want to say, right? Even if you don't want to hear it, you have to. He pulled her hand and placed it on his chest. Beneath the young man's firm muscles was a heart beating violently. Mon-thing blushed, her tea-colored eyes staring at him. She could feel his intense heartbeat. Then Jang Yan smiled. Looking at her smooth white face, I like you. The words sincere from the bottom of his heart. He wondered if she could feel it. Mon-thing's face flushed. You're still a student. Don't always think about these things, okay? Jang Yan couldn't help but laugh, his chest shaking. Lecturing me. I'm dying of laughter. How can you be so cute? Only you would think I'm just a student. He grinned mischievously. Classmate Mon, I'm not very good at studying. My brain is full of tofu dregs. Come and save me quickly. When he said the word save me quickly, his tone went a bit higher. Mon-thing blushed, her tea-colored eyes moist. I don't want to talk to you. Jang Yan said, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This saying is not wrong at all. Good student, can you bear to watch your classmate fall into depravity? Mon-thing's ears turned red. She wished she could beat him to death. Can't you talk properly? I'm going home. He chuckled softly. All right, you can go. As she was about to leave, Jang Yan suddenly felt regret. It had been a long time since he'd seen Mon-thing. Countless times he had wanted to find her. But when he remembered that day returning from the police station, the looks from people on the street, especially the eyes of the female students from number 7 middle school, he was very afraid her eyes would be the same. Indeed, he had so many things he wanted to tell her. That day, after leaving the hospital, she didn't wear his jacket. He then stopped smoking. Even though it was uncomfortable, he managed to resist. But now she was right here. This time, she came here on her own. School's already over. Why did she come here? This time, it wasn't him shamelessly seeking her out. She came to his door herself. Mon-thing took a few steps. Suddenly, a force came from behind. Before she could steady herself, he had her pinned against the wall. It was winter now, but his chest was as hot as fire. The young man's eyes showed a hint of a smile, but his tone was fierce. I'll let you go after you tell me. Why did you come to my school? Mon-thing was extremely anxious. Why are you so annoying, Jang Yan? Let me go. I'll never tell you that I want to participate in a dance competition and perform piano to earn money. Jang Yan's soft laughter rang out. Earlier, I went to the police station once. I always thought if I went to find you, it would affect your reputation. I thought maybe I shouldn't like you anymore. Shouldn't involve a good student like you." She opened her eyes wide and looked up at him. "Jang Yan, you can think so clearly. That's great." He looked a bit surprised at her joyful face, which was almost breaking into laughter. Then Jang Yan smiled and gently patted her smooth white face. "But what can I do now? I just realized that every time I see you, I like you more." Man-thing was so angry she couldn't stand it. "Don't touch me." Jang Nan withdrew his hand. "All right, then tell me why you came here." In his heart, there was a bit of anticipation. He really hoped she came to find him, although he himself knew the chances of that weren't very high. Man-thing's long eyelashes trembled slightly. "I was in a bad mood, so I just went out for a walk." He knew she wasn't telling the truth because she rarely lied, and he could tell with just a glance. But he didn't press her and said in a low voice, "It's dark now. Don't wander around outside anymore. You know, go home early." Man-thing hurriedly nodded. Finally, Jang Yan, still worried, said, "Let me take you home." "No need, there's a bus." He stubbornly insisted without reason. "Come on, do you want to go home or not?" When Mon-thing got home, she met someone unexpected. Tuya was going downstairs to throw trash. He recognized the other person as Jang Yan, a student from Loi Tai School. Rumor had it that due to a big mistake, he was expelled from the Jiang family, and as soon as he arrived here, he beat up teachers in class. Tuja didn't go to school with them, but he knew about Jiang Yan. Real estate all over Hat City belonged to the Jiang family's assets. Jiang Yan was still watching her back and softly called Mon-thing. She immediately turned back and looked at him intently. He smiled, his eyes full of joy. "See you tomorrow." Tujia was all too familiar with that expression. In middle school, many people liked Mon-thing, eyes wanting to touch but unable to. Now it appeared on Jang Yan's face. In an instant, Tuja understood that Jang Yan also liked her. Today's incident of Do Luong Dong coming to collect debt, all the neighbors knew about it. He guessed Mon-thing must not be feeling good about it. Mon-thing's current situation was very difficult. Tujia knew what she wanted. He waited until Jang Yan drove away before approaching. "Man-thing, Man-thing." It took her a moment to think before remembering his name. Tujia. He didn't mention Jang Yan from earlier. Instead, he asked her, "I happened to meet you. I wanted to ask if you remember my mother, Tong Le Quyen. She was once a judge for your piano competition." Man-thing now remembered Tugia's mother was a music teacher at Loi Tai School. Her eyes lit up. "You mean Miss Tong? I remember. My mother wants to ask if you'd like to join a piano competition in December. Would you like to participate?" Man-thing remembered that in her previous life, Tugia's family also moved here, but she didn't have much contact with him. At that time, his mother also invited her to participate in a piano competition, but she couldn't overcome her mother's death then, so she refused. But this life was different. She wanted to change her fate. Happily, without hesitation, she said, "I want to participate. Thank you for asking." When Man-thing went upstairs, Tuja and Tong Le Quyen saw her and thoughtfully prepared a plate of fruit to offer Man-thing. Man-thing gently smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." That smile was both beautiful and sweet, making a middle-aged woman like Tong Le Quyen stare in amazement. Tujia asked his mother, "Mom, where's the registration form?" Only then did Tong Le Quyen remember. She handed the registration form to Man-thing. Man-thing looked at the competition prizes. The prize money was very high. The champion would get 15,000. This year, it could be considered a sky-high price. Man-thing opened her eyes wide in surprise. 15,000 for first place. Is it that high? Seeing her surprise, Tong Le Quyen continued, "Although this competition has very high prize money, it's also very difficult. Many excellent people will participate. How long have you been learning piano?" 6 years. Tong Le Quyen frowned. 6 years is a bit short. Then she smiled. "Have you been practicing recently?" Man-thing shook her head. She honestly said, "I haven't practiced in a long time." Tong Le Quyen also thought about the current dire circumstances of the Thu family. Man-thing probably didn't have a piano at home, so she suggested, "I'm currently a music teacher at Loi Tai School. I have the key to the school's music room. After school, can you come to Loi Tai School to practice?" Hearing this, Man-thing was very excited, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, Miss Tong." "What's with this Miss Tong?" Tong Le Quyen said with mock anger. "Didn't you just call me Auntie earlier?" Man-thing smiled in response. While they were chatting happily, Tujia sat reading a book on the sofa not far away. After they finished their small talk, he stood up to see Man-thing off. Tong Le Quyen's eyes teased her son. "Xiaojia, didn't you used to follow her around in middle school, walking her home? How come now that she's come to our house, you don't say a word?" Tujia glanced at his mother calmly and smiled. "I was young and didn't understand then. Mom, don't mention this in front of Man-thing. She'll be very embarrassed." Well, how come you're less and less adorable as you grow up? The next day after school, Man-thing didn't go home. From today onwards, she had to go to the practice room at the high school next door. Man-thing took the key and opened the door. Inside was an empty classroom. A piano was silently placed there. Man-thing took a deep breath and touched the keys. It had been a long time since she had touched it. There was sheet music in the classroom. Man-thing opened it. The first page was the Blue Danube. The melody seemed to dance in her memory. After a moment of quiet thought, without looking at the sheet music, her fingertips gently swayed over the keys, softly and fluently. Man-thing remembered that before going to school today, she had said to Father Thu, "Dad, please don't do radiation experiments in the lab, okay? You've already promised me. Don't change your mind. We children are all grown up now. Things will get better in this house from now on. Dad, too, please wait for us." Thu Tridong smiled bitterly. All right, so she had to work hard to win this competition. She absolutely wouldn't let him work in the radiation lab. The piano notes rang out clearly. The gentle and affectionate melody echoed throughout Loi Tai School. By this time, Loi Tai School had also finished classes. In the afternoon, Hatuan Min's group went to play basketball. When the piano sound rang out, the boys couldn't help but look up. They wanted to go over and see. Hearing the piano, Jang Yan also raised his head. Then his eyes immediately lowered, remembering the past. When he was young, Jang Yan loved to stand and listen to his mother practice piano. His mother was once famous for her beauty, elegance, and excellent piano skills. Jang Yan loved his mother very much at that time. When she finished playing a piece, the innocent child's eyes would sparkle with delight. In response, he got a cold face. She had always hated both father and son, so from childhood to adulthood, he had no interest in girls who could dance or play piano. Jang Yan had no interest at all. "What's so great to see? Let's go home." He said to leave, so they left immediately. Hatuan Min clicked his tongue. Brother Nyan still can't let go of his gun. Hatuan Min, on the contrary, really wanted to look. Hahan patted his shoulder. "Let's go." Wasn't getting beaten by Brother Nyan last time enough. Hatuan Min instantly shut his mouth, regretfully looking towards that building. He followed everyone out of the school gate. "She plays the piano so well. Must be a gentle and beautiful girl." Man-thing had been practicing piano for nearly a month. She often quietly practiced after school hours, yet never once ran into Jang Yan. Today was her last day of piano practice. Tomorrow was the competition day. She hoped tomorrow's competition would go well. In the evening, it was raining heavily. Man-thing was on the third floor. Father Thu hadn't returned yet. Man-thing quickly ran to the balcony to collect clothes and close the windows. As she tiptoed to reach the clothes hanger, a striking silver sports car downstairs frantically honked its horn. The pitter-patter of rain instead reduced the sound of the horn. Man-thing, holding a pile of clothes, looked down. With one glance, she saw a familiar car. She bit her lip, her heart racing as the car window slowly lowered. The person in the car was Jang Yan. Why was he here? But she didn't intend to respond to the incessant honking outside. As if she didn't come out to meet him, he definitely wouldn't leave. In fact, in her previous life, she and Jang Yan didn't have much of a relationship. Sometimes when their group laughed and talked while passing by, that young man would turn his head, his eyes falling on her. When she noticed him, he'd act as if nothing happened and turn away. Originally, in her previous life, they never had a chance to meet. Man-thing's memories of him stopped when she was destroyed by the Great Fire. Jang Yan returned to the Jang family and never came back. His fondness was only that superficial. Man-thing thought if he couldn't wait for her, he would leave. She took the clothes back to her room. Closing the window, the honking finally subsided. Man-thing took out her books to study, but couldn't concentrate at all the entire time. She glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. It was very late on this winter night. She looked up at the pitch-black sky. The rain was getting heavier. It's also very late. Jang Yan should have gone home by now, right? Man-thing put on slippers and went to the living room to look down. The silver sports car was still quietly parked there in the night. Why hasn't he left yet? It's been too long already. The weather is very cold at night. Every household has already gone to sleep. Man-thing took an umbrella and went to the door. Outside, gusts of wind were howling. She wiped the raindrops from her cheeks, gently tapped on the car window. Jang Yan was stunned, turned to look out the window, hurriedly lowered the car window. Then he saw the girl standing in the darkness saying, "Go home." Jang Yan's throat was a bit hoarse. "Get in the car to talk. It's cold outside." She shook her head. "It's late now. Go home quickly. I'll go back." After Man-thing's instructions, she wanted to go up. Jang Yan pushed open the car door and ran over. In an instant, he was soaked and called out loudly to Man-thing. Man-thing looked up. The hallway was so quiet in the late night that you could hear a pin drop. Is something wrong? Jang Yan's dark eyes rested on her. Nothing. I just wanted to call you. Mon-thing said, then you should go home quickly. In the quiet night, his emotions were suppressed but still carried a hint of a smile. Man-thing, talk to me. I really miss you. Man-thing bit her lip, her ears slightly red. After a while, she finally spoke. No, I can't. I'm too sleepy. I want to go to sleep right now. He smiled. Man-thing, how can you be so adorable? Man-thing was a bit embarrassed. She lowered her voice and said, I can't help but scold you. It's midnight. Everyone is already asleep. Only fools run around at this hour. Jang Yan couldn't help but laugh, his chest shaking. That's right, only fools run around. Hearing this, Man-thing was fully awake. Only then did she react, her face turning red. His eyes were full of laughter. Will this fool be my girlfriend? I promise I'll treat you well, okay? Jang Yan continued. I don't smoke, drink, or fight. Smell me. There's no cigarette smell on me. He grinned mischievously. Just a manly scent. Want to smell a bit. Man-thing's ears turned red. Who wants to smell that now? You're not thinking straight. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Seeing her speak seriously, he was killed by her cuteness. It's true. I'm not thinking straight. Even after seeing you, I'm still not sober at all. Who told me to like you so much? No matter what I say, it's not right. She couldn't argue with him anymore. She was so frustrated she could cry. Mon-thing pursed her lips and turned to leave. He gently grabbed her wrist and finally smiled. Don't go. I won't say anything more. Okay? I've waited until now just to say happy birthday to you. Jang Yan's eyes were gentle. Go to sleep. Tomorrow I have a gift for you. 7 p.m. tomorrow. Can I wait for you outside the neighborhood? Mon-thing was startled and finally shook her head. No need. Thank you. Jang Yan, go home. At 7 p.m. tomorrow, she had to participate in a piano competition, but she didn't want to tell him. She didn't want to be involved with him in this life. She said to him seriously, I won't be your girlfriend, and I won't like you. You're making me uncomfortable. I hope you can understand. The air was silent. She didn't dare look at his eyes. This time when she left, Jang Yan didn't stop her. After a while, he clenched his fist. There was only emptiness left. Jang Yan's dark eyes stared at her back. It's all right. If you don't like me, I'll just like you a bit more. I'll care for you even more. Try to become a good student. After a long time, Jang Yan finally spoke. Man-thing, I'll become the type of person you like. Today was the day Man-thing participated in the piano competition. When she reached the door, she saw Tujia. The simply dressed youth didn't say much. Let's go. You're going too. Tujia's tone was calm. Yeah, Mom told me to go with you. Man-thing hurriedly said, no need. Tujia's eyes were full of laughter. No choice. If I don't bring you back safely, Mom won't let me in the house. I've never seen competitions like this before, so I want to go and see. Let's go, or we'll be late. They walked out of the neighborhood, chatting happily, but they didn't know that not far away, a black car was approaching. It was Tuan-min driving Jang Yan there to wait for Man-thing. Before leaving, Tuan-min encouraged him. Yan, go for it. You must take classmate Man-thing there. I'll go to the park first to see if they bring gifts. 3 years had passed. Man-thing was once again standing here. She wore a long blue dress, carrying an elegant beauty of winter, mesmerizing, breathtaking. She tied her hair with a thin ribbon, the ends hanging down. The bangs across her forehead became soft and gentle. When she stepped out, Tujia was still staring at her intently. Many years had passed, and he saw her like this once again. There were still 7 or 8 people before Man-thing's turn to compete, so they had to sit below and wait for a while. At around 8 o'clock, someone in the audience looked out the window and exclaimed, "It's snowing, it's snowing," attracting everyone's attention. This was the first snowfall in H City in 35 years. The snowflakes danced gracefully and gently. When they fell to the ground, they turned into ice crystals and finally melted into water. In Man-thing's memory, there would be a snowfall in 11th grade. The year she died, there was a snowstorm. In her life, she only saw snow falling twice. It's really cold. I made it clear last night. Jang Yan won't come to find me, right? Long past the appointed time, Tuan-min sent a message urging Jang Yan, hurry up. I'm afraid this toy will melt. Jang Yan asked Tuan-min, that person who gave you the medal, do you have her phone number? The one who played the piano earlier. Tuan-min thought for a while before remembering Thulan. At 9 p.m., the sky was completely dark. A layer of snow fell on Jang Yan's shoulders, melting into bone-chilling puddles of water. He saw the lights on the 3rd floor turn on. After waiting for more than 2 hours, he finally realized something. She wouldn't come down. She had said it last night. His presence would make her uncomfortable, but he wouldn't give up either. Thulan was in her room. When she received the call, she heard a cold voice of a young man. She was startled for a moment. The voice was very cold, devoid of any emotion. I'm Jang Yan. Thulan's heart raced. She asked why he was calling her. Where's your sister? Put her on the phone. After hearing this, Thulan's heart grew colder, but she knew this couldn't be hidden forever. She gritted her teeth and said, "My sister isn't home. She went to a piano competition. I remember she left with a boy before 7 o'clock." The other end was silent for a while, then asked, "Competition? Where is she competing?" When Mon-thing went on stage, it wasn't the best moment. Everyone was admiring the rare snowfall that happens once every 15 years outside the window. The dim lights suddenly brightened. Now they were focused on Mon-thing, a 17-year-old girl with long, flowing hair, bright eyes, red lips, porcelain-like skin. The blue dress seemed to have a subtle halo. Her fingertips created melodies under the lights. Her small fingers also emitted a shimmering light, beautiful under the stage. Whether judges or contestants, all were focused on her. Tujia couldn't find words to describe it. His eyes showed fascination. That was exactly the feeling. She belonged on the stage. She could make everyone fall silent for her. No one remembered the snow outside anymore. The melody of Claire de Lune gradually intensified, from slow to fast, like a calm rainbow at first suddenly receiving unexpected joy. Her fingers touched lightly. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Mom, I won't waste your efforts. I will definitely let Dad Thu live a happy life." The gentle rays of winter light quietly shone down on her. The blue ribbon in her black hair silently hung down her back. As the performance neared its end, in the audience, someone took out their phone to secretly take photos. After it ended, a few soft claps sounded, then suddenly thundered like lightning. When Mon-thing went outside, she couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Her eyes sparkled as she watched the snowflakes fluttering outside. She forgot Tujia was with her. After walking a few steps, he called her back. Tujia put his coat on her. "You forgot to bring an umbrella. Wear my coat for now so you don't catch a cold." Jang Yan arrived just in time to witness this scene. His heart felt empty. He looked at her from afar. He saw a boy putting his coat on her shoulders. She didn't push him away at all. Tujia held her shoulders, telling her not to move. He lowered his head to look at the dazed Mon-thing. She immediately realized this action crossed a line. Mon-thing frowned. "You don't like Jang Yan, do you?" Mon-thing looked up at him in surprise. "He's looking at you. Don't turn around. People say he's sick. You must know he's very difficult to deal with." Tujia leaned down. "That day when I went downstairs, I could see he really likes you. If you don't want him to bother you anymore, don't turn around. Let him lose hope." Man-thing's clear and calm eyes looked up at Tujia. Through the dark night, she could feel a sharp, fierce gaze like thorns on her back. She clenched her fingers, not moving. Tujia didn't do anything else either. He just turned his body and tilted his head. Man-thing wasn't stupid. She knew exactly what Tujia was doing. From Jang Yan's angle, he could see under the snowy sky she was being kissed by someone else. He didn't know how long he had stood there. Maybe a minute, maybe half an hour. Jang Yan was very stubborn and had his own pride. He wouldn't touch what belonged to others. He closed his eyes, turned around and left, calmly walking away. After some time, Tuya spoke. "He's gone." Man-thing pushed Tuya away and returned his coat. She nodded and walked to the bus stop. Tuya followed. "You're not happy. Don't you dislike him?" Man-thing softly grunted and calmly said, "I don't like him, and I don't like you either. I'm not an idiot." Tujia's smile froze on his face. Jang Yan didn't know how long he had been walking. He started running madly without purpose, running forward without direction. The cold air cut like knives, chasing each other and crowding into his lungs, causing bursts of pain. When Thulan said he knew Mon-thing went to a piano competition, he was silent for a long time. It seemed he suddenly understood everything. The performer then wasn't Thulan, but her. He clenched his fists and punched a streetlight. "She's just like that woman. Look how beautiful they are, how good they seem." On one hand, making men fall for them. On the other, being proud and cautious. When you're infatuated with them to the point of no return, they'll discard you without mercy. Mother abandoned him 3 years ago, when she ran off with that adulterer. Then he made a vow. In the future, he would never fall for talented girls like that. This type of person is the most heartless. His mother had been gone for 5 years, and father personally cleaned out that piano room. At that time, Jang Yan crossed his arms. Silently, with mockery, glanced at that pitiful, abandoned man. He swore he wouldn't become a second Jang Kui-hien. Clearly he had sworn. But why did he still want to see her? He still wanted to see her. Deep in his heart was an overwhelming longing. She was so profound and gentle, yet she had such a brilliant side. He really wanted to see her. Until after 11 o'clock at night, Hatuan-min's group finally saw Jang Yan return. His ink-black eyes were devoid of any emotion. Jang Yan calmly opened his mouth. "Hatuan-min, light me a cigarette." Everyone remained silent, but they knew exactly what had happened. Recently, Jang Yan had stopped smoking. If they smoked even one, Jang Yan would tell them to get far away. to avoid getting the smell on him. But tonight when he returned, he said nothing. He just stood there silently smoking a whole pack, one cigarette after another, as if he was making up for all the time he hadn't touched them. Now he was trying to control his emotions, wanting to smash things, until Jang Yan turned and said for everyone to leave. Dam pointed in that direction and asked, "Yan, what's that?" Jang Yan looked where he was pointing, at a snow crystal ball made of thin ice, quiet and transparent. Jang Yan stared at the ball. The word thin in the bottom right corner had completely faded. Min couldn't help but say, "This toy, Nyan, you spent a lot of time making it. Yes, a toy like this, it's freezing cold when you get close." But Jang Yan could quietly carve words on it. In a small corner, he carefully carved the word thin. For many years, it was the first time Min's group had seen Jang Yan so serious. Hat City never had snow before. Jang Yan waited a long time to know it would snow these 2 days. He personally prepared such a large ice ball and carved the name himself. In the past, when the group attended others' birthday parties, they would casually give some supposedly precious gift. As long as it was expensive, it could be bought without any sincerity. But this time he prepared so carefully, all just to please a girl. He just wanted once to see her happy when she saw his sincerity. Min couldn't stand this suffocating atmosphere. "Yan, did you finally meet Mon-thing?" "No. Let's go then. This ice ball," Jang Yan calmly said, "don't worry about it anymore. It will melt quickly. Mon-thing has clearly stated that she doesn't like me at all. I'm just a guy who likes a girl who doesn't like me back. It's not a big deal, but I don't know why it hurts so much. I wish I hadn't met her tonight." In the blink of an eye, winter break arrived. The entire number 7 middle school was overjoyed. Outside the school gate, there was an eye-catching silver sports car parked. When Mon-thing came out with Trio Noan-tran, carrying books, Jang Yan lowered the car window. Trio Noan-tran was very excited. "I'm taking the train home to visit my grandparents during the Lunar New Year. I'll bring you some local specialties, okay?" Mon-thing nodded gently and said, "Okay." At this moment, Noan-tran noticed the silver car. She turned to Mon-thing and said, "Isn't that Jang Yan's car?" Mon-thing also turned to look at the car. Her eyes met the young man's gaze. Jang Yan looked at her blankly for a few seconds. He was still holding a cigarette in his hand. Then he immediately turned away. He didn't glance at Mon-thing even once. From beginning to end, he appeared very calm. In the car, Dam and Min exchanged glances. They didn't dare to speak up. Min sent a message to Dam. "I remember Nyan had stopped smoking in front of Mon-thing. Now that he's not responding, he should be fine. I guess Nyan really wants to forget about Mon-thing. You see, now he doesn't even bother to look at Mon-thing." Dam completely agreed. Min was afraid Nyan wouldn't be able to control his emotions when he saw Mon-thing. Looks like he had overthought it. Shortly after Noan-tran and Mon-thing left the school gate, Min waved at someone who had just stepped out of the school gate. "Beautiful Luong-wet, over here, over here." Luong-wet smiled as she walked over and said to Jang Yan, "Thanks for coming to pick me up." In response to her, Jang Yan's face was indifferent and cold. Trio Noan-tran, both scared and angry, said, "The rumors are true. Jang Yan and Luong-wet are really together. If so, why did he tease you, Thin Thin? This guy is such a player. Don't ever like this kind of person, okay?" Mon-thing smiled. "Don't talk nonsense. We shouldn't interfere in other people's business." Although Jang Yan showed no reaction on the outside, he couldn't help but keep looking at Man-thing's back in the rearview mirror. Luong-wet glanced at the young man in the driver's seat, smiled and asked him, "Jang Yan, are you going back to City B for New Year's? I'm this old and I've never been to City B. I heard it's very bustling and lively there. Can you tell me a bit about it?" Jang Yan calmly said, "Not going back." Luong-wet felt a bit embarrassed. Min quickly mediated. "After the college entrance exam, I'll treat you to a meal, sis." The atmosphere in the car became lively again. After Mon-thing had gone far, Jang Yan also drove away. In the car, everyone was talking and laughing, but Jang Yan showed no emotion at all. That day, when Yan returned home, his whole body was silent, suppressing emotions, making everyone anxious and afraid he would go crazy. However, he didn't. Instead, he returned to his original life of playing ball and going to bars, occasionally going out for meals, sleeping in class, normal to the point of being unnormal. Today, when they asked Nyan to drive and pick up a friend, they were originally worried that when Jang Yan met Mon-thing, he wouldn't be able to control his emotions, but now they realized they had overthought it. That night, Jang Yan's group gathered at Xiaogang Cheng. They played a game called Truth or Dare. It's a game where you tell the truth or do a risky action. When it was Luong-wet's turn, she chose Dare. Unexpectedly, she lost. The punishment was to kiss any male student present. Anywhere was fine. Everyone knew she liked Jang Yan, and Jang Yan was single. This was an opportunity to set them up. Lung didn't refuse. She blushed and walked up to Jang Yan. Everyone was excited and noisy. He indifferently raised his eyes. Lung didn't dare to kiss his lips, afraid that he would get angry, so she prepared to kiss his chin. Jang Yan glanced at the card in his hand. It was a red 9 of diamonds. He expressionlessly flipped the card with 2 fingers. It was an ace of diamonds. He had misread it earlier. Therefore, the punishment switched from Lung to him. Lung was both disappointed and angry. Ha Tuanming quickly mediated. Hurry, ask Nyan, don't be polite. Just ask, just ask. A male student, believing it was true, laughingly asked him, Nan, who are you thinking about right now? They all thought he would say Lung. An atmosphere like this is very suitable for matchmaking couples. Jang Yan lit a cigarette. The smoke was hazy, making the expression on his face unclear. He was silent for a long time before hoarsely saying a name. His voice was too low for those opposite to hear. They showed doubtful expressions. Ha Tuanmin, sitting nearby, revealed a sad face, then spoke up. Let's sing. Let's sing. This truth or dare game isn't fun at all. After a while, when the atmosphere gradually recovered, Ha Tuanmin finally spoke up. He asked softly, Nyan, are you still thinking about her? Jang Yan replied, you're drunk. He was silent, his eyes showing no ripples. Phuong Dam, hearing the conversation, turned to look. His gaze fell on the second knuckle of Jang Yan's middle finger. That spot was reddened. Nyan, don't think about her anymore. It's no use, and you can't pursue her. Phuong Dam immediately stopped Ha Tuanmin. The song you chose is on. He pulled Ha Tuanmin away, but the fool still wondered, I haven't chosen a song yet. I haven't finished talking with Nyan. Phuong Dam interrupted. I guess Nyan won't give up on Man-thin. Stop talking nonsense. Ha Tuanmin's expression was unbelievable as he looked at Phuong Dam and whispered in his ear. In front of number 7 middle school 2, we just saw Nan and Mon-thin, right? But just now, didn't you notice? Nan has a wound from a cigarette burn on his finger. That wound looks very deep. I guess when he saw Mon-thin, Nyan even forgot to put out the cigarette. Ha Tuanmin, hearing this, wanted to turn back and look. Phuong Dam immediately stopped him. Phuong Dam spoke up to advise Ha Tuanmin. Nyan's heart isn't as peaceful as his outward appearance, so don't say meaningless things in front of him. Jang Yan still sat there silently. At this moment, only cigarettes could help him control his emotions, one after another. His eyes were deep, cold, and pitch black. I don't want to think. He spoke up, but Ha Tuanmin had long since left. He didn't even know who he was talking to anymore. Every year during the Lantern Festival, Thutree always brought the children to visit Thulan's grandparents. This year, Mon-thing didn't go along. She went to buy food and cook by herself. The most troublesome thing during holidays is this. Food markets are all closed, so you have to drive to the supermarket. When she left the supermarket, she met Tugya. He smiled and greeted Mon-thin. Mon-thin didn't want to pay attention to him, but since they were neighbors, she nodded. Tugya said, let me carry that for you. No need, thanks. Man-thin said, then turned to leave. Since that Christmas night, when his intentions were seen through, Man-thing had been avoiding him. But he didn't seem to mind and walked beside her, continuing to speak. Congratulations on winning second place in the competition. There are many competitions next summer. The prize money is quite generous. Are you going to participate? She nodded and calmly said, I will. The young man and woman stood together, as if going home together. He carried the groceries for her. Meanwhile, in the billiards room, Ha Tuanmin looked out and saw this scene. He suddenly understood why Nyan had returned that night. Jang Yan, very upset, reminded Ha Tuanmin, I told you to open the window. What are you doing? Jang Yan lazily intended to go open the window. Ha Tuanmin pulled the curtain down again. Jang Yan frowned. Having a fit, I want you to open the window. It's cold, so I closed the curtain for warmth. This behavior of Ha Tuanmin was certainly hiding something. Seeing Jang Yan approach, Ha Tuanmin quickly said, I'll open it, then hastily pulled the curtain open. Jang Yan glanced down below and immediately saw her. Oh no, them. He let out a soft grunt. Without saying anything, he acted normally, opening the window for ventilation. Ha Tuanmin, seeing Nyan act as if nothing happened, finally let out a sigh of relief. He continued to play pool, but he couldn't concentrate at all. Jang Yan gripped the pool cue tightly in his hand. Finally, he threw it away. Damn it. Then he grabbed his coat and quickly turned to leave. He ran out like a madman. Ha Tuanmin then said to Phuong Dam, It's over. You were right. Nyan can't let go of Man-thing. Phuong Dam's voice rang out. Youth and that damn burning feeling of being moved. Man-thin got off the bus. She had to walk a bit more to get home. Tuga went with her. He was a smart person who didn't talk much, his emotions also quite mild. Man-thing tilted her head and glanced at him. His expression remained calm. They reached the pedestrian area. The veins on Jang Yan's hands bulged. He was almost shaking, as if ill. Until he saw them, he didn't know where the pain and anger were coming from. Jang Yan could no longer hear his own heartbeat. He could only feel the blood boiling in his body, about to ignite the fire in his heart. He had the urge to stab that male student to death. His psychologist said that this mental condition of his, if not properly addressed, would turn him into a criminal. He suddenly wanted to laugh. The doctor wasn't wrong, so it's normal that she doesn't like him. Jang Yan stomped on the gas pedal. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, seeming not to care where he was anymore. Man-thing and Tugia turned around, seeing the car speeding towards them. She screamed loudly. She was there. It could very well hit her. He didn't want to become a murderer. If he killed someone, he'd never be able to be with her in this lifetime, although that chance was already too remote. But in the end, he violently turned the steering wheel. The car swerved past them and crashed into a tree trunk. Mon-thing was stunned for a long time. She almost watched helplessly as the car hit the tree. She recognized it was Jiang Nan's car. The bag of food fell from her hand. Human life is important. She ran over in a few steps, calling his name, Jiang Nan. The airbag had deployed. He was slumped over the steering wheel. Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, dripping onto his black coat. Jang Yan didn't respond. Man-thing anxiously said to Tujia, "Do you have a phone? Please call 120 for me." Tujia shook his head and said, "I don't have a phone. Don't worry, I'll go get help." Tujia ran into the neighborhood to find help. He didn't know what his feelings were now. He even suddenly felt scared. Jang Yan wanted to hit and kill him. He didn't know why he changed his mind at the last moment. Man-thing kept banging on the car door. Jang Yan, are you all right?" Jang Yan had no reaction at all. A moment later, Jang Nan finally felt less dizzy. He looked up, his eyes pitch black, staring intently at men outside the window. He didn't care about the blood on his face as he fumbled to put the airbag back. Then he opened the car door and got out. Man-thing was frightened by his appearance. His forehead was still bleeding. He seemed to feel no pain. When he got out of the car and walked towards her, she almost couldn't help but step back a few paces. Jang Yan approached her step by step. She retreated step by step. Jang Yan smiled. "Aren't you happy I didn't die?" Jang Yan smiled. "I didn't die. Are you finally happy?" The neighborhood outside was deserted. She couldn't hold on to the things in her hand and dropped them. "Are you crazy?" Man-thing didn't care about the things anymore and turned to run. Jang Yan followed Man-thing, carrying the things. When he was in front of Man-thing's house, her door was already tightly shut. Jang Yan raised his hand to knock. "Man-thing, your things." Man-thing carefully peeked through the peephole. She really wanted to cry but said softly, "Go away." Jang Yan, separated by a door, suddenly laughed. "Man-thing, I scared you." Man-thing said nothing. He smiled calmly and lied. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. When I was passing by, I suddenly couldn't control the brakes." Man-thing gave a soft, weak, and fearful response. He felt a bit nostalgic. It had been a long time since he talked to her. He wanted to say so much, as if mad, as if crazy. He knew she was now afraid to look at him. Jang Nan put down the items. He didn't force her to open the door. "My illness, I know. Just hugging you once would make it all better. But you already belong to someone else." Finally, Jang Yan said hoarsely, "Man-thing, Happy New Year." On the other side of the door, Man-thing softly said, "Happy New Year." Her gentle voice carried her clear and sweet tone. He was startled, then immediately chuckled softly, I'll leave your things at the door. I'm going now." After Jang Yan had left for a while, Man-thing dared to open the door. Next to the door was the bag of things she had forgotten in her fright earlier. "Jang Yan, what exactly were you trying to do today? No matter what, starting from tomorrow, she should be more careful when going out." Seeing Jang Yan was too frightening. The winter break wasn't very long. By the time school started again, willow branches had sprouted. Each branch exuded vibrant vitality. After school, Man-thing still practiced piano as usual. The new semester had begun. Her daily life became busier. In the morning, she went to school. After school, she practiced piano at the nearby high school, and in the evening, she practiced dancing. She needed money, a lot of money. She had to help Tu Baba with some money. Jang Yan, separated from her by a wall, leaned against it silently, finishing a cigarette. The piano sound reached his ears. His expression, hidden in smoke, was unclear. He listened to her play a piece. Actually, he should have guessed earlier. That day, the piano he heard in the basketball court was hers. Her playing was very fluent. There was no sense of hesitation at all. Extremely pleasing to the ear and comfortable. Mon-thing stood up, carefully checking once to see if she had forgotten anything. Then she locked the door. After she left, Jang Yan emerged from his hiding spot, following her steps, slowly going down. When Mon-thing reached the gate of Loi Tai School, she met a few people standing there. They were all wearing uniforms. Seeing her come out, the group started bustling, pushing one of the male students forward. That male student blushed and cleared his throat, stepping forward. "How are you, Man-thing? I'm Huoc Nhat Phong, a 12th grade student." The teenagers standing behind Huoc Nhat Phong had excited, teasing expressions. Man-thing guessed what he wanted to do, confess. Sure enough, that male student cleared his throat again. His eyes shining, he finished confessing his feelings to her. The commotion made Man-thing unable to help feeling a bit embarrassed. Man-thing shook her head. "Thank you, senior, but I'm only focused on studying hard to pass the university entrance exam." Not expecting this response, the male student became even more excited. "I've already been recommended to Kui University. It's okay, I can wait for you. We can be together after you graduate." Man-thing said, "Congratulations, senior, but I really don't want to be in a relationship." "I'm sorry." She didn't want to drag it on, so she moved a step towards the school gate to leave. Huoc Nhat Phong didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly. He couldn't help but grab her arm. "Junior, wait a moment. Your grades are so good. You'll definitely be recommended to a university in the future. We're the same type of person." Man-thing didn't expect him to get physical. She said, "Senior, please let go." Suddenly, a figure dashed over and grabbed Huoc Nhat Phong's shoulder. Man-thing was shielded in front by Jang Yan. Huoc Nhat Phong looked up and saw Jang Yan. Jang Yan smiled at him. "You've got guts, daring to act like a hooligan in my territory." Only then did Huoc Nhat Phong notice the group of people they were all gathering right in front of Loi Tai School's gate. Huoc Nhat Phong was stunned for a long time before realizing who this was. Jang Yan from the neighboring high school, the arrogant big brother who acted like he owned the place. The very one who beat people up so badly they ended up in the hospital. No one in this school dared to mess with him, let alone the bookworms from 7th High. Huoc Nhat Phong's face turned sour. "I'm talking to my junior." Jang Yan's mocking laughter rang out. He patted Huoc Nhat Phong's face, speaking in a lazy tone. "Why should I care what you do? Right now, looking at you is really annoying me." Huoc Nhat Phong's face turned red from the slap. His friends quickly held Huoc Nhat Phong back. "So sorry, classmate Jang Yan. We'll be going now." Although Huoc Nhat Phong was unwilling and felt extremely humiliated, he still left with a pale face. After they left, Jang Yan turned to look at Man-thing. Man-thing was also afraid of him. Actually, she and Huoc Nhat Phong were the same type of person. From a young age, they followed the rules and basically had never interacted with someone like Jang Yan. Deep down, there was always a feeling of fear. She asked Jang Yan, "What are you doing?" Jang Yan, with a hint of playfulness, lowered his eyes and smiled at her. "Where's that bookworm friend of yours? Leaving you at school to be bullied? You like that cowardly type." Man-thing reacted, "You mean Tu Jia. Looks like you really believe it." She gathered courage and said stiffly, "It's none of your business." His eyes, deep and cold, a pitch black, stared at her for a long time. Mon-thing's legs felt weak. "Yes, it's none of my business." Suddenly, he tilted his head. The corner of his mouth carried a hint of coldness as it fell on her fair face. Man-thing's body tensed up as she stared at him with wide eyes. Unexpectedly, Jang Yan lost control and kissed her on the lips. Man-thing immediately pushed him away, her face flushed with anger. "Are you mentally ill?" he coldly replied. "That's right." Then he moved closer. Man-thing was extremely panicked. Her pupils contracted as she used both hands to cover her mouth. He lowered his head, his lips falling on her hands. The weather in March, spring's chill in the air. The evening sunset, slanting rays of dusk illuminating spring in Hat City, carrying a hint of pure warmth. The school gate was deserted. All students had gone home. Mon-thing was so angry her eyes turned red. She slapped him across the face. A faint layer of tears welled up in her eyes. Jang Yan's eyes were cold as ice. He emphasized each word. "You think I won't hit back?" Man-thing cried in anger, but she didn't back down. "This is harassment. Go ahead and hit me. I'll fight you to the death." Jang Yan grabbed her chin, making her look up at him. "That's right, it is harassment. So go tell that bookworm friend of yours. Let him come kill me." Man-thing was speechless. She grew angrier. She was truly so upset she couldn't bear it anymore. Tears kept falling. At this hour, even the school security guards had gone to eat. No one could help her. She really had to fight him to the death. She clenched her fists. Without any technique, she hit him wildly. She pounded on his shoulders, on his chest. She used both feet and hands. She even kicked his feet several times. She was so angry she lost all reason. He didn't even bother to care. He just looked down at her. He let her hit him for a while, feeling better. She sobbed a little, her tone characteristic of a weak, adorable schoolgirl. He couldn't help but almost laugh. But he maintained his cold expression and easily trapped her at the school gate, gripping her wrist tightly. "Look at me." Mon-thing was forced to look at him, her eyes trembling, filled with shame, embarrassment, and anger. His tone was flat. "I am bullying you. Go home and cry, see if he can protect you." He looked down at her. At this moment, Mon-thing was truly infuriated by this bastard. He tucked her hair behind her ear. Finally, his tone softened a bit. "All right, go home. I'll wait for him to come settle the score." Mon-thing was extremely embarrassed and quickly turned to leave. Jang Yan watched her go, the corner of his mouth curling up, his eyes full of amusement. Until she was far away, Mon-thing couldn't control her feelings of hurt and shame. That bastard Jang Yan. Why didn't she hit him one more time just now? Feeling uncomfortable, she vigorously rubbed her hand. But she couldn't erase the feeling Jang Yan left on her hand. She wondered when he would stop bothering her. In the future, she had to go practice piano, so she couldn't see him again. But what worried her most right now was whether anyone had seen Jang Yan kiss her just now. In less than 2 days, the news about Luong Wet from 12th grade and Jang Yan from the neighboring Loi Tai school dating had spread throughout the school circles. When Hatuan Min heard the rumor, he blinked in confusion. Nyan and Luong Wet are dating. Jang Yan frowned. "What? The whole school is talking about it. They say you didn't go home after school 2 days ago because you were on a date with Luong Wet. Someone even said they saw a girl wearing the 7th high school uniform at our school. Nan even kissed her in front of the gate." Jang Nan's face turned cold. "Who saw it?" Hatuan Min replied. "Ngo Li from 5th grade said so. She was on duty that day, so she left late." Jang Yan instructed Hatuan Min, "Find someone to warn her not to speak nonsense. Call Luong Wet. Tell her I'll wait for her in the alley next to 7th High." Ngo Li only saw the 7th high school uniform, so she mistook Mon-thing for Luong Wet. It was also because he was too careless. That day, he pinned her down and kissed her, getting caught. He would take responsibility for this. Mon-thing wasn't wrong, and Luong Wet was innocent. Luong Wet arrived on time. She had indeed dressed up a bit, her hair slightly curled at the back, face lightly made up. Jang Yan wasn't one to beat around the bush. Seeing her arrive, he directly said, "I'm sorry. Recently, there have been some unfavorable rumors about you and me." Luong Wet was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "It's okay." Jang Yan took out his mobile phone. "Give me your bank account number. I'll pay for your college tuition. The rumors will die down in a few days." His eyes were cold. "Don't spread other rumors." Luong Wet's smile had now disappeared. She wasn't stupid. Perhaps this was the first time in his life Jang Yan had apologized to someone. And for whom? For that wallflower from 7th High. Ha ha. What a joke. Actually, when she first heard the rumors, she pretended not to hear. Luong Wet's eyes turned red. "I don't want your money. I just want to be with you." Jang Yan frowned, his eyes indifferent. Luong Wet was on the verge of both crying and laughing. She grabbed his hand tightly. "I must be with you." She was almost going all in. "If you don't want others to know it was Mon-thing." Jang Yan smiled, his smile somewhat roguish. Luong Wet was so scared her heart was racing. "Are you threatening me?" Luong Wet gritted her teeth. "Why can't it be me instead of Mon-thing? She doesn't like you. Mon-thing only wants to study hard for college entrance exams. If this spreads, she'll hate you to death." Jang Yan's mocking laughter rang out. "I'm afraid you don't know something. She's long been disgusted with me." Luong Wet stared at him, wide-eyed. He calmly said, "I forced her." Luong Wet stepped back, somewhat dejected. Finally, Jang Yan spoke up. "Luong Wet, I heard you've been accepted to university. Stay away from her, unless you want to be removed from the list." The expression on Jang Yan's face as he issued this warning made Luong Wet turn pale with fear. 3 days later, the rumors had died down completely. A source said Ngo Li spread false rumors. There was no Jang Yan kissing Luong Wet in front of the school gate. Luong Wet also came forward to clarify it wasn't true. "We thought there was juicy gossip, but it turned out to be fake." 2 female students said those words as they passed by. Mon-thing felt somewhat relieved. Luckily, everyone just thought it was a rumor. Next time she meets Jang Yan, she must stay far away from him. Can't let any more chaotic rumors happen. When Mon-thing just arrived at the teacher's office, she couldn't believe her eyes. She stood stunned outside for who knows how long. Mon-thing's heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. What is he doing here? The black-haired youth was standing there lazily. Tall figure, deep dark eyes. He smiled and said, "Teacher, what do you think?" Fan Huinyan frowned and said, "No, your grades don't meet the requirements." She was a very straightforward teacher. Jang Yan felt this old lady was taking this too seriously. He clicked his tongue. "Teacher, the leaders at School 7 have all agreed. I don't want to move up a grade either. Just audit for a year. Please have mercy." Fan Huinyan had never seen such a roguish student. "Don't think that just because your family donated money to the school, you can study in my class. Your foundation isn't strong enough. Even if you attend, you won't understand. It's better to focus on building a solid foundation." Man-thing was so shocked she couldn't speak. "Jang Yan wants to transfer to our class." Seeing Fan Huinyan disagree, Jang Yan lowered his eyes. "Teacher, I came to inform you, not to beg you. I'm not here to ask for your permission." A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Only then did Jang Yan notice Mon-thing. The girl in the loose uniform exuded pure innocence. "Teacher, I'm here to submit my English homework." Jang Yan suddenly fell silent. His ink-black eyes fell on Mon-thing. Since the day he kissed her at the school gate, he hadn't seen her again. Fan Huinyan said, "Perfect timing. Man-thing, pour me a glass of water." Man-thing put down the stack of English notebooks. "Yes, teacher." Her voice was both gentle and obedient. Man-thing's heart was in turmoil. "What should I do now? Absolutely cannot let Jang Yan transfer here. He's certainly not coming here to study. He's so wicked. If he comes here, I'm done for." Mon-thing lowered her eyes, thinking, is there any way to stop him? Jang Yan looked at Mon-thing. She's so obedient, told to pour water, and she does. He wished that one day she could be this gentle with him. Fan Huinyan continued, "What were you about to say earlier?" Jang Yan immediately changed his tune. "I sincerely request, teacher, I really want to take the college entrance exam." Man-thing poured warm water and returned. Fan Huinyan spoke up. "Man-thing, this student wants to audit our class. He's also in 11th grade. He scored less than 200 points total for 7 subjects. Less than 200 points for 7 subjects. Mon-thing was stunned, suddenly wanting to laugh, but she held back and listened attentively. Jang Yan wanted to kill that old witch, Fan Huinyan. Fan Huinyan winked at Man-thing. "Do you think I should let him join the class?" To be fair, she didn't want Jang Yan to come. He's certainly not coming here to study. He's so wicked. If he comes here, I'm done for. Man-thing lowered her head, not daring to look at Jang Yan, and said softly, "No, you shouldn't." Jang Yan laughed. "Give me a reason, classmate." Man-thing certainly couldn't tell the truth. She clenched her fingers, unable to find a reason. Finally, she persisted and opened her mouth. You'll lower our class's average score." After saying it, she was a bit stunned. Why did she sound just like Fan Huinyan? Then her face turned red. Jang Yan should have been angry, but when he saw her reddened ears, his heart was completely captivated. Finally, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. She was truly adorable. Damn it. Fan Huinyan put on a serious face. She felt Mon-thing did very well. At last, a student to carry on her legacy. She nodded with satisfaction. "Student Jang, did you hear that? I'm not deceiving you. You're really not suitable for our advanced class." Jang Yan said, "Won't you reconsider, teacher?" Fan Huinyan said seriously, "No reconsideration. You can ask other classes." Jang Yan put his hands in his pockets. This time he didn't argue and left. Fan Huinyan asked Mon-thing, "Have you collected all the homework?" "Yes, teacher. May I return to class first?" "Very well, go back to class. This girl, she really likes. People like Jang Yan, if they enter their class, will surely pollute it." The March weather brought everything back to life. Gentle sunlight shone on the ground, warm spring, tender buds on the treetops. A soft breeze blew. Mon-thing walked from the office to the classroom. As she passed through the corridor, at the corner, someone pulled her back. She was so startled, she almost screamed. The person hugged her, fiercely asking, "You dare say I'll lower your class's average score?" The young man's chest was solid. When he wasn't smiling, his tone was ice cold. His ink-black eyes looked down at her. It was extremely intimidating. Man-thing was very afraid of this side of him. She looked up at him, eyelashes trembling. "It's not like that." Jang Yan spoke up. "Then why won't you let me come to your class?" She lowered her eyes, pushing him away forcefully. He let go. I need to get to class. Not far away was the teacher's office. Mon-thing, afraid teachers might see, spoke very softly. At a glance, it could easily make others think she was being bullied. It was early spring, and her clothes were quite thin. Under Jang Yan's arm was her soft, delicate waist. From his angle looking down, he could see her slender, snow-white neck, so white that the pale blue veins were visible. He couldn't take his eyes off it and suddenly smiled. Are you afraid I'll get entangled with you? Man-thing blushed, her thoughts exposed, softly denying, no. She struggled. Can't you stop thinking about these things all day and try to study well instead? He lifted her small face, making her look at him, his eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Man-thing, if you don't let me come, I won't come. The spring breeze was gentle. Her plump, rosy face was incredibly soft. She blinked a few times as if thinking she had misheard. He smiled and said, I'm a person with limited vision, only caring about immediate benefits. Man-thing didn't understand. Jang Yan touched her lips, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Let me kiss you a bit. I won't go there. Is that okay? Man-thing was stunned for a few seconds. Then her ears turned bright red. Then Jang Yan lowered his head. He really wanted to kiss her. Man-thing responded by squeezing the back of his hand, forcing him to let go. The little girl only knew how to fidget with a part of his skin, using force to pinch. He laughed. Damn, that hurts, but he didn't avoid it. After a while, the sound of word reading from the third-grade class next door stopped. His eyes carried a hint of amusement. Had enough. My turn now. Saying that, Jang Yan grabbed Man-thing's wrist. She still didn't know what he wanted to do, feeling a bit scared inside. Then he held both her hands tightly, lowered his head, and buried it in her snow-white neck. The March noon sun was brilliant. Man-thing's face turned bright red. The teacher in the next classroom shouted, Kids, why is there no energy in your word reading? Haven't you had breakfast? Read louder. The young man in front of her was full of vitality. Even if she hit him, he wouldn't feel pain. Even if she scolded him, he wouldn't feel ashamed. Now he peacefully lowered his head onto her shoulder. He could smell the warm scent of the girl. That scent was stirring. Locked in Jang Yan's arms, Man-thing was furious. You're really shameless. The young man gently hummed. I am indeed shameless. Truly, Man-thing was both angry and embarrassed, finally so upset she started crying. She felt a desperate desire to get away from him, but couldn't. How can you be so shameless? Man-thing's shoulders shrank back. Jang Yan looked up. Her eyelashes were wet with a few tears, as if she wanted to fiercely bite him a few times. His heart ached. Actually, Jang Yan hadn't done anything yet. He hadn't even had a chance to taste anything. He had only smelled the warm scent of the girl. That scent was stirring. But now she was crying. He gently wiped her tears. Why are you crying? I didn't do anything yet. I was wrong. Okay? I won't come to audit classes anymore. He coaxed her meekly. I won't touch you again in the future. Hey, don't cry anymore. I was just teasing you a bit earlier. Actually, Jang Yan knew he was wrong, but he couldn't help remembering that night when she kissed someone else under the snowy sky. He was jealous to the point of heartache. Back then, she was so obedient, wearing pretty clothes, looking up and cooperating with that person. But until now, with him, she either hit or kicked. Man-thing wiped her tears dry and tried to move past him to leave. Her voice was cold. Get out of my way. I want to go back to class. Seeing her look of disgust and desire to escape, Jang Yan's heart ached. Jang Yan just wanted to be close to her. He didn't care about face. He didn't need pride. He didn't need anything anymore. But she still didn't like him at all. He didn't want to think about Tujia's matter anymore. That winter break, he had gone crazy, forcing himself to forget about it. But the next time he saw her, he couldn't help remembering. It gnawed at his heart bit by bit. The more he mocked it, the more he wanted to know the result. But what's even more ridiculous is that he didn't dare to hear that result. Jang Yan grabbed her wrist. For the first time, he felt what it was like to like someone, hating that he couldn't violently tear her apart, yet always cherishing and pitying her in his heart. Jang Yan tried hard to calmly say to her, why hasn't your scholar friend come to find me? He's such a coward. He wanted to touch her hair. When she looked up at him, he withdrew his hand. He knew she didn't like him touching her. He also knew that right now, Man-thing hated him the most in the world. Whatever he said, she found it unpleasant. His voice sounded like he was preaching. It also sounded like he was begging. Don't like him, can you? Actually, Tuja and you have nothing to do with each other. She didn't want the lie to be like a snowball getting bigger as it rolled, but she wanted to make Jang Yan give up. Right now, it's best not to explain. She shook off his hand and walked towards her classroom. Jang Yan watched her leave. Man-thing didn't say a word. He tacitly acknowledged her rejection. He laughed coldly. that Tujia is such a coward. Aren't you disappointed? What's so good about him? Good grades. Jang Yan suppressed the rising flame in her heart and said, "Is it true that I lowered their class average?" Man-thing entered the classroom. It was currently physics class. Man-thing called out. Reporting, teacher said to come in. If it were someone else coming to class so late, the teacher would certainly be angry, but Man-thing was obedient and well-behaved. Every teacher liked her, so they were quite lenient with her. Suddenly, someone excitedly said, "Oh my God, is that Jang Yan from Loi Tai? Why is Jang Yan coming to our class?" Man-thing heard and immediately turned around. With a glance, she saw Jang Yan's expressionless face. She almost stood up. "What do you want to do? Are you crazy?" The teacher looked at the boy standing at the door. He wore a shirt and black sports pants. One look and you could tell he wasn't from their school. "Student, is there something wrong?" Jang Yan curved his lips, greeting the teacher and students. "Just asking something. I'll leave right away. What's your class average score?" As soon as he spoke, the whole class seemed dazed. Man-thing was stunned for a long time, both embarrassed and angry. Does Jang Yan have a grudge against me? Is it because I said he would lower the class average? A student loudly laughed and answered, "Nyan, it's 538. Jang Yan also smiled and said thanks. He turned and left, not going back on his word. Man-thing saw Jang Yan leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Triono and Tran couldn't resist writing Man-thing a note. "Thin-thing, tell me, why did he want to know our class average?" Man-thing also didn't know why Jang Yan wanted to know their class average. She wrote a few words back to Triono and Trang. The handwriting was pretty, but it showed the girl's angry mood, gritting her teeth in frustration. Man-thing wrote that it was because he was sick. Not many days later, Loi Tai School had already handed out the test results for this exam period. Jang Yan frowned, looking at the math test with a bright red 25 on it. Hatuan Min asked, "Yan, how much did you score?" He came over and saw the 25, praising Yan. "Not bad. You did well. I only got 22 points." He calmly opened his test paper, revealing the number 22. Jang Yan irritably told him to get out for a bit. Then he took out a book. It was a 10th grade math textbook. He opened to the first chapter and started reading. Hatuan Min was truly stunned. "Yan, are you serious?" Jang Yan said, "Don't disturb me while I'm studying," he said while turning to a new page. Hatuan Min curiously asked, "Do you understand it, Nyan?" Jang Yan remained silent. Hatuan Min really wanted to laugh out loud, but he didn't have the guts, so he held it in. "If you want to study, go find the principal of number 7 middle school and forget about the library donation or whatever." Jang Yan didn't say a word. He thought of her clear eyes holding back angry tears, full of disgust. The blood in his body began to boil. He didn't want her to look down on him. If in her eyes he was no longer just a delinquent student, would she give him a chance? Hatuan Min asked, "What score does the teacher there require to reach 538? Hatuan Min was dumbfounded. Even their class's top student didn't reach 538. He advised Nyan to just go raise money instead. March is also the month when cherry blossoms bloom. Hatuan Min invited Jang Yan to visit the cherry forest on the weekend. This forest was called Peach Blossom Spring. The cherry forest wasn't far from the school. Jang Yan didn't even look up and refused to go. "Don't bother me." So on the weekend, while everyone was going to the cherry garden, at that time in the seaside apartment, Jang Yan was seriously studying, but he had never studied from childhood to adulthood. Looking at these was like reading an imperial edict to him. Jang Yan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he received a call from Hatuan Min. He answered irritably, "Hatuan Min, do you have something important?" Hatuan Min's voice was urgent. "Nyan, this is an emergency. We saw Tujia, who had returned home with Mon-thing. It seems he went with his mother. The thing is, Tujia only had one peach in his hand. If you want to pick peaches in this peach forest, each costs 50 yuan. Hahan and I are sure he chose one for Man-thing. Don't say I didn't warn you." After listening to Hatuan Min, Jang Yan was silent for a moment. Originally bitterly reading books at home, Jang Yan finally left with a cold face. He drove directly to Man-thing's residential area. Tujia had just returned not long ago and went downstairs to knock on Man-thing's door. Jang Yan stood at the corner of the 3rd floor, watching their conversation from a dark corner. In his hand was a basket of peaches. He had just bought out completely an entire very valuable peach tree from someone. He didn't even bother to go flower viewing or anything. He came straight here. Man-thing had just washed her hair. Hearing the knock, she went to answer. She wore a light pink short-sleeved shirt. It was an old shirt from last year, so because it was old, it was a bit small. The chest of the 17-year-old girl was slightly protruding. The soft, delicate curve of her waist was even more attractive. Jang Yan quietly cursed. His heart carried an inexplicable anger. When she was with him, she had never dressed so revealingly. Tujia smiled gently. "Today we went to the peach blossom spring. My mother picked a peach and told me to give you one." Man-thing didn't accept. She shook her head. Thank Aunt Song for me. I know peaches are rare this season, but I can't accept something for nothing. Man-thing refused Tuja's gift. Tuja calmly said, you can give it to Uncle Thu. Aren't they researching fruit genetics? This might be helpful for them. Take it. It's just one peach, not worth much. If you don't accept, my mother won't be happy. On this side, Jang Yan's face darkened. It's just one peach, yet she smiles at him like that. Man-thing was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and said softly, all right, wait a moment. Jang Yan's face grew even darker. She had never been so gentle with him. She ran into the room. She brought out a pomegranate that Uncle Thu had brought back and gave it to Tujia. This is in exchange. It's a genetically modified pomegranate that Uncle Thu brought back. Tujia couldn't help but smile. His eyes lingered on her. All right, I'll be going then. The March sunlight was brilliant. She curved her lips, the air carrying a hint of sweetness. She waved goodbye to him. After Tujia went upstairs, Mon-thing closed the door. She put the peach on the table. Waiting for Uncle Thu to return, she would give it to him to see if it could be of any help. But not even a moment later, there was another knock at the door. Thinking Tujia had something else to say, she rubbed her hands and went to open the door. As soon as she pulled the door open, a black-haired youth with an expressionless face looked down at her. Man-thing instinctively wanted to close the door. Jang Yan, why are you here? As soon as she opened the door, she saw the handsome boy from the neighboring high school. She didn't expect him to come to her house on the weekend. Man-thing instinctively wanted to close the door, but Jang Yan's hand stopped it. You dare to close the door? Just try. The Thu household wasn't empty now. Thulan and Tutoring were both in their rooms. Remembering the commotion last time, she felt very uncomfortable. She was extremely embarrassed and angry. My younger siblings are at home. The house isn't empty, you scoundrel. Hurry up and leave. Jang Yan smiled, then called them out to greet their brother-in-law. Man-thing's eyes widened, almost infuriated to death. How can you be so shameless? Jang Yan was also furious. You chat and laugh with others, but you don't even want to look at me, do you? He gripped her small arm tightly and pulled her outside. He handed her an exquisite basket. His tone was cold and firm. I'm giving these to you. Don't take his. Over a dozen crystal-clear peaches weighing nearly 5 kilos. Man-thing, forced to hold the heavy basket, almost couldn't catch it in time. Are you sick? Man-thing put the basket down, rubbed her wrist, and turned to go back. She was truly angry. He had never changed. Stubborn, domineering, and unreasonable. He wanted to give regardless of whether others wanted it or not. She didn't smile, her eyes full of indifference and anger. Jang Yan frowned as he looked at her. He was startled, his hand trembling. The exposed part of her wrist was red. How can you be so fragile? I only pulled a little bit. Jang Yan softly asked, does it hurt? She didn't expect him to be so gentle at times. Jang Yan wanted to explain, but then fell silent. Man-thing lowered her head, avoiding the young man's gaze. He looked down at her. In a hoarse voice, he sincerely said, sorry, can I hit you back? Mon-thing shook her head. I don't have violent tendencies. He was startled, feeling a chill in his heart. That's right, when he couldn't control his emotions, he was indeed a devil, a madman in others' eyes. After a while, he brought the peach basket to her, smiling gently. I didn't mean anything. These peaches aren't rare. Hatuan Min and the others brought them back from a trip. In fact, all these peaches were personally picked by Jang Yan from a peach orchard for her. He had picked an entire rare peach tree. Jang Yan remembered earlier, Mon-thing gave Tuja a pomegranate. She even smiled at him. Even if you don't like them, just take them. He said softly, can you trade the pomegranate with me? Man-thing only then realized Jang Yan had been here for a while. He had accidentally overheard her conversation with Tuja. Her tea-colored eyes moistened. I won't trade. I won't trade the pomegranate. I'm not like you, disregarding others' feelings. She frowned, her chubby, rosy face trying to look serious. He laughed. This expression of yours is also very cute. On her body, there was a clean, floral fragrance. It lingered, gently entering his heart. He smiled and said, Man-thing, this time I didn't smoke. I'm trying to study hard. When I score 538 points, I'll come to your class to study. Man-thing looked up at him, stunned. The average score was something she mentioned casually. She never thought Jang Yan would take it seriously. But how could it be possible? Even in her past life, she had never heard of Jang Yan becoming a top student. Jang Yan said sincerely, I won't fight. My illness, the doctor said, it will get better in the future. I won't hurt you, really. He placed the basket in her small hand, this time very gently. His dark eyes carried a smile, full of sincerity. I will become very good, very good. Spring suddenly became full of warmth. She surprisingly held the peach basket in her hands. Her fear and disgust towards him were all because he would become a murderer in the future. A murderer. Everyone would be afraid. He was truly dangerous. Suddenly, she remembered that morning. His whole body was cold. His pants were covered in mud, giving her a basket of strawberries. Mon-thing sighed softly, but even out of politeness, she had been too heartless towards him. She had also directly rejected Tujia, but she didn't have such deep prejudice against him. She looked up, seeing the sincere eyes of the young man. Somehow, her heart softened a bit. All right, 3 pomegranates for 3 peaches. Wait a moment, I'll go get the pomegranates. She opened the door and went to her room. She took the remaining 3 pomegranates and neatly arranged them in the basket for him. His tall figure stood motionless. His eyes looked in disbelief at the 3 pomegranates in the basket. Inside his dark eyes, a deep smile appeared. His lips curved up as he looked at her face. It was the first time Jang Yan was so excited. Although she didn't know why he was so excited. Could exchanging peaches for pomegranates make someone so happy? She didn't politely smile back at him. You're a scoundrel. Give an inch and you'll take a mile. So this is unnecessary. I'm going back. Jang Yan grunted in response. Until Mon-thing's door closed, he still stood there. He was still smiling, his eyes gentle and full of happiness, like a child who had received a priceless gift. On April 20th, Mon-thing flew back to City F. In her previous life, at the end of April this year, her grandfather fell and broke a leg. The old man was nearly 70 years old. Losing a leg made him much weaker. He passed away in less than 2 years. At that time, Mon-thing went with Tu Chi-dong to visit. Her grandmother drove them away. In the previous life, Mon-thing was driven away by her grandparents. She felt both angry and disappointed. She had once been saddened by her grandparents' coldness. Why didn't they accept her mother? Tangok Kiet made a mistake, running away with a man, but they didn't even give her a chance to make amends. Later, when Mon-thing's face was destroyed and Batu also died, she had no one left to rely on. She thought of her grandmother and finally understood why her grandmother cried while driving her away. Tangok Kiet was the daughter they raised for over 25 years. How could they not have any feelings for her? They drove Mon-thing away because they felt old age was a burden and hoped this granddaughter wouldn't have to carry this burden on her back. Just like her later on, she didn't want to become a burden to Tutoring. In this new life, Mon-thing wanted to visit them. She couldn't remember exactly which day her grandfather's accident happened, but to prevent any mishaps, in mid-April, she prepared to set out. She told Batu that she wanted to visit her grandparents in their hometown. Batu was very happy. He fully supported her. He was worried about Mon-thing returning to her grandparents' home alone, so he gave her a phone to report her safety. This way, he could be at ease. Asking for leave, the school side didn't have any difficulties. If her grandparents didn't want to accept her there, she would find a place to stay. She gazed at the pure white mist. Finally, she felt a bit worried. She didn't even know exactly how her grandfather was injured. Could she successfully change the situation? 2 days later, the city's sunlight was bright. Mon-thing carried a basket of clothes to dry in the yard. Her grandmother wiped her hands on her apron, hurriedly saying, "Let this old woman do it." "Really? Why are you doing this work?" Mon-thing smiled and replied, "Grandfather went fishing with Mr. Lai." Grandmother grumbled. "At his age, he's out gallivanting all day." 2 days ago, Mon-thing arrived here with her luggage, thinking she'd face the same outcome as her previous life, with her grandmother chasing her away with a broom. But contrary to her expectations, her grandmother just looked at her for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Even her grandfather's eyes turned red. Grandmother said nothing. She silently went to clean a room. She let Mon-thing stay in the room where her mother used to live. Her guess was absolutely correct. In her previous life, the reason her grandmother drove her away was because her grandfather had broken his leg. It was incurable, and for anyone, including family members, it would be a huge burden. That's why they didn't want to accept her. But this time, Mon-thing came earlier, when her grandparents were still healthy. They welcomed her and told her to treat this as her home. After hanging the clothes, she told her grandmother, "I'm going to watch grandfather fish." After all, it was almost time for the incident to happen. Although she didn't know the exact date, Mon-thing only knew he fell while repairing the roof. She kept reminding herself to be careful. She had already warned grandfather not to go up the mountain. There were no small hillsides near the fishing spots around here, but Mon-thing still decided to go check it out. Mon-thing hadn't even reached where her grandfather was fishing when she heard shouts that someone had fallen into the water. "Quick, save him! Quick, save him! Oh God, old Tang." Mon-thing's heart suddenly sank. Mon-thing's face turned pale. Despite the warm April weather, she felt as if she'd fallen into an ice pit. She hurriedly ran to the nearby fishing area. When she reached the pond by the road, at a glance, she saw the person in the pond. Her grandfather was struggling in the water. He was gradually sinking down. She only knew basic swimming. The people remaining on the shore were mostly elderly men in their 70s and 80s. The spring water in the pond was still very cold. They wanted to help, but were willing yet unable. Man-thing didn't dare hesitate. She was about to jump into the water. Old Mr. Lee beside her held her tightly. Wait, young lady, don't rush. Someone has already jumped in. She calmed herself and looked over. Indeed, a young man's black hair appeared on the water's surface. She raised her eyes to look at him. She couldn't believe it was Jang Yan. Why was he here? Jang Yan's entire body was soaked, wetting a large area around him. Her tea-colored eyes stared at the young man without blinking. Jang Yan pushed the old man to the shore. Seeing this, Mon-thing went to help her grandfather. She knelt down beside her grandfather and patted his back. Grandpa, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Only then did Jang Yan notice Mon-thing. Finally, he had found her. That face he had been longing for day and night. He didn't expect that the person he casually saved was Mon-thing's grandfather. Old Lai said, "That was terrifying. Luckily, this young lad was here. Are you all right, old Tang?" After resting for a moment, the old man had enough strength to scold. "Why did you have to fight me for the fishing rod? If I hadn't snatched it back, I wouldn't have fallen in." After scolding, grandfather realized his leg hurt. His face turned pale. Man-thing quickly said, "Let me take you to the hospital to check it out." The old man changed his expression. No need. It's not a big deal. Just go home and ask your grandmother for some medicinal wine to rub on it. Jang Yan looked over and saw her trying hard to support the old man. An unnamed fire arose in his heart. He thought she was ignoring him. Man-thing sensed the young man's gaze. She looked up at him. After a while, he heard a soft thank you, like the fresh breeze of April. Then she turned to her grandfather. "Let me help you home first, so grandmother can apply the medicinal wine. If it doesn't work, we'll go to the hospital right away." Jang Yan didn't speak to her either. He half knelt in front of the old man. "Get on." The old man certainly remembered well this boy who had saved him. He was very strong, also too rough, grabbing to the point that his old bones now ached terribly. But out of concern for his granddaughter, he had to lean on this boy's back. "Thank you, young man. Thank you very much." Jing Yan only replied with a faint Jang Yan pursed his lips and looked at Man-thing beside him. Catching his gaze, she walked along awkwardly saying, "Thank you. We've troubled you." Jang Yan's eyes were cold as ice. He didn't even glance at her in response. He spoke to her grandfather, but for her, he didn't even bother to say a word. Man-thing sensed his mood wasn't right, but when had she teased him? Even now, Man-thing was still surprised and shocked about why Jang Yan appeared here and even saved her grandfather. The young man's steps were steady. She walked behind Jang Yan. Man-thing walked behind Jang Yan. Plum blossoms fell on his head, but didn't make him any more graceful. Instead, it made him even more irritated. He turned his head towards her and said, "Go ahead and lead the way." Man-thing didn't mind his harsh tone. She walked in front to lead the way. Finally, he could look closely at the beautiful plum blossom branches. He wondered where she found such an outfit. The small, pale yellow buttons weren't rustic at all, but rather cute. It seemed to carry a gentle, soft flavor of a Republican-era girl. Her long hair fell over her shoulders. Around her, plum blossoms bloomed brilliantly, young yet beautiful to the bone. He knew without thinking that his current appearance was extremely miserable. His white shirt had turned black. Wet jeans, leather shoes, all filled with mud from that pond. The stagnant, muddy water emitted an odor. He stank, no different from the old man he was carrying. He had completely lost face. At this moment, although she was right in front of him, he still felt she was so far away from him. Man-thing turned her head. "What's wrong?" He said to her while carrying someone on his back, "Brush off the thing on my head for me." Man-thing looked up. Plum blossoms flying in the spring breeze had indeed fallen on his head. She knew Jang Yan was a rich man with a bad temper, but she didn't think much of it. She went in front of him and said in a gentle tone, "Lower your head." Her body was fragrant, soft, and delicate. With a faint smile in her eyes, his eyes black as ink, he lowered his head. Suddenly, a rough old hand brushed over the top of his head. The old man on his back said enthusiastically, "Young man, it's all gone. I've brushed it all off for you." Man-thing froze, then thought to herself, "This is bad. Why did Grandpa touch someone's head?" Until now, she still remembered clearly that Jang Yan was very particular about this. This person has a bad temper. He might throw Grandpa down and even beat him up. She panicked, and before he could get angry, she stood on tiptoes, brushing off the plum blossoms on his black hair. With clear eyes and a gentle tone, she said, "It's all gone now. Look." It was the first time she spoke to him so gently, like a family member. Jang Yan initially wanted to get angry, extremely furious at who the person on his back thought he was, daring to touch him. But in the end, when he looked at her, he suppressed his irritation and said, Man-thing said happily, "Let's hurry back. You and Grandpa need to change into clean clothes to avoid catching a cold." The young man behind smiled happily. When Jang Yan arrived at Grandma Zhang's house, he couldn't hold it anymore. He felt like he was about to rot to death, so he didn't care if it was cold or not. He took off his clothes and showered. When Man-thing brought clothes for Jang Yan, His whole body was bare. She let out a scream. Jang Yan turned his head at the sound. Mon-thing had just arrived and saw his broad, muscular back and his healthy, toned waist. She couldn't believe he would strip and bathe right here. Her face turned red. Grandma has already boiled hot water. Why are you bathing in cold water and didn't bring clothes to change? Jiang Nan laughed at her expression. My body smells, so I need to rinse with cold water first. Man-thing dared not look at him and quickly put the clothes nearby. Clothes and shoes are here. They're all new. We're not well off. Just wear these for now. I'm leaving. After bathing, Jang Yan picked up the bag to change clothes and shoes. He picked up the clothes and said, Man-thing. Man-thing was outside when she heard him call her name. For a moment, she felt uneasy. She wanted to ignore Jiang Yan, but this time, they were really lucky that he saved Grandpa. She could only slowly walk over, gently knocking on the door. I'm here. Don't you need to wear underwear? He asked directly, making her want to beat him to death. Man-thing bit her lip, her ears turning red. Seems Grandma didn't prepare underwear for you. Can't you buy some in the evening? She said softly. No, you really can't help it. In this matter, Jang Yan isn't wrong at all. He helped others. Asking for a little isn't too much. She said softly, then I'll go tell Grandma. She might have a solution. After a moment, the door suddenly opened. She seemed to instinctively close her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled as she asked him, Are you properly dressed now? Jang Yan looked at her intently. She was still wearing that small Republican-era outfit. He didn't answer, just gazed at her. Before coming here, he had many questions he wanted to ask her. A few days ago, when he couldn't find her, he called Thulan to ask about Mon-thing. She exclaimed in surprise, Oh, she didn't tell you. Yesterday, she went to the city to visit her grandparents. Tujia knew about it too. He even went to see her off. I thought you. She quickly stopped herself. The next words weren't hard to guess. Man-thing told Tujia, and they saw each other off, but she didn't tell him. For the first time, he realized that Man-thing wanted to leave his life just that simply. He didn't know when she left or when she'd return. She hated bad students, so he tried hard to be a good student. But to her, he was just an unimportant stranger. But he wanted to see her, wanted to ask why she treated him like that, why she liked Tujia instead. But when he finally saw her, as she gently helped brush off flower petals, at that moment, he didn't want to ask anything anymore. He reluctantly replied, I've changed my clothes. Man-thing said, I'll go find Grandma. He pressed down on her shoulders, not letting her go. Man-thing's eyes looked at him. He said, Don't go. I need to save face too. If I don't wear it, I don't wear it. It's just a few hours anyway. He said, Don't go. Man-thing blinked a few times and softly said, but she suddenly felt a bit amused. Jang Yan's temperament was impatient, usually always arrogant and ordering others around, but now he had nothing. Although he wasn't exactly gentle, he used to bully her before. Now she could only hold back her laughter, revealing only her bright, sparkling eyes. Right at this moment, she was embarrassed to be discussing underwear with him. But suddenly he calmed down. Originally, she didn't like him being angry with her at all. She didn't understand either. She was just a good student, loved by teachers and friends. Mon-thing helped her grandmother prepare dinner for their benefactor. Because they didn't know a guest like Jang Yan would be coming, the food was just their usual dishes. Grandfather took a bottle of white liquor and poured some for Jang Yan. Thank you so much, young man, for today. He kept saying thank you. Jang Yan just smiled, his eyes always on Mon-thing, who was focused on eating. It's nothing, just happened to help. Grandmother was also very enthusiastic. She kept praising Jang Yan, saying things like, This young man is both kind and handsome, and has such a good heart. She also asked where he was from and what he was doing in Huale village. Man-thing's clear eyes stared at him, very afraid. Jang Nan might say something inappropriate and end up being kicked out. He caught her gaze and calmly replied, I'm from City B, came here to find my girlfriend. Man-thing repeatedly couldn't find words to say, so she had to stay silent. The young man ate 2 bowls of rice. He wasn't picky and had a good appetite. After eating, he said goodbye. He smiled, I'll return the clothes after washing them. Grandfather hurriedly said, Don't be so formal. We've troubled you instead. In the future, if there's anything we can help with, you can tell us. Jang Yan replied, I won't be formal. The old man said, This kid is really straightforward. In the evening, after seeing Jang Yan off, Mon-thing returned to her room. The countryside sky was very clear. Mon-thing's bed was placed close to the window. She could see the stars twinkling in the dark sky. She thought that because grandfather had accidentally fallen into the water and sprained his ankle, he wouldn't go out for a long time after this. In other words, what happened in her previous life wouldn't occur, falling from the mountainside and breaking his leg in April. She had already warned her grandfather. He was old and had been scared, promising not to go out. The thing she had always worried about finally passed. At 8:30, her simple mobile phone suddenly rang. Man-thing took the phone from under her pillow. The screen lit up, revealing an unknown number. I'm waiting for you downstairs. At this point, she knew who it was without thinking. Man-thing's small face hid under the blanket, frowning as she put the phone back. She was about to pretend she was already asleep. But downstairs, there was a young man looking up at her room. He smiled. Are you intentionally ignoring me again? The ringtone sounded again in the night, a high-pitched sound. Her nerves were tense. A moment later, she instinctively hung up the phone. This time, it was clear he knew she wasn't asleep yet. Man-thing pressed the keys to type. It's late. Go home and sleep. The other side replied almost immediately. Can't sleep. Should I chat with your grandfather instead? Man-thing was so angry she got up from the bed. She texted back to the scoundrel. Wait a moment. When she was dressed neatly, she went downstairs. Under the moonlight, there was indeed a tall figure standing. Spring in City B was beautiful and had a touch of early summer warmth. Man-thing was a bit afraid of him, but still persisted in approaching. Why are you here? Let's move further away and talk. Man-thing didn't refuse. She was afraid of waking her grandparents. Tonight, the moonlight was as gentle as water. Jang Yan remembered the way very well. He led her along the path lined with blooming pear blossoms in the morning. Today, Jang Yan had saved her grandfather, which made her feel a bit confused. Would someone who becomes a crazed murderer actively go to save people? For the first time, she was curious about why this young man would kill people in the future. Although Man-thing knew he wasn't as bad as that, she was still a bit afraid of him. He was very violent when fighting and bullied people without reason. All right, this is far enough. We've walked quite a distance. Jang Yan asked if she was tired. Man-thing shook her head. Not tired. The moonlight shone on the ground. She could clearly see his silhouette. The fierce young man's features under the moonlight were still as aggressive as ever. But in his eyes, there was a hint of a smile. Your grandfather said I could ask for a favor. Tell me, what request should I make, Man-thing? Man-thing's heart pounded. What do you want? Don't make it difficult for him. He didn't mean to today. He couldn't help but laugh. I won't make it difficult for him. Can I make it difficult for you? Man-thing really wanted to say no, but she felt that if she owed him, she wouldn't feel comfortable. Finally, she nodded slightly and said, don't go too far. She was a bit scared. No talking about love. Just as Jang Yan was about to speak, she quickly added, kissing is not allowed either. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This is not allowed. That is not allowed. Are you making the requests or am I? Man-thing blushed and softly replied, you. Jang Yan said, Man-thing, look at me. She looked up, her eyes clear and transparent. He knew what he was about to ask was despicable, but he had no other choice. He said, break up with Tujia. Man-thing looked at Jang Yan under the moonlight. His expression was serious and intensely focused, as if he would strangle her if she dared to refuse. When Jang Yan said, break up with Tujia, Man-thing looked up at him. She wasn't even dating Tujia. How could she break up then? Her hesitation in Jang Yan's eyes was reluctance to let go. His expression darkened. Man-thing suppressed a rising smile and mimicked his serious demeanor, nodding. All right, I agree, she said decisively. This in turn made Jang Yan disbelieve. You agreed so quickly. Could it be because you're afraid of me? Man-thing's clear eyes glanced at him. Do you have to be so domineering? Angry if I don't agree? Suspicious if I do. But the situation that occurred during the first snow of the season, she couldn't explain. So she had to say, I'm not deceiving you. Jang Yan handed her his phone. Break up right now. Man-thing didn't respond but just looked up at the young man. Jang Yan laughed coldly. What? You really can't bear to. A pair of cold, dark eyes stared intently at her. You dare to change your mind. Man-thing thought, change what mind? I never had any relationship with Tugya. How can I break up now? The sound of insects chirped softly. Man-thing asked in a low voice, how about I break up with him myself tomorrow? What do you think? I think it's late now, and he might be asleep already. But Jang Yan didn't agree. He took out his phone and forced her to call Tujia. Man-thing was at a loss. This guy was truly unreasonable. Back then, the signal in rural areas wasn't very good. The first call didn't go through. Her bright, sparkling eyes looked at Jang Yan. See, the call didn't connect. How about we call tomorrow instead? Jang Yan coldly spoke. If it doesn't connect, keep calling all night, until he picks up. He was unimaginably domineering. But the second call went through. For the first time in her life, Man-thing experienced what being forced to break up felt like. Under Jang Nan's attentive gaze, Man-thing stiffly opened her mouth. This is Man-thing. Tujia was surprised, then excitedly happy. Man-thing, I haven't seen you for days. Today I asked Uncle Thu and learned you'd gone to the city. Are you doing all right? I'm fine, thank you. Suddenly, a hand gripped her shoulder tightly. Jang Yan couldn't stand it. Damn it, what's with all this you talk? Remind her to break up quickly. Man-thing was embarrassed. How was she supposed to break up? She spoke emotionlessly. Tujia, we're not suitable. Let's break up. Before Tujia could react, she hung up. Tuja would surely think she had gone mad. Just imagining it made her feel very uneasy. Jang Yan lowered his eyes to look at her. In his ink-black eyes, no emotion could be discerned. He raised his finger to touch the corner of her eye. "Why aren't you crying at all?" Mon-thing knew he was unwell. Having already lost all face, she decisively went along with him and said, "Because I don't like him." Jang Nan's breathing suddenly paused for a moment. A moment later, Mon-thing felt her back being squeezed tightly. She couldn't help but let out a cry. Jang Yan hugged her waist tightly, lifted her up, and spun her around. Under the starry sky, the young man's unrestrained, joyful laughter rang out. Mon-thing was scared. "Are you crazy? Put me down quickly." He took a deep breath and smiled simply. "Mon-thing, I'm so happy." Mon-thing was frightened. "Where did you get such strength from? You don't seem to fight or anything. Stop being embarrassing and put me down quickly." "Jang Yan, can you hear me?" He wasn't angry at all and gently put her down. After his excitement, he started to act crazy again, holding her cheeks and fiercely threatening. "Dare to fool me. You're dead for sure." Mon-thing also felt she was surely dead. She had been spun in the air once. Her soul and spirit had all flown away. "If you're human, then I'm a mad bull. If you don't like him, why did you kiss him?" She blushed with embarrassment. "Can you speak without being so bluntly vulgar? This has nothing to do with you. I've met your conditions. Let's go back to sleep quickly. You're not allowed to go find my grandfather." He used his thumb to rub her lips. His eyes were both domineering and fierce. "You don't like him, but let him kiss you. Then if you don't like me, let me kiss you too." Mon-thing quickly covered her lips. "I can't stand it anymore. I really, really want to beat you to death." No, I didn't kiss him. That's enough from you." Jang Yan narrowed his eyes. "That Christmas night, you think I was blind." Mon-thing seriously shook her head. "Really, there was no kiss. Nothing happened at all. He was just helping me brush off snowflakes. You saw it wrong." Jang Yan couldn't help but finally laugh. He said softly, "Mon-thing, don't deceive me. I can't bear it. Really, this time I'm not deceiving you. There's nothing between Tuja and me." She nodded once. The night was gradually getting colder. Mon-thing hurriedly pushed Jang Yan away. "I'm not deceiving you, and there's nothing between Tuja and me. The night is getting colder. I must go home. I want to go home. It's so late. How will you get back? Lend me your bike. I'll ride back later." Mon-thing smelled the strong scent of alcohol on his body. She remembered when Jang Yan crashed his car into a tree. It left a faint scar on his forehead. She had asked Jang Yan before how he could disregard his life like that. She couldn't help but say, "Or have someone come pick you up. You can't drive after drinking." He brushed the hair away from her cheeks. His eyes were full of laughter. "All right, Jang Yan says so. You have to agree to one more condition for me." Mon-thing didn't want to agree at all. She angrily replied, "You drive yourself." Jang Yan said with a smile, "Can I carry you on my back home?" The spring breeze was gentle and mild. Mon-thing's long eyelashes lightly covered her tea-colored eyes. "No need, it's close by. I'll go back myself." Making insects chirp softly in the quiet night, Jang Yan smiled and said, "Then I'll take you home." The last week of April, certain that grandfather wouldn't go up the mountain anymore, Mon-thing finally packed her things, ready to leave. The outfit she was wearing was the one grandmother had bought for her mother long ago. Grandmother held back her tears. She touched her head. "Wearing this to go back. Won't others laugh at you, child?" Mon-thing smiled and shook her head. "No, Grandma. The dress is beautiful. I really like it." Mon-thing said, "From now on, I'll call home every month. I'll go to the town station myself and take a car to the airport." When she arrived at the town, she saw someone unexpected. Jang Yan was wearing a black shirt. He had been waiting at the station for days. Bored, he played games with Hatuan Min and others. Mon-thing wore an outfit that everyone thought was quite rustic, but when she wore it, it became an indescribable beauty. Her tea-colored eyes were like the sky after rain. Her pure appearance made her unbearably beautiful. Jang Yan looked up and saw this scene. As she wore canvas shoes, gently smiling, standing outside the crowd looking at him, he heard his heart beating powerfully, almost shaking. Mon-thing was 17 years old. This scene had become all the memories of his youth. Damn, her smile at him was sweet enough to kill. This was the second time Jang Yan rode this vehicle called a bus. He pressed his lips tightly, not saying a word. Mon-thing knew he was carsick. She suppressed a smile, took out a tangerine and gave it to him. "This will make you feel better." His ink-black eyes looked at her. Mon-thing was very afraid of this look from him. "Doesn't Jang Yan like tangerines? Why are you staring at me like that?" He took the tangerine she offered. His eyes looked at the girl full of laughter. Fortunately, the road to the airport wasn't too far. The last time Mon-thing flew, the sky was full of white clouds. This time it was deep night. The plane took off soon after. The girl beside him kept her eyes glued to the in-flight magazine, as if she didn't care about his presence next to her. Jang Nan asked, Aren't you tired? She shook her head and softly replied, No, I'm not tired. If you're tired, stop reading. The dim light isn't good for your eyes. These words of his were indeed very surprising. It's strange that he also knows how to care for others. But right after that, Jang Yan put his hand on her head and placed it on his shoulder to sleep. Man-thing seriously said to him, I'm not tired. I won't sleep. Suddenly, Jang Yan's arm encircled her into his chest but didn't touch her, just staring at her. They were so close to each other like this. Mon-thing leaned back in her seat. What are you doing? Man-thing, I stayed at a hotel for a week. Waited for you at that shabby station for 7 days. What do you think I want to do? Man-thing's face heated up. She used all her strength to push him away unsuccessfully. Can you be more decent? Jang Yan always felt this trip to Hualei village was too unreal. He had been troubled by that matter for so long. Yet it could be easily resolved, so he felt a bit unadapted. She didn't suffer at all, still so beautiful, gentle, and capable. The closer they got to the city, the more he feared she and Tujia would rekindle their relationship. Jang Yan frowned and threatened. You have half an hour before reaching Hot City. You're not allowed to talk to Tujia. Not allowed to get back together, understand? Man-thing didn't like this position. She had to nod. Seeing her so obedient, Jang Yan wanted to laugh. If you two don't break up, I'll kill him first. Man-thing didn't know if he was serious or joking. From the beginning, she always felt Jang Yan had an antisocial personality. He didn't seem like a good person at all. Although he saved grandfather, he doesn't seem too bad. She remembered when the pear blossoms were in full bloom. He carried grandfather on his back for a distance, frowning. Suddenly, she felt a bit distressed. Would he really kill someone in the future? Seeing her naive look, he couldn't resist wanting to kiss her eyes. As long as you behave, I'll do whatever you say. Okay. Man-thing didn't believe him at all. Sit properly. Don't come any closer. His eyes carried a hint of laughter. She could change grandfather's fate of breaking his leg. What about Jang Yan then? Could she prevent him from killing someone? She couldn't predict. Anyway, in the previous life, Jang Yan had killed someone, but it wasn't Tujia. After getting off the plane, Man-thing's phone rang. She opened it to look. It was a message from Tutoring. Dad went to the lab. I'm coming to pick you up at the airport. Tujia is coming too. No way. Why is Tujia coming here? If Jang Yan sees Tujia later, will he think she deceived him? Man-thing didn't let Jang Yan see her phone. She replied to Tutoring, Don't let Tujia come. Tutoring frowned, glancing at Tujia beside her. This guy has been following all along. She had already refused, but it didn't work. Besides, he's already here. It would be odd to ask him to leave now. They stood at the airport waiting for Man-thing. Tujia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Do you know how long I've known Man-thing? Tutoring frowned. Tujia's family only moved here a year ago. It couldn't have been that long. Tujia looked towards the airport exit. His smile was faint. 5 years. Tutoring was secretly shocked. After saying this, Tujia fell silent, as if the previous dialogue was just her imagination. Tujia silently added in his heart. Known her for 5 years, admired her for 5 years. Starting from high school, an unremarkable fat boy. He persevered in running every day. Finally, he could become what he is today. So after that night, when Man-thing called to break up while she was with Jang Yan, how could he accept it? So there were things he wanted to ask her directly. After the plane landed, Man-thing became increasingly anxious. She glanced at Jang Yan beside her. All right, you go home. My brother will come to pick me up. Jang Yan said, Look at me. Man-thing was so anxious she couldn't help it. Is Tujia really coming here? Jang Yan's eyesight was extremely good. He looked down from the second floor, right at the exit. Just a glance, his face immediately darkened. Then, with a hint of sarcasm and mockery, I told you, how could it be so easy to break up? A second ago, you said you had nothing to do with Tujia. Yet right after, that Tujia comes with your brother to pick you up. He curved his lips and asked, Man-thing, do you remember what you agreed to on the plane? Man-thing couldn't see Tujia and Tutoring, but she was a girl who kept her word, so she nodded. The smile at the corner of Jang Yan's mouth faded. He said coldly in a low voice near her ear, Look at the exit. Man-thing raised her eyes to see her brother, who had her quiet personality, and Tujia standing at the exit, looking around inside, probably searching for her. The man behind her wrapped his arm around her waist as if sneering. Your ex-boyfriend is here. Happy. It's over. Jang Nan doesn't trust her anymore. Surely Jang Nan thinks she's playing with him. Man-thing's legs trembled slightly. She stammered. It's not like that. I didn't call him here. You're jealous, going crazy. Didn't call him, yet he came. Telepathy, huh? You and Tujia faked breaking up to fool me, right? No, I didn't do that. Jang Yan suddenly wrapped his arm around Mon-thing's waist. Then he used one arm to lift her up. The other hand pulled the luggage. Mon-thing was very scared now. She asked, "What are you doing?" Jang Yan didn't answer. His eyes were black as ink, without emotion. He showed signs of having an episode. Jang Yan carried her into the nearby men's restroom. The restroom was quiet, with no one around. Jang Yan, without saying a word, placed her on the clean sink counter. Behind was a mirror. She was about to be scared to death. Jang Yan's voice showed no clear emotion. "I really like you." This kind of confession was truly frightening. Man-thing really wanted to jump down. His arms were propped on the sink counter. He continued speaking. "It's been a long time since I've smoked. I haven't fought either. Every night when I go home, I memorize vocabulary until I'm sick of it. I do math problems over and over. I even went to see a psychologist." Man-thing's trembling hands rested on his shoulders. She could feel the scorching temperature of his body. His breathing was rapid. It was because he felt deceived and became extremely angry. Man-thing trembled as she found her voice. "I've never been with Tujia. Never, really." Jang Yan looked at her expressionlessly. Then he laughed. "I'd believe you when hell freezes over. Most beautiful girls are deceivers. Deceiving feelings, deceiving men's hearts, turning a smart person into a fool, especially beautiful people like you." He firmly held the back of Mon-thing's neck and kissed her lips. Jang Yan was truly frightening. Her whole body was trembling. He wasn't sober, but she was completely lucid. This is the men's restroom. Her brother and Tujia, unable to find her, must be anxiously running around searching. Due to his condition, Jang Yan couldn't control himself and forcibly kissed Mon-thing. She didn't even have the strength to resist, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. Unable to breathe, she just wanted to cry. Mon-thing pounded on him repeatedly. He didn't feel any pain at all. Her phone rang at just that moment. Tutoring was walking and calling her. Unexpectedly, a faint ringtone came from nearby. He couldn't believe Mon-thing's phone would be ringing from the men's restroom. But worried about her, he decided to go in and take a look. As soon as he entered, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze completely when he saw his sister being placed on the sink and kissed by a young man. Mon-thing felt utterly miserable. Both eyes were filled with tears. Tutoring from behind pulled Jang Yan's shoulder back. He was boiling with anger. He threw a punch towards Jang Yan's face. At first, Jang Yan didn't dodge Tutoring's punch. He just coldly smiled at the young man in front of him. Compared to Tutoring's anger, he was much more furious. Man-thing actually pretended to break up with Tujia. They actually had the guts to do this. His fist was very cruel. In this life, he had never lost a fight to anyone. Tutoring clutched his stomach, his face pale. Man-thing's legs trembled slightly. This situation was really not good. Jang Yan could take on 10 people at once. A weak and gentle person like Tutoring, how could he be a match for him? Her brother couldn't get hurt. Man-thing hugged Jang Yan's waist, using all her strength to pull him back. He was so strong that she staggered and almost fell, but immediately after, he grabbed her hand tightly, not letting her fall face down. She spoke with a slight nasal tone. "Are you done being crazy?" She meant to scold, but when she spoke, her voice carried a hint of weak resentment. Jang Yan's body stiffened. "I'm done being crazy." He was now sober again. Afraid she might cry, he turned to cup her cheeks, wanting to take a look. Man-thing brushed his hand away. Jang Yan stared at his own hand, unable to suppress the misery in his heart. Man-thing looked at her brother and asked, "Tutoring, are you okay?" Tutoring gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine." Man-thing advised him not to fight with Jang Yan anymore. "Something bad will happen. Let's go home." As she was leaving with Tutoring, Jang Yan grabbed her wrist. He was very gentle, not daring to grip tightly, but also not daring to let her go. "Don't go." The young man's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice unsteady. "I'm sorry." Man-thing wanted to pull away, but as she moved slightly, he gently tightened his grip on her hand. Man-thing took a deep breath and said to Tutoring, "Wait for me outside." "Okay." Seeing her brother's hesitant expression, Man-thing added, "It's okay. If anything happens, I'll call you." "Okay, I'll wait outside for you, sis." The bathroom was quiet. Now only Man-thing and Jang Yan remained. Man-thing frowned at him. She could feel Jang Yan's fingers trembling. He struggled to say, "I just had an episode. I'll go see a doctor." In Man-thing's heart, besides embarrassment, there was another strange feeling. She remembered when he was in front of her. He liked to smile. She would hit him, scold him, but he didn't get angry when she said she had never kissed before. His eyes seemed to shine brighter than moonlight. His smile was pure and clean. This was her fault from the beginning. Because she was prejudiced against Jang Yan, she didn't refuse Tujia's proposal, but she didn't think he would care so much. She just wanted to drive him away. Man-thing had tasted enough of lying. Now she feared Jang Yan would dwell on this matter. So she looked up at him, seriously saying, I didn't deceive you. There's nothing between Tugia and me. That Christmas night, because of your presence, when he brushed off the snow, I didn't avoid it, but I don't like him. I'm not in a relationship with him either. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I don't even have his number anymore. Jang Yan was stunned, so it was all fake. You don't like Tujia, right? Man-thing continued. Lying was my fault, but she remembered the scene from earlier. Thu Duong had seen it too, and she wished she could disappear with him. Forcing others is your fault. Now I'm very angry with you. Step aside. He smiled this time. From the corners of his mouth to his eyebrows all showed joy. It's great that you don't like someone else. It's really great. His heart in an instant flew straight from hell to heaven. He didn't even care why she lied to him, because it was fake. Compared to that, this made him even happier now. Jiang Nan pulled her hand and placed it on his chest. The warm, joyful spring, his clothes were quite simple. Under her palm, his heartbeat was racing, just like him as a person. A strong, domineering flame that nothing could extinguish. Thin Thing, if you're angry, hit me. It's all my fault. Can you forgive me? Man-thing flustered. You tell me yourself. How many times has this been? Who else would be like this? I don't want to torture each other like this with you. Jang Yan remained thick-skinned till the end. His eyes were full of laughter. This is the last time you lie, but I'm telling the truth. I said I don't smoke, right? Fighting is true. I don't have the smell of cigarettes. I'll also try to study hard. My illness will get better one day. I'm not deceiving you. However you like me, that's how I'll become. Don't reject me like this, okay? The heartbeat under her hand was very fast. Jang Yan's eyes now noticed. The corner of Man-thing's lip was slightly torn. He stroked the corner of her mouth. It hurts so much. Did I bite you? Man-thing felt a slight pain. She already knew her lip was a bit torn earlier. If it wasn't him biting, could it be her? How could he ask such a question? Right after that, she immediately knew. Jiang Yan raised his arm. The young man's arm was strong and powerful. He brought it to her lips. Can you bite me back? His eyes attentively smiled. Leave your mark. I'll write you an IOU. I won't bully you anymore in the future. Bullying you once is enough. Then I'll owe you for a lifetime. She remembered the humiliation when he gripped her wrist tightly, then being forced to cooperate with him. Now the suppressed resentment finally poured out. You're a genuine scoundrel in both lives. Mon-thing bit down, right on his arm that was placed on the sink earlier. All her shame and anger now turned into that much strength. The one being bitten just smiled. He didn't even make a sound of pain. When she sensed the taste of fresh blood, Man-thing quickly loosened her bite. Since childhood, she had been obedient and understanding. This was the first time she bit someone, only because of excessive bullying. After biting, she felt uneasy, both uncomfortable and guilty. The petty Jiang Yan smiled, using his hand to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. But Man-thing reconsidered. Why should she feel guilty? He deserved it. Who told him to bully others? Jang Yan's eyes at this moment glanced at Man-thing's feet. Her canvas shoes got dirty earlier when she struggled at the sink. That's why they had stains. Tu Jia, having just heard Thu Duong say Mon-thing was in the bathroom, wanted to rush in. Ignoring Thu Duong's attempt to stop him, he still entered. As he entered, he happened to witness a scene that left both of them momentarily speechless. The one known as the arrogant troublemaker, the fierce youth at Loi Tai School, was now cleaning Mon-thing's shoes. The young man who was squatting after finishing stood up. He raised his pitch-black eyes, casually glancing over Tu Jia, then looked at Thu Duong. Jang Nan smiled lazily. Sorry, little brother. You're not hurt, are you? Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup, okay? Who's your brother? Why didn't you call me brother when you were fighting earlier? Thu Duong obviously didn't need to go to the hospital. Jang Yan had already pulled back his punch, so nothing serious happened. But everyone didn't want to go home with Jang Yan. Jang Yan was disliked, but he didn't care at all. He said to Man-thing, I'll bring you a gift when you go to school next time. Man-thing said, no need. We'll take a taxi home. You should go home quickly too. Jang Yan was very obedient now. He smiled and said, I'll leave first. Seeing Jang Yan with Man-thing, Tu Jia understood in his heart. That night, Man-thing must have been with Jang Yan. Did he need to ask any more? Man-thing then turned to Tu Jia. Thank you for coming with Thu Duong to pick me up. It's fine. Let's go home. It's late. I'll catch a taxi. After saying that, he went out to hail a taxi first. Only the man's sisters were left. Thu Duong then spoke up to ask her sister about him. Thu Duong had already seen that scene, so no matter what she said now, it wouldn't be appropriate. Man-thing could only say softly, it's just casual. Thu Duong lowered her eyes and didn't didn't ask anymore. She and Man-thing grew up together. She understood this older sister very well, who never wanted to worry others. The next day, Man-thing went to school. She had taken quite a long break, so there was a lot of schoolwork from these days. She had to copy everything. She must complete all the missing assignments. She also had to think about the dance costume. All her money had been used up. If she wanted to dance, not having shoes and a costume to dance in was unacceptable. But was there any other way to earn money? There weren't any piano competitions recently. Since the day they parted at the airport, Mon-thing hadn't seen Jang Yan again. One day, someone told her the homeroom teacher was looking for her. Why did the homeroom teacher suddenly want to find her? Man-thing went with a female student called Tong Cam Cam. When the two finished talking with the teacher, they cheerfully said goodbye and left. Tong Cam Cam was the best student in her grade. Her family background was not good. Sister, I can't believe the school just wants us to spend 2 evenings each week tutoring struggling students and even increase the scholarship from 5,000 to 20,000 yuan. That's great. Man-thing's heart leaped. For someone in need of money like her, the school's scholarship increase was very timely. But could there really be such a good thing? Tong Cam Cam then mentioned the rumor that had been spreading in school these days. By the way, I heard the principal received funding from Tutoring Group. Not only that, the school will install air conditioning in all classrooms too. Mon-thing said nothing. She also knew Tutoring Group was Jang Yan's family company. Tong Cam Cam continued. The homeroom teacher said on Friday we'll review Chapter 1 10th grade material so we can discuss how to divide the work. I'll tutor English, chemistry, and biology. You teach the others, okay? Man-thing, not really listening, just nodded. Not knowing the situation clearly, they decided to come together on Friday evening to see what subjects the students needed tutoring in. So on Friday, when everyone was in self-study class, Man-thing and Tong Cam Cam brought their books to class. They were very serious, thinking about what to say before going. They even prepared how to explain things. The tutoring class was on the first floor near the small staircase. That building was usually empty. Now only room 101 had its lights on. As the two entered room 101, they had imagined many scenarios. For example, a class arguing or studying independently. But when they saw the young man leaning back in his chair sitting in the front row, Man-thing was stunned. The young man looked up lazily and said, "Good evening, teachers." Man-thing hadn't thought that the 20,000 yuan was from him. If she had known she was tutoring him, she wouldn't have come. Tong Cam Cam blushed. Jang Yan was so handsome when he smiled gently. He had a special charisma. She stammered, "Hello, I'm just a student too. You can call me by name. I'm Tong Cam Cam." Jang Yan nodded, his jet-black eyes carrying a hint of amusement as he looked at Man-thing. "Little teacher, why don't you introduce yourself too?" Man-thing hugged the book in her arms tightly and said, "Man-thing," her voice soft and gentle. Jang Yan first knew her name when he saw it on her student ID. Now hearing her say it herself was indescribably serious and sweet, that seriousness and sweetness. Damn, so obedient. "Teacher Mon, what do you teach?" Man-thing endured, her small face serious under the light as she said, "Literature, math, physics." Tong Cam Cam asked, "Is there anything you don't understand? I'll write it down. I'll take notes." Tong Cam Cam was very excited. Teaching one person was much better than a group. Jang Yan tossed her his 3 subject test papers for her to look at. Tong Cam Cam quickly went over to flip through them. The young man's eyes glanced at the little teacher on the other side. Man-thing walked in from the door. The night breeze gently blew, revealing her small, graceful waist. She wasn't irritated either. She took out her pen and notebook, preparing to take notes on what this struggling student didn't know. Her voice naturally carried a gentleness. "What don't you understand in literature, math, and physics?" In his eyes was a strange smile, an extremely mischievous one. "Little teacher, what if I don't know anything? What should we do then? Is there still hope for me?" She bit her lip. "It's hopeless." "You rascal." Man-thing took out the 10th grade literature textbook. "Have you studied Spring by Tam Vien Xuan?" Jang Yan, of course, had no impression, so he just ignored whether he had studied it or not. He nodded. In Man-thing's eyes, a glimmer of doubt appeared. "Really? Unable to lie anymore?" Jang Yan replied. "Haven't studied it." Man-thing explained to him. "In the college entrance exam, 10 points are allocated for memorizing poems. These are free points, so we can't ignore them." She spoke very sincerely, her small face plump and rosy. Jang Yan smiled and hummed in agreement. Tong Cam Cam beside them was in despair, her mind spinning. She was doomed. This person hadn't even studied in high school. He hadn't even been through middle school either. Tong Cam Cam called Man-thing outside. She said painfully that his math score was just over 20 points. The 2 correct answers were in the multiple choice section. This meant he couldn't solve even even the simplest problems. The two correct answers were just random guesses. Man-thing immediately understood. The first questions are the easiest ones. If he couldn't do the first questions, it really proved he had no foundation at all. Somehow, Man-thing felt like laughing. He was truly outstanding among the poor students. Tong Kam Kam said, "We've already promised to teach him. Let me go home and think about how to explain things. Will you be okay teaching literature alone today?" Mon-thing said it was fine, so Tong Kam Kam left. As she left, she took Jang Yan's stack of test papers with her. Mon-thing sat down next to Jang Yan. On both sides were study desks, and he was sitting with her. Jang Yan was stunned. He had never thought Mon-thing would sit next to him like this. Whenever she was with him, she usually avoided him. From childhood to adulthood, Jang Yan only sat at the same table with his troublemaker friends, boys who played ball in summer, all dirty and smelly. But at this moment, sitting next to him was a fragrant and soft girl. She didn't hold any grudges against him either. Mon-thing said, "Don't misunderstand. This is self-study time in the evening, the most relaxed time, so it's easier to study this way." Mon-thing asked, "Today we'll start with literature. On the weekend, I'll review middle school math and physics books to help you build a foundation, okay?" She tilted her head and asked him, a 17-year-old girl with pure eyes. Jang Yan had never experienced such a peaceful atmosphere when he was with her. Her voice was gentle, like water flowing through a stream, making others' whole body melt. Jang Yan dazedly said, "Okay." Jang Yan's heart was pounding. He really liked her being this gentle, but he had never received such treatment before. He didn't expect that when she agreed to tutor, she would be so friendly and focused. Man-thing continued, "Well, first, I'll list the content you need to memorize. You must pay attention and listen carefully. If you don't know how to write a character, look at the phonetic notation." Jang Yan didn't expect that when she agreed to tutor, she would be so friendly and focused. Man-thing read Spring by Tham Vien Xuan to him, reading and explaining at the same time. Then came two modern poems. Her voice was clear in the summer night, soft and smooth, her shadow on the white waves. "I'm stirred with longing." Gyeongnan felt his heart was also stirring. For the first time, he sensed the beauty of a poem. Man-thing finished reading, then seriously explained the meaning of the verses. She explained very carefully, afraid he wouldn't understand, so she spoke very slowly. The young man beside her didn't say a word. The young man's eyes weren't focused on the book in her hands. In her simple white uniform, his ink-black gaze fell on her slightly exposed chest. His dazed expression was too obvious. His Adam's apple was even bobbing. Man-thing looked up, asked if the young man understood anything so far, but suddenly she noticed something unusual. Following Jiangnan's gaze, she looked down, where her chest couldn't be fully covered, under the thin shirt. The pink edge of her undergarment was faintly visible. Man-thing's face turned red as she stood up. "Jang Yan, where are you looking?" Damn, she finished reading so quickly. Jang Yan didn't mean to. He just wanted to see her pure face next to him. Then his gaze drifted downward. He really couldn't help it. "Don't be angry, little teacher. I was just looking at the book." Mon-thing was furious. "If you don't want to listen, then forget it." Jang Yan saw her flushed face. He smiled coaxingly. "Don't cry." Jang Yan glanced at the podium. There was a small stick on it. Jang Yan was very afraid she would cry, and even more afraid that she would leave. Jang Yan smiled and reached out to hand her the stick. "I wasn't paying attention to the lesson. You can hit me, okay? As long as you don't cry, anything is fine." Man-thing stared blankly at the stick. "How could I cry so easily? If you don't study, it means I'm not teaching well." She thought she was seriously teaching him, yet he was looking at that part of her. Thinking about it made her furious. Jiang Yan said dryly, "I promise I'll listen seriously. Please don't leave, okay?" But Man-thing didn't listen. She was packing up her books to leave. He was really afraid she'd leave, so he relied on his tall stature and long legs. In a few steps, he closed the door. As a result, when he turned back, he saw her terrified look. It seemed he already had a record, so she was so scared. Man-thing was scared to death of this ruffian. "Don't let him come here." Jang Yan suddenly felt very happy and deliberately teased her. "Do you want to continue teaching or do something else?" She wanted to cry. Finally, with no way to retreat, she said, "Teach." Jang Yan laughed out loud. "So cute, I'm about to faint." He said, "Be good, don't be afraid. If you don't want to hit me, how about I punish myself? Is that okay?" Man-thing didn't understand what he just said. What did he want to do? In the empty classroom, under her tea-colored eyes, Jang Yan started doing push-ups. Push-ups. His movements were both gentle and proper. When he was young, he attended a noble elementary school, so he was used to being punished early on. After doing over 70 push-ups, he finally looked up at her. "Is that enough, little teacher?" Man-thing's tea-colored eyes curiously looked at him. She believed he wouldn't do anything bad. He did over 70 push-ups, but he didn't seem tired at all. When she was in middle school, school, there was a boy in her class who was punished with push-ups for mischief. After just 10 push-ups, his face turned pale. Lying on the ground, Mon-thing said gently, "If not, you should go compete in sports." He looked up at her. The air froze for 3 seconds. Jang Yan laughed angrily. Damn it. He stood up from the ground. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Mon-thing thought Jang Yan lacked basics and couldn't focus. His efforts to study like this were really painful. No, why should she care about him? His family is rich. Whether he goes to university or not doesn't matter. She shouldn't worry about him. What's important is that his attitude now is very serious, which made her unable to resist, thinking about finding another suitable path for him. After being tormented by him like this, Mon-thing looked down at her watch. It was time to leave. "Do you really want to study?" "Huh, don't believe me." Mon-thing really didn't believe it. "You should memorize the lessons I've listed." Jang Yan asked, "How many?" Mon-thing took out 2 books and handed them to him. 10. Mon-thing was a bit annoyed. She really didn't mind teaching classmates, but she was wary of his eyes full of aggression. The young man smiled wickedly. "That's a lot. You really want to make it hard for me, huh?" She wanted him to know it's difficult and give up. So it included works like Lanting Shu, GZ, and Chibi Fu. Jang Yan found it hard to read, let alone memorize. Mon-thing said, "If you don't agree, then forget it." Jang Yan glanced at the girl's bright eyes and agreed. "Why wouldn't I agree? I'm very serious about you." He smiled at her. "If I finish learning, you can't easily give up on me, okay?" She nodded. "Okay. Anyway, you won't be able to learn it all. A person who has never learned anything before. Now you have to memorize the required passages from 2 textbooks. With your hot temper, you might even tear up the books. If you can't learn it, Mon-thing will tell the school that the scholarship is no longer needed." Jang Yan took the 2 books and chuckled softly. "See you this weekend." That evening when he returned, Jang Yan frantically started studying. If it were modern poetry, it would be easier. He stayed up all night and finally finished learning. But when he started on the literature genre, he knew he was in trouble. Fortunately, in Mon-thing's books there were notes. He could read them over and over until he was fluent. He even studied during the day. Memorizing 10 poems immediately was really difficult. While eating, he had to think about those difficult literary works, but Jang Yan didn't feel it was hard at all. He wasn't afraid of anything. He only feared that Mon-thing would leave him. They had agreed with each other. If he could memorize these poems this time, Mon-thing wouldn't easily give up on him. Hatuan Min didn't know about the agreement between Jang Yan and Mon-thing. He thought, why has Nyan been reading so much poetry lately? Could he be practicing writing love letters? Fuang Dam wasn't sure either. How about we give Nyan a poetry collection? Hatuan Min suddenly understood. Chasing after a smart girl is really tiring. You even have to memorize poetry. The next day, on Jang Yan's desk was a poetry collection gifted by his rascal friends. Hatuan Min winked. I heard this is a love poetry collection, very necessary for chasing girls. Jang Yan's mocking laughter rang out as he casually opened it. He was originally contemptuous until he saw the words from the past. Slowly at dawn to the train station. The long, dark road, 1 passenger. A whole lifetime is only enough to love 1 person. Jang Yan was dazed. Memories of Tranhua Lei, where he waited for her 7 days and 7 nights, suddenly appeared in his mind. People coming and going at the station. He was afraid she'd go alone, so he ran to the station even earlier. The breakfast vendor was just waiting for her. He waited until each shop, one by one on the street, closed their doors. Night fell. Stars appeared all over the sky before he returned. He had never told Mon-thing about nights like these because he knew few would like someone so crazy and stubborn. But someone as crazy as him truly only has enough love for 1 person in a lifetime. He closed the poetry book, stuffed it inside his desk drawer, thanked Hatuan Min. Mid-May quietly approached. Tong Cam couldn't bear the stress and constraints anymore. She cried in front of Mon-thing. Senior, I don't want to teach anymore. Do you think the teachers will scold me? Mon-thing handed her a handkerchief. What's wrong? Tong Cam took a deep breath and said, Senior Jiang doesn't know anything. His pronunciation isn't very good. He doesn't know chemical elements either. Mon-thing felt sympathetic. It had been 10 days since she asked Jang Yan to memorize the textbook passages. During that time, there were also Tong Cam's tutoring sessions. Tong Cam said, I'm scared of him. I really don't want to teach anymore. Every time it was her turn to tutor, that black-haired boy neither smiled nor spoke. When she asked if he understood, he only answered yes or no. The expression behind that wasn't smiling at all. Fierce and aggressive, it scared people to death. If you first saw him smiling, he'd seem quite gentle. But that expression behind didn't have any hint of a smile. Fierce and aggressive, the person facing him would die miserably. Tong Cam spoke while trembling, her voice getting softer and softer. softer. There really was no way to tutor anymore. Mon-thing said, "Let's go negotiate with the teachers a bit. Go right now." At first, Mon-thing had intended to say, "Wait for her a moment up ahead." She remembered that day, his eyes full of laughter. "Wait for me, okay?" If he really came back to study, then she couldn't be so ruthless. Mon-thing heard herself say gently, "Wait 2 more days." Jang Yan had promised to memorize the poems. 12 days had passed. Mon-thing didn't know how far he'd learned. If Jang Yan didn't learn the lessons, she wouldn't need to tutor him anymore. The remaining time could be focused on preparing for the national dance competition in June in City B. At the end of May, places would start voting. Mon-thing didn't have much time left to practice. On the day her mother had the incident, Mon-thing was at the top of the dance rankings in City H. But afterwards, she gave up, not going to City H to participate in the finals. She also didn't continue to stand up and dance on stage again. Mon-thing had never told anyone that compared to playing the piano, she liked dancing even more. As her mother used to say, heaven had given her an angel who was very obedient and understanding, but whose wings had been broken. Only when dancing, that little angel could once again pick up its wings, free, beautiful, and radiant. Before the Friday evening self-study session began, Tong Kam Kam approached Mon-thing with a strange expression. She whispered in her ear, "Senior said he's memorized everything." Mon-thing's eyes widened in disbelief, so fast that it seemed unimaginable. After all, for someone who couldn't recognize a single character, to memorize 10 poems, even a month would be considered too rushed. Jang Yan had no talent for studying at all. In these matters, he wasn't considered very smart, yet he only used 12 days to finish learning. "Sister, I've relayed his message. I'm going back to class now. If Jang Yan had done it, then she should keep her promise." Mon-thing went downstairs to room 101 in the adjacent building. The overhead light shone on him as he frowned, afraid of making mistakes. So once again he looked down at the lesson he knew least. Shich bitch fu. Mon-thing stood outside the door watching him. She knew what hot-tempered meant. Medical theory explains hot-tempered. When faced with unfavorable situations, it immediately stimulates a furious outburst. A personality deficiency manifests. Especially severe cases are rare. Thinking back now, Jang Yan's irritable temperament was perhaps not what he wanted either. It was just because of his illness that he couldn't control it. We also forgot that, in fact, this world had long been unfair to him. Mon-thing lowered her eyes and knocked on the door. Jang Yan saw her coming, his eyes showing a hint of pride. "Mon-thing, I've memorized all 10 poems." His demeanor was like he had won some championship. Mon-thing walked over, her feelings a bit complicated. Those 2 books of hers had been flipped through by someone these past few days, leaving very clear traces. Then she began to test him. Mon-thing tested using methods from exams. "That moon hangs in the vast sky, illuminating 1,000 trees." What's the next line? Jang Yan thought for a moment. Does sadness overwhelm someone, or does my heart linger, sometimes full, sometimes empty? Then what's before? Though no one is alike, when in high spirits they're joyful indeed. What delightful pleasures, who knows old age follows? Jang Yan lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Most people, if asked about the line after, could respond quickly, but if asked about the line before, one must know the poem very well to answer. It seemed Jang Yan didn't know it that well. He silently recited in his heart from the first lines of this poem. He read the whole poem, pondering for a long time. After a while, he finally gritted his teeth and answered, "Some people want to enjoy love. As long as it's not constrained, that's fine." He looked at her and just realized she was smiling under the light. Her eyes sparkled with a beautiful, heart-stirring smile. She was 17 this year. Just a slight smile was more beautiful than 100 blooming flowers. Mon-thing really couldn't help it, laughing until her shoulders shook. He was so silly to start reading from the very first line of the poem. Jiang Nan knew she was laughing at him. He smiled slightly. Then he lowered his head and said softly, "Laughing at me, are you? Come here and let me see you laugh." The summer night breeze outside gently blew into the classroom. While testing him, Mon-thing had deliberately asked about the preceding line. Although very slow, those 10 poems, he didn't recite a single one incorrectly. He really did it. In the young man's eyes was a deep, burning emotion. "Now that I've finished, will you agree with me? Will you keep your word?" Mon-thing didn't deceive others. She nodded once. He smiled. "Little teacher, I know one more poem. Do you want to hear it?" "There's another one." Mon-thing flipped through the book. "I only gave you 10 poems, though." Jang Yan closed the book, his eyes smiling at her. "Don't good students like you enjoy reading poetry? I'll recite one for you." The young man smiled. He began to recite his 11th poem. "If we had never met, perhaps my heart would never be so heavy. If we truly missed each other, it's the poem Only Love Once by Wangguozhen. I fear I could never be at peace my whole life. Man-thing knew this was a modern love poem. Jang Yan continued reciting. Just one glance is enough for the heart to weather any storm. Yes, just being by your side, no matter how difficult, I can overcome it. This lifetime, I'm determined to love only one person. Just your smile is enough for me. The poet's words were very free-spirited. Mon-thing's face gradually reddened. All right, you win. Okay, this weekend I'll continue tutoring you. His laughter was a bit unrestrained. Don't run. Look at me. Let me recite for you. No listening. Mon-thing felt his recitation of love poems was too embarrassing. Her ears were all red. That's enough for today. Jang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Then hurry and praise me for being impressive. Don't push your luck. Don't push it. Look into my eyes and see. She looked up in surprise, gazing into his eyes. There are so many bloodshot lines. For these literary works, I haven't slept well for 12 days. I didn't even have the energy to sleep. For the first time, Mon-thing understood that what she could easily do wasn't at all easy for him to accomplish. Jang Yan smiled softly and said, I'm a man. If I promise you something, I'll definitely do it. Besides, I wanted to see you sooner. Mon-thing blinked a few times. For the first time, she saw his very serious gaze. For someone with such a short temper to memorize these things like this, these past few days must have been extremely uncomfortable for him. Mon-thing's fingers touched the fountain pen in her pocket. This was a reward she had received earlier from the school. Man-thing said, Give me your hand. Jang Yan held out his hand. She placed a simple fountain pen in his hand. It still carried the young girl's warmth. Her small face became very serious. You did very well. He gripped the pen tightly. His heart suddenly warmed. Being coaxed by a fountain pen worth only 5 yuan, he couldn't tell which way was east, south, west, or north. Jang Yan asked, Really for me? Yes, it's a reward for your rapid progress. He smiled. Now, even if you make me recite hundreds of thousands of Chiho Jaya or whatever, it's no problem. Before leaving, the little teacher reminded him to review. After Mon-thing left, he leaned against the door, watching her back. Jang Yan squinted, gently sniffing the fountain pen in his hand. It still retained a bit of her fragrance. His feeling now was like that poem. Before, time passed very slowly, so that just a smile, a word of encouragement from her, he could cherish for a lifetime. A lifetime is only enough to love one person, like now at the evening self-study session. On the 4th day, Trio Noan Tran came in from outside, her face not looking good. She was almost angry enough to cry. Thin, they dare say your legs have problems. Man-thing was checking her English homework. Hearing this, she smiled and said, What's wrong? Those girls' tongues are really terrible. They say you've never worn a skirt before because either you have scars on your thighs or bow legs. They say you only have a pretty face, but your figure isn't beautiful. You're not worthy to be the school beauty. Man-thing's eyes curved into a smile. She didn't care about this at all. You're still smiling. Man-thing just felt their imagination was very rich. In her previous life, she had burns on 30% of her body. Indeed, her legs were damaged. But in this life, her legs were fine. Trio Noan Tran asked curiously, Why don't you wear skirts, thin thing? I don't wear skirts because when I was little, all the dresses were made by my mother. Later, my eyes became inconvenient, always getting caught on things, so wearing pants is much more convenient. It can protect against skin scratches. And I don't have any dresses. The dresses from before age 14 no longer fit. Man-thing was truly absolutely poor. She didn't think about wanting to follow the dressing style of other girls at school. Her father's money wasn't easy to earn at all. Then Man-thing stood up. All right, I have to go see the English teacher now. Man-thing didn't even care, but Trio Noan Tran was extremely angry. Trio Noan Tran pulled Man-thing's arm. Thin, when will you wear a skirt? They're getting too much. I won't let you go if you don't wear one. Man-thing's eyes sparkled with laughter. You really want to see. Trio Noan Tran nodded. Friday evening, I'll join a dance competition. Do you want to come? It took Trio Noan Tran a while to find her voice again. Of course. She didn't think Man-thing could dance too, and even compete. Trio Noan Tran gently asked, Besides knowing how to dance, what else do you know? Man-thing thought, I know a bit of piano, a bit of violin, Chinese painting, and chess. Also translation. The worldview of over a year of Trio Noan Tran was about to collapse. Oh my god, Thing is really an all-round talent. She really wanted to kneel down. Is there anything you don't know, Fairy? Man-thing finally escaped from her best friend to submit English homework for the whole class. The dance competition on Friday also coincided with her tutoring time for Jiang Nan. She planned to go to Loi Tai High School to find Jiang Nan. Tutor him today instead. Tell him that on Friday she had something to do. Ask if he could have the tutoring session today. But at this time during self-study, Jiang Yan wasn't paying attention to his phone. He was doing the math problems Man-thing gave him. Ha Tuan Min took the chance to glance over. Just one look, and he wanted to laugh like crazy. Damn. Damn, Yan bro, what are you writing? It's so nauseating. Jang Yan glared. The mobile phone screen in the desk drawer suddenly lit up. Sender, baby. Jang Yan doubted he saw it wrong, but the unique text on the screen told him he wasn't mistaken. He curved his lips and read the message she sent. Jang Yan, I'm at Loi Tai School now. I have something to tell you. I'm waiting for you under the birch tree by the music room. Do you have time to come? Jang Nan smiled and slapped Hatuan Min on the back of his head. Any objections? You volunteered willingly. After looking at the message for a moment, he couldn't wait any longer. He quickly went downstairs. After a few steps, he decisively started running. The May breeze gently brushed across his face. He ran through small paths with dense forests. With just a glance, he saw Mon-thing. She was waiting under the music room, the 17-year-old girl with fair, beautiful skin. The evening glow shining on her made it impossible to look away. Standing opposite her was a male student talking to her. Mon-thing curled her lips slightly and shook her head. The male student was reluctant to leave. Jang Nan was extremely annoyed, but he didn't think to look at that male student again. Logically speaking, he was the same type of thick-skinned person as himself. Both were the type who knew no shame, begging others to like them. Essentially, there was no difference. Jang Nan laughed coldly and spoke up. Whatever you're saying, let me hear some of it too. The male student was grabbed by the shoulder. He was about to get angry when he clearly saw the person in front of him start to stutter. Nanbro, the name of the school's overlord, wasn't just all talk and no action. All the students at Loi Tai School might not know the principal, but they couldn't not know Jang Yan. Man-thing got a headache seeing Jang Yan angry. Why do you get mad at the slightest thing? Your temper is really bad. Jang Yan was both fierce and wild. In this situation, if it appeared in a TV drama, it would be very similar to those evil local tyrants. Jang Yan truly was that evil villain character. Man-thing stood behind Jang Yan, hesitating, and stretched out her small hand. She gently pulled at his shirt. The back of his shirt felt a small force pulling, like the strength of a little kitten. Jang Yan was stunned. Something seemed to explode in his heart. His heart uncontrollably beat wildly. In a place where no one could see, the girl's small hand gently shook, but he didn't react. Man-thing thought he couldn't feel it, so she shook it again lightly. Man-thing spoke up to remind him. You should be more moderate. Everyone's watching. This small force of hers couldn't even compare to a summer breeze, but it was like a feather lightly brushing deep inside his bones. Taking that spot as a starting point, a strange feeling spread out. Gyangnan's bones all went numb. Was she acting coy with him? The male student couldn't see Mon-thing's action. He was on the verge of tears. Nyan bro, I didn't mean to. I was just passing by. It's time for class. Can you let go? Then he felt like he'd seen a ghost. The tyrant who thought he was above everyone at their school suddenly curled his lips in a strange expression and loosened his grip. The male student quickly ran away. The bell for class rang. The noisy onlookers around finally dispersed. Jang Yan turned around, his ink-black eyes smiling. Man-thing asked, hurry to class. Don't you need to go back for evening self-study? Jang Yan calmly replied, our evening self-study. It's either playing cards, sleeping, or singing karaoke. Man-thing couldn't help but laugh. She said gently, I found you today to apologize. I'm busy with something on Friday, so I can't tutor you tomorrow. Can we have the tutoring session today instead? He asked her, what's happening tomorrow night? Mon-thing didn't really want to tell him. She had her own private matters too. If he knew, he would surely come to watch her perform. Like before when she was 10 or 11, wearing a small ballet dress and dancing. She was extremely beautiful and radiant. Behind her was a long line of male students wanting to walk her home. As she grew older, girls her age would go together, talking and laughing. Only she was followed by male students who were completely mesmerized by her. Originally, Mon-thing had friends, but later, the parents wouldn't allow their children to walk home with her after school. Those parents said, that girl has so many boys following her. Don't let your children play with her, understand? So although Mon-thing had good relationships, whenever it was time to leave school, the other girls wouldn't walk home with her. Once, Man-thing lost her temper. She was still young then. Not understanding, she threw small stones at the crowd following her to make them stop following her. Now, thinking back, it seems like it was a very long time ago. Just as she thought this, Mon-thing suddenly realized where she knew Tu Jia from. He was the chubby boy who followed her in middle school. So Tu Jia and she were schoolmates from the same middle school. Thinking about the past, Mon-thing knew she couldn't let Jang Yan go there. He was already interested interested in her. If she let him go, she would surely feel uncomfortable. She'd never escape this boy for the rest of her life. Now Mon-thing had no prejudice against him, but that didn't mean she wanted to be in a relationship with him. His personality was unstable and extremely domineering. Who could stand that? Mon-thing couldn't tell him the truth, but she wasn't used to lying either. She told him, "I have to go to the hospital for an eye checkup." Jang Yan's lips curved, a smile spreading in his eyes. Deceiving the devil, going to the hospital for an eye checkup late at night. But he said nothing, lazily replying, Then let's have the makeup lesson today." Mon-thing breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Then let's go to the music room." Jang Yan naturally had no objection. Mon-thing took out the notes she had revised a few days ago. These are the key points to remember from middle school. The two most important subjects are always math and physics. There's also some chemistry knowledge, because high school knowledge also requires it. Take a look at it. Mastering these should be enough. Then we'll start learning. Jang Yan softly replied with an Man-thing continued, "I'm not a professional, so my explanations might not be very good. I also don't have much time to teach you. If you don't like listening to the teachers at school, you can hire a tutor to review the basics with you." "That works for me," he replied. Mon-thing felt he was being unusually cooperative today. She was naturally very careful and felt something was very strange. She finally noticed that occasionally Jang Yan would look towards the piano. His eyes were a bit cold and also somewhat gloomy and dark. The window was slightly open, letting in the cool May breeze. The piano in the evening light radiated a gentle, magnificent beauty. He didn't seem very happy. The impulsive, reckless youth carrying a kind of boiling passion. Mon-thing had heard that he was disliked when he was young. He was a child who didn't fit in. He never really had a childhood. "Do you want to hear a piano piece?" she asked. She said nothing more. When the lesson ended, Mon-thing stood up and turned towards the piano. Jang Yan was stunned. Was she going to play the piano? Mon-thing walked to the piano and sat down. She opened the piano lid. As her fingers touched the keys, Jang Yan's eyes suddenly contracted. He clenched his fists. His whole body tensed, suppressing the urge to pull her away. Please don't play. I hate piano music." His childhood memories were of being beaten and scolded by his own mother, locked in a room. Then, from his mother's piano room, music would play continuously. That woman didn't like Chairman Jiang. Those piano pieces were extremely mournful and fierce, like a hand gripping his heart tightly, making him feel intense hatred. Jang Yan knew he liked Mon-thing, but he also feared she might be like his mother, beautiful and gentle, but also the most heartless person. Under the gentle evening sky, on Mon-thing's black hair, there appeared a layer of color, pale yellow. The piano sound rang out at that moment. Jang Yan looked up in surprise. Mon-thing's fingertips moved gently. She played a children's song, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." The melody was simple and light, ringing out like sparkling rays of light. It was a song for children. That woman had always looked down on this kind of piano playing, joyful and lively. He thought that even if she was vague, not understanding what she wanted to do in the end, he knew he was done for. His heart had been stolen away. Man-thing finished playing and looked at him with curved eyes, smiling. "All right, our tutoring session ends here for today. Let's go." Jang Yan smiled at her. Maybe Man-thing would never know that in that moment he had dreamed of holding her in his arms so much. Cold air blew from the air conditioner. They remembered the AC was still on. Man-thing asked him, "Jang Yan, where did you put the AC remote earlier?" Earlier, Jang Yan had casually placed the remote on the wooden box by the window. The wooden box was stacked very high. Mon-thing reached out, but couldn't reach it. Jang Yan had once deeply hated piano pieces, but now he seemed to be enchanted by the young girl in front of him. He just wanted so much, so desperately wanted to have her. Jang Yan followed behind as she reached up from the top of her head to grab the remote. He used a posture of hugging from behind, but didn't touch her at all. If only heaven would let him have her, just a little. If God would tell him that this girl before him loved him, he would be willing to die. Mon-thing turned around. Jang Yan calmly, as if nothing had happened, turned off the air conditioner and said to her, "All right, let's go." His expression was indifferent. So from beginning to end, Mon-thing didn't feel anything was amiss. Friday evening, Mon-thing arrived at the art center's main hall. The competition officially began. Mon-thing drew number 89. Calculating the time, at the earliest, it would be 10 o'clock before her turn. After 2 lifetimes, 5 years had passed. Once again, Mon-thing set foot in this place. The excitement of standing on stage again seemed to overshadow the tension brought by the competition. Mon-thing gently tiptoed a few steps, her arms lifting lightly. Her fair fingers moved slightly under the bright lights. She was also eagerly looking forward to standing on stage once more. The MC announced, numbers 85 to 95, prepare at 0930. Man-thing still hadn't seen Trio Noan Tran anywhere. Trio Noan Tran had earlier confidently declared, Thing, don't worry, I'll definitely come. I'll bring my dad's phone too to take photos and videos for you. But it was already 9:30, and Man-thing still couldn't see her in the hall. She lifted the curtain and looked around. Indeed, there was no sign of her best friend anywhere, but she saw an unexpected person from home. His mother was a teacher in the arts field, so knowing about such events wasn't strange. There was nothing odd about it, but Mon-thing remembered her childhood memories, that chubby boy who always followed her home. But unexpectedly, now he seemed to have become a completely different person, so she couldn't recognize him immediately. Recalling those past memories, she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Never mind, Man-thing stopped thinking about him. Did Trio Noan Tran have something that prevented her from coming? Man-thing was a bit worried about her. Hopefully nothing had happened, right? At this moment, outside the school gate of number 7 middle school, Trio Noan Tran was stopped on the road. As she was happily running out of the school gate, she was surrounded by several mountain motorcycles. Jang Yan, what are you doing in front of our school gate? The young man took off his helmet, revealing messy black hair and a very mischievous smile. Where are you going, student? Wait for me a bit, will you? Scared, Trio Noan Tran turned around, wanting to run away. Tuan laughed and chased after her, saying, I won't let you run away, you know. Trio Noan Tran cursed. Are you mentally ill? Tuan glared. Damn, say that again. Trio Noan Tran was so angry she almost cried. What are you Loi Tai school thugs blocking my way for? Jang Yan had guessed wrong. Man-thing originally didn't go to evening self-study, making him wait in vain to meet her. As a result, she had taken leave from all evening self-study classes. Fortunately, while sitting here waiting, he encountered Trio Noan Tran. Trio Noan Tran must know where Man-thing had gone so late at night. Jang Yan couldn't help but say, Why are you running now? I ask, you just need to answer. Trio Noan Tran was extremely scared, so she quickly nodded. What do you want to ask? Jang Yan asked. Where did Mon-thing go? Although Trio Noan Tran was very scared, she wasn't the type of person without any principles. She directed them to go around the park's lake. On the summer night, the lake surface shimmered. The air was very fresh and cool. They ran like that for 3 or 4 laps. Jang Yan suddenly stopped his bike and coldly glanced at Trio Noan Tran. You dare to fool me. I'll give you one last chance. Trio Noan Tran originally intended to make them run in circles. During that time, she planned to secretly call the police from the bike, but with the bike's speed being so fast, she didn't even have the courage to move her hand. Finally, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, she had to confess at the city's art center lobby. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to become quiet. Tuan thought to himself, this is bad. The city's art center lobby was exactly where, last winter, when Jang Yan returned, he never went there again. They all had a general idea of what Man-thing was doing there. Jang Yan, without saying a word, this time didn't let them catch up and rode off alone. The motorcycle sound from his bike was deafeningly loud. In a blink, his figure was no longer visible. Trio Noan Tran suddenly cried and apologized to Man-thing. Tuan sighed. They didn't want to bully this little girl either. Rarely, Tuan conscience arose. Don't cry anymore. Brother Nyan isn't a bad person. Trio Noan Tran wanted to cry even more. How could he not be bad? He's extremely, extremely evil. It's already 9:12 now. Thing's competition part will start soon. Tuan spoke up. We'll take you to the art center lobby. I guarantee we won't do anything to you. This little girl, always thinking weird things. I don't know why. Jang Yan stopped his bike outside the center's lobby. He still vividly remembered that Christmas night. It was right here that he stood in the snow, coughing up blood. He stepped out of the gloomy night and went inside. In the bright, twinkling lights, he walked step by step. By the time he saw the stage hall, the music had reached its finale. Only a few low notes remained. Jang Yan looked up. Everything around was dark. Only near the stage was there a bit of light. He glanced and immediately saw Mon-thing. He hadn't caught her performance. He only saw her final bow of gratitude. The music had stopped, the world suddenly silent. Her body leaned forward, performing a respectful bow. Around him, Jang Yan carried the piercing cold of the night. He saw her smile, not a shy, embarrassed smile, but a smile incredibly beautiful and spirited. She smiled very comfortably and happily, beautiful enough to move one's heart, like a pure, newborn little fairy. Jang Nan seemed to forget to breathe, and for a long time couldn't calm down. He had never seen Mon-thing like this before. He knew her when her eyes couldn't bear strong light, supporting herself with a white cane, slowly walking out of the school gate. It was autumn then. It had just rained. The air was still lingering with moisture not yet dissipated. She was so quiet and lonely, gradually disappearing from view. Until today, he saw another side of her. She was beautiful, like a little fairy. It had been a long time since he realized he liked her very much. At this moment, he vaguely realized again he had been captivated by her. Jang Yan felt something was off about himself. He was like this for the first time in his life, blushing, something he never thought he'd do. He watched a performance. No, damn it. This couldn't even be called a performance. It was just a small gesture of gratitude. Yet he was made to blush by a girl, his hands in black gloves gripped tightly on the fabric of the seat. He breathed in gulps, like a dying person, his mind in chaos, until he saw Tugia. Tugia's eyes were focused on the stage, but it was as if through the stage he was gazing at something beyond. Jang Yan thought slowly. Should he kill this lingering guy who refused to let go, or not? But his body felt weak and in utter chaos. He suddenly had a strong urge to smoke, but touching his pocket, there was only a wallet and phone. Then he remembered he had quit that long ago. Even his bad mood had no way to be vented. Jang Yan kept thinking over and over, why didn't she look at him even once when she left the stage? Mon-thing in the dressing room behind the stage received a message from Trio Noan Tran. It said, Thin, I'll be there soon. Sorry, Jang Yan's group is coming too. Man-thing was stunned. Because the performance was earlier than planned, Trio Noan Trang couldn't make it in time, so Jang Yan wouldn't have seen it either, right? Man-thing hurriedly changed out of her dance dress. She had a slight headache, unsure how to face Jang Yan later. Man-thing remembered she had told him earlier she was going for an eye checkup, but now she was here. He'd know she lied to him. It was such a headache. In the quiet night, behind Man-thing suddenly came a voice calling her name. Man-thing. She was stunned. It was Jang Yan's voice. Man-thing turned her head at the call. As a result, she ran into a young man in the darkness. He wore a dark blue t-shirt, almost blending with the night. Jang Yan came alone. So where was Tru Noan Tran? Seeing her, he curved his lips into a smile. Isn't this you going to the hospital for an eye checkup? Man-thing's face burned red. In her life, she had lied the most to avoid him. Jang Yan observed her small, fair face. For the first time, not getting an inch, he wanted to advance a foot. Let's go, I'll take you home. Man-thing was a bit confused. Was it that easy? Had he let it go already? Jang Yan had already inserted the key. His long legs stepped into the car. He said lazily, Come on. Man-thing said, But I want to wait for Trio Noan Train. Jang Yan casually said, Isn't the performance over? What use is there for her to come now? Ha Tuan-ming will take her home. I want to call her. Jang Yan frowned. Fine, then hurry up. Man-thing dialed. Trio Noan Tran's sorrowful voice came through. Thin, I'm sorry. I couldn't come to cheer for you. Someday let me see you in a dress, okay? Did your performance go well? Yes. Where are you now? Trio Noan Tran felt really embarrassed, so she stammered. It's nothing. I'm taking a cab home. You should go home soon too. Be careful. I'm here walking and enjoying the night scenery. It's not bad. Ha Tuan-min said in an exaggerated tone. Oh, the night scenery here isn't bad. It was clearly desolate and empty. Trio Noan Tran was about to go crazy with anger. This cruel, evil guy, why doesn't he just go die? Trio Noan Tran was originally quite playful. Man-thing, now reassured, told her to go home soon. Jang Yan asked, Done talking. Can we go now? Man-thing didn't want to ride in his car. She felt the bus was much safer. When she used to cycle to school, she had ridden in his car before. That psychological trauma still lingered. Jang Yan knew what she was thinking about. He had intentionally driven very fast before to make Mon-thing hug him. He knew she was afraid of him. He took the helmet and approached her. On the summer night, insects chirped up and down. Her moist eyes widened, about to refuse. Jang Yan lowered his eyes and put the helmet on her. He gently secured the helmet for her. Mon-thing opened her eyes wide behind the protective visor. She was crying without tears. Jang Yan couldn't help but smile. This time I'll drive slowly. I promise not to scare you. Okay, then what about you? I'm wearing this. What will you wear? He replied. I don't need one. Get on, or do you want me to lift you up? Man-thing certainly didn't want him to lift her. Nervously, she sat on his bike. He started the engine and slowly drove off. In his life, he had never driven a mountain bike this slowly before. From behind came a soft voice asking him, When did you arrive here? Probing him, he slowly replied, Just arrived. Man-thing was happy. You just arrived, so you probably didn't see it. Her mood was very relaxed. Looking at him, she no longer felt disgusted. Tonight, Jang Yan was unexpectedly easy to talk to. Man-thing rarely had a chance to be alone with him like this. He was afraid of scaring her. Even while driving, he gently coaxed her. But no matter how long the road is, it will eventually come to an end. When Mon-thing arrived home, she returned the helmet to him. Thank you. The corners of her mouth curved slightly upward. Her big eyes sparkled like a crescent moon. Because she had worn the the helmet for quite a while. Her hair was messy. A few strands of hair were sticking out. She didn't notice because she couldn't see it. He saw everything but didn't say a word, though his eyes suppressed a smile. Jang Yan hugged the helmet. The little fairy can also be this simple. Damn, she's so adorable. Man-thing wore a blue bag. She waved her hand, wanting to go home. To thank him, she decided to give him fewer assignments this weekend. Jang Yan's fingers caressed the helmet, the place where her cheeks' warmth still lingered. He suddenly smiled. Damn, have you had enough fun? He should come to his senses now. Jang Yan casually tossed the helmet onto the bike. He took a few steps towards her. Man-thing asked suspiciously, "Do you have something else?" Jang Yan turned to look at Man-thing. He held her shoulders. His eyes carried a hint of amusement. "Man-thing, you fooled me once. I'll deceive you once too." She let out an ah, her eyes showing confusion. Jang Yan said, "I didn't just arrive. I was already here when you were still on stage." When Man-thing heard this, her whole body felt uneasy. In the young man's ink-black eyes, deep within was a light that made people shudder. When she was in middle school, she had encountered countless similar gazes, but none had the madness like this one here. "Do you know what I was thinking then?" Man-thing didn't want to know at all, didn't want to hear, but he sighed and said, "You were so beautiful on stage." In an instant, Man-thing's face turned red. "Jang Yan, can you please stop talking?" Somehow, when she heard him say that, it made her extremely embarrassed. "I'm going home. Don't say such strange things anymore. Wait and do 10 times more homework, you jerk." Man-thing pushed him away and ran home, unable to extinguish the heat on her face. Jang Yan's face was full of amusement. How could she be so cute? Arriving home, Man-thing silently cursed, "That hateful jerk." Jang Yan. The living room light flickered on. Thulan was sitting on the sofa, painting her toenails. Hearing the door open, she looked at Man-thing with an unreadable expression. Man-thing didn't bother to pay attention to her. Thulan, to her life, no longer held any meaning. Man-thing and Thulan hadn't spoken to each other for a long time. Bathu also understood that between his two daughters, there was no possibility of returning to how things were before. The summer night air was dry. There was no air conditioning in the house. So Man-thing opened the window before going to sleep. A gentle breeze blew in from outside. It had been a long time since Man-thing had dreamed, but tonight she had a dream. She dreamed of her past life after being hailed as the beauty queen. Not long after, a female student poked her arm. "Man-thing, quick, look outside. That person keeps staring at you. Do you know him?" Man-thing turned her head. Outside their classroom, there was a silver-haired young man standing there. It was November at the time. He wore black diamond earrings. He had on a leather jacket. It was clear he wasn't a student from number 7 middle school. Man-thing didn't know him. When she met his gaze, he immediately curved his lips into a smile at her. Man-thing turned her head and softly said to the other girl, "I don't know him." But in the second week after that, when she was standing under an umbrella tree waiting for the bus, she saw him again. This time, he wasn't alone. Hatuan Min was beside him. In her past life, she didn't know Hatuan Min either. His silver hair, shining brightly, attracted many people's gazes. The students waiting at the bus stop all turned to look at once. "Oh my, that's Jang Yan. Isn't he the one who just enrolled and immediately hit a teacher? Isn't he Tamvutin's boyfriend?" Yes, that's him." Man-thing looked up. This was the first time she heard his name from other people's mouths. When she casually glanced at the bus stop across the street, his two eyes were shining. "That girl is so beautiful. Let me go talk to her for a bit," Jang Yan calmly said. "Not allowed." "Why, Brother Nyan?" Jang Yan was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly gave a reply that shocked others. "Because I like her." Hatuan Min was stunned for a long time. "Damn, really? When did you meet her?" Jang Yan just smiled without answering Hatuan Min. He and Hatuan Min quickly left the place. The third time Man-thing saw him was when she was cycling to school. She was blocked by a smiling silver-haired youth. She remembered the rumors about the person in front of her. Suddenly, she felt afraid. She didn't know him, and it was quiet all around. She was very afraid of these types of hooligans. He asked if she would be his girlfriend. Man-thing thought she had misheard. She opened her eyes wide, her tea-colored eyes looking at him as if she'd seen a ghost. He said, "I'm not joking. Will you or won't you?" Her pale lips shook her head, not wanting to. He asked again, "Do you know who I am?" Man-thing gently nodded. He was very famous, just enrolled and already hit a teacher. The whole of number 7 middle school knew about him. The only child of the Jang family who had committed some unknown mistake and had been kicked out of his home. That person was Jang Yan. He was a bit surprised that she knew about him and said, "Let's hear the reason then." In her past life, Jang Yan had once asked for the reason why Man-thing wouldn't be his girlfriend. Man-thing's lips curved slightly. "I don't like you." Those words came out very softly. Throughout the whole process, she didn't even bother to look at him once. She had met him 3 times, but none of those times left a good impression. A problem student who gets into fights, dating early and being unfaithful. Before Man-thing's eyes were cured, she was already familiar with these kinds of confessions. Jang Yan, in her eyes, was even worse than her previous pursuers by far. Man-thing wheeled her bike home. Jang Yan watched her back for a long time. Afterwards, he always stood far away observing her. When she finished school and took the bus home, she also saw him standing not far away. She saw that silver-haired youth everywhere. When her school organized a trip to climb Wangu Mountain, Zhao Nanzheng also discovered Jang Yan watching her. After school, on a rainy day, when she didn't bring an umbrella, there would always be an umbrella placed in front of the classroom. Around the umbrella was a faint trace of smoke. Mon-thing never touched it. She took off her uniform and covered her head, running home in the rain. Rainwater dripped down her forehead, soaking her completely. She stood waiting for the bus at the stop and saw Jang Yan from afar. It was easy to see that he was a bit angry. "Why didn't you use the umbrella?" Looking down on me. Man-thing felt confused. Raindrops slid down her long eyelashes. She saw Jang Yan had come to stand beside her. Man-thing, afraid of infecting her eyes, closed them and said softly. It wasn't that she was extremely straightforward that year. She said, "Don't do this anymore. I won't be in a relationship with you." His eyes were pitch black. "What's wrong with me? Tell me, I'll change." Man-thing felt it wasn't necessary. "You want a new toy, but I don't want to become that new toy of yours. It's that simple." Man-thing had never felt his seriousness. The deepest impression in her memory was once when he chased after the bus she was on. He ran for a long time. His eyes were very persistent. Outside the window, rain fell sparsely. Each raindrop falling on the glass window made people's vision gradually blur. The bus finally left his figure far behind. On the last summer holiday of 11th grade, Thulan pulled her arm and said shyly, "Sis, let me tell you a secret. I like a boy our age. His name is Jang Yan." Man-thing frowned. "He's not good." Thulan asked, "Sis, do you really think so?" Man-thing nodded. Thulan said coquettishly, "Then don't talk to him." "Okay." Man-thing nodded. That year, Thulan was the most important person to her. Jang Yan was just a genuine scoundrel. She said she would do it, and she did. After that, she didn't meet Jang Yan again. When she was in 12th grade, a big fire broke out in the house. It was during nap time. Thulan was trapped in the flames. Mon-thing rushed in to save her without thinking. In the end, her face was burned, but Thulan was perfectly fine. Later, she woke up in the hospital. As she gradually recovered, Jang Yan had already returned to City B. Man-thing received many fresh flowers and fruits from visitors. Some of them were from male students who had secretly admired her. Teenage feelings were naive and simple. She no longer had a beautiful face, but still smiled bravely and thanked them. Until her death, she never met Jang Yan again, so she never felt his seriousness. In the following years, she forgot about him. She only heard he inherited the Tuanduang group. Such a big figure became a murderer until she was reborn. Jang Yan once again appeared in her life, passionate like fire, domineering and stubborn. This dream lasted so long. All were her memories of Jang Yan. At dawn, when Mon-thing woke up, she felt a bit unsettled. Her previous life had passed so briefly. Jang Yan appeared in her life like a dragonfly skimming water, gentle, yet without any impact. She didn't know why she dreamed of him. It wasn't fully light yet. Mon-thing hugged her knees, dazed for a long time. She felt her heart was strange. It felt like it was pounding. She didn't know why. She always felt that in her previous life, it seemed she had never really known Jiang Yan. She vaguely realized that Jiang Yan said he liked her. It seemed he wasn't joking. His eyes when looking at her were so intense. When she glanced back, he couldn't help but smile. He prepared an umbrella for her, then squatted at the bus stop, anxiously waiting for her, hoping she would use the umbrella he gave her. Later, when he chased after her for a long way, angry and unwilling, shouting something loudly, she was separated by the car window and the rain, unable to hear what he said. Mon-thing suddenly wanted to know what exactly he wanted to say at that moment. Why did he leave City H? Clearly a person with unlimited prospects who had everything, but why did he become a murderer? She patted her face to make herself a bit more clear-headed. Things that have passed can never be returned to. She could only forever speculate and never know the truth. Don't think about it anymore. The important thing now is to study hard and prepare homework for Jang Yan. On Monday, she went to school, which was also the makeup day for teaching Jiang Yan. Indeed, he wasn't suited for studying at all. When he brought the homework she assigned to her, Mon-thing in room 101 looked with wide eyes. Right in front of him, she looked at each one in turn. Of over 10 10 questions she reviewed with him, only 2 small ones were correct. The rest that she didn't mention were all wrong. Mon-thing wasn't angry. She sat with him to find the reason. She pointed to the second one. This is similar to the one we've done before. Do you remember? It would be strange if Jang Yan remembered. Mon-thing explained to him again. He frowned, listening very attentively. But in the end, due to lack of foundation, there were many parts he understood and didn't understand. Mon-thing had already covered all the basics of middle school to fill in his knowledge gaps. Even Jang Yan himself didn't know if he had fully grasped everything yet. As the evening self-study session was ending, Mon-thing was furious. After running a few steps, her clothes were indeed wet and clinging to her waist. Lightning illuminated the sky. She cursed inwardly, wanting to beat this bastard to death. The teenager's solid muscles, curves, strong arms, and even 8-pack abs were smiling at her. Mon-thing shouted loudly, "All the clothes are soaked. I told you it wouldn't work, but you didn't believe me. Let me go." Jang Yan didn't release her. Rainwater fell from his shoulders. "I don't want to let go of your hand. Although we're caught in the rain, I feel incomparably happy. I've done it. I really don't want to smoke anymore. Quitting smoking isn't easy. It's like my illness. I believe I can really get better." There was only the sound of rain around, but he felt extremely happy, as long as she was by his side. Mon-thing was still struggling. Her voice carried frustration. "Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. If you don't let go, you'll have to do 30 math problems next week." Jang Yan couldn't help but laugh. 30 math problems, huh? Suddenly he turned around. The teenager's bare chest caught her eye. After a long silence, he moved closer. Her ears turned red. He was too close. Mon-thing hurriedly pulled her clothes down to cover her eyes. She couldn't see anything around her. Everything was his scent. Jang Yan smiled, staring intently at her actions. "You think I really want to take the college entrance exam, Mon-thing?" She blinked a few times. "Isn't that so? I don't like school. I don't like tutoring, and I don't want to take the college entrance exam." She couldn't understand why he didn't like anything. If he didn't like it, why did he want to study? There was a hint of laughter in his eyes. "The problems you give me, I don't know how to solve any of them." He snatched the clothes from her head. In the darkness, a pair of wet, embarrassed eyes were revealed. He didn't know, yet he acted so seriously, as if he knew. She was a bit confused. Every time the homework was signed off. Before, she even felt that he was pitiful. How could someone be so dumb? How could he not understand anything she taught? Jang Yan laughed. "Tell me why I spend hours writing every day." Rainwater wet her long lashes, flowing down her beautiful cheeks. He gently wiped it away. His hand didn't stop there, but also brushed through her hair. Jang Yan said sweetly, "Because if I write, I can see you again next time." Hearing this, Mon-thing's heart raced. She lowered her eyes, frozen for a few seconds. After a while, she finally spoke softly. "Then don't write anymore in the future." Jang Yan frowned. "Why not write? Anyway, I have nothing else to do." He spoke very casually. On the contrary, he carried a bit of pride. "I'll try my best. It's just that I might never be able to enter your first grade class." Mon-thing frowned, about to say something, but he had already pulled her along. "We're already wet from the rain anyway, but getting less wet is still better. Come on, I'll take you to the bus stop." In no time, they arrived at the destination. At this moment, Jang Yan finally took back that soaked shirt. His tone was very serious, yet seemed like he was speaking casually. "This time, I really didn't smoke. In the future, I won't smoke either." He wrung out the shirt forcefully to drain all the water. Then he put it back on. "I'm trying to study. It's been a while since my name appeared on the criticism list." "Mon-thing, I haven't had an episode in a long time either." Jang Yan couldn't help but smile. "I feel like I'm about to get better, becoming more like a normal person. I can also control my emotions." Mon-thing's heart suddenly softened. The two stood there looking at each other without saying anything more. Mon-thing's mood lightened, and she began to smile. The distance between him and her was getting closer. At the bus stop in Heart Lake Park. That day, they were at that god-forsaken place, waiting for the bus to come for a very long time. They waited until Trio Noantron was about to give up. Then the bus suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stopping right in front of them. Trio Noantron excitedly jumped up and shouted, "The bus! The bus is here! Hatuan Min, do you see it?" Hatuan Min's face looked like he had seen a ghost. Trio Noantran laughed loudly. "You're done for. You have to eat shit." Hatuan Min cursed. "You crazy woman. I said I wanted to eat you. Did you think I was serious? Are you stupid? So I'm not a man of my word." Trio Noantran got furiously angry. "Are you even a man anymore? Saying one thing and doing another. You just said to me, I didn't say anything. When it's not your turn, you go back on your word. When you were watching the commotion, why didn't you say you were just joking around?" She rebutted rapidly, completely forgetting that she was originally very afraid of Hatuan Min's group. "You have to eat shit." Trio Noantran used a megaphone to amplify her voice. "You have to eat shit." and that phrase was repeated many times. You have to eat shit, you have to eat shit. It made Ha Tuan-min wake up in panic. Why did I dream about that night? Isn't it normally that there are no buses in that godforsaken place? He thought to himself. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if that saying comes true, it's not a big deal. I won't comply. What can a little girl like her do to me anyway? Ha Tuan-min started to feel worried. He looked up to where Jang Yan was sitting. The scary thing is, if An really scores 538 points, at that time, I bet my cuckoo on it. June arrived. Medicinal flowers bloomed all over the schoolyard. Two schools, Seven Trung and Loi Tai, simultaneously announced the monthly test results. Ha Tuan-min was the most eager. An, how many points did you score? Ha-han also turned around. That's right. An has been trying so hard lately, and he's been tutored by Seven Trung's top student. He must have improved a lot. How many points did you get? Jang Yan's face looked very unpleasant. As a result, Jang Yan angrily threw his test paper away. His math score was 38 points. The two picked it up and examined it. Ha Tuan-min let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could be a normal guy. Ha Tuan-min was very happy. An, after school, let's go out and relax a bit, shall we? You should balance work and rest. But Jang Yan said he wouldn't go. I have to write English homework. What? Homework? I've known you for 8 years. It's the first time I've heard you say that. Ha Tuan-min felt that liking someone was really scary. Wanting to be liked by her came at such a high price. Ha-han, hearing this, also spoke up. An, this approach won't work. You love studying, but studying doesn't love you back. Then she opened her phone to show Jang Yan. Give her these things instead. Don't all girls like these things? It's sure to work. The image on the phone was of a pair of glass shoes, designed by a French designer, with the name My Preset, My Princess. He just glanced at it and already wanted to give it to her. If she wears it, she'll definitely look beautiful. Jang Yan paid close attention. Send me the link to that post. Ha-han panicked. No, this pair was designed by a French designer. They don't sell it. They want people to pay a fee and compete in some shooting and mountain climbing events. Jiang Yan's eyes were determined. I want this one. An Yan, how about buying a similar pair? I accidentally came across that post, so I just used it as an example. To get this pair, you need to hit the bullseye 10 times out of 10 shots in shooting. Climb a 70 meters mountain. In short, no matter how you torture yourself, in the end, it's just a futile effort. Ignoring Ha-han's words, he emphasized once again, only this one. Then Jiang Yan stood up, leaning one hand on the table. I'm leaving. Send me the link to that post. Before the two male students could react, he had already walked to the door. His face was smiling, full of confidence and hope. At this moment, Ha Tuan-min was still whispering, I can't understand. The conditions to get those high heels are too extreme. Shooting 10 shots, all 10 hitting the target, and climbing 70 meters, oh my god. It's like they want to take your life. How can An Yan say he wants to participate just like that? Dam scrolled to the bottom of the post for them to see. An Yan must have seen this. Ha Tuan-min took it and read aloud. Initially, it was to capture someone's heart. That's why these My Princess shoes exist, so that she will love you and for this lifetime never leave you again. No way does An Yan believe in this superstition. I don't think so, but he probably feels there's no other way. When people have no other options, when they've done everything and still can't get what they want, that's when they light incense, pray to Buddha, or turn to superstition. Ha Tuan-min lowered his head helplessly. Oh God, I hope An Yan can successfully get those shoes. On the weekend, at Man-thin's house, the mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. On the other end, Jang Yan said, Man-thing, come down for a moment. I have something for you. Because of tutoring him, Man-thing was no longer afraid of him. She agreed to come down. I'm standing where I crashed the car into the tree while driving you on that extremely hot day. He was drenched in sweat. His black hair was soaked, and he was holding a box in his hand. Man-thing approached and called out to Jiang Yan. In his eyes was a dense, brilliant light. You're here. Last Christmas was your birthday, but I didn't give you a gift. This time I'm making it up to you. He eagerly opened the box for her to see. Man-thing was surprised, her eyes wide open, staring at the object inside. It was a beautiful pair of glass shoes, just like the ones in the post. Jang Yan eagerly awaited her reaction. In a flash, Man-thing mumbled to herself, Am I seeing things? He held the box towards her. This is for you. Man-thing stepped back. No need, she said, then thought to herself, where did Jang Yan get these? Her eyes moved away from the glass shoes and fell on his hands holding the box. In such hot weather, why was he wearing gloves? Man-thing asked, What's wrong with your hands? Jang Yan froze, silent for a moment. Then calmly, as if nothing happened, he said, It's a gift. Just take it. It's not worth much. Someone else gave it to me. There's no use in me keeping this thing. Man-thing bit her lip, standing in the tree's shade. She softly said to him, Come here for a moment. His tall figure stood before her, still holding that box in his hands. She stretched out her fair hands to take the shoes, then said, "Give me the box. Take off your gloves." Jang Yan irritably said, "Why are you so nosy?" She just firmly insisted on seeing his hands. Jang Yan frowned, standing motionless. His face turned into an unsightly grimace. Suddenly, with a hint of defeat, he said, "You're not afraid of me anymore, are you?" But when he saw those wet, tea-colored eyes looking at him, he softened. Jiang Nan gave in helplessly. All right. If you want to see, then look." He took off his gloves. His palms were covered in sweat, his long, strong fingers, knuckles swollen and red, hands crisscrossed with wounds. "How did you get hurt?" she asked, naive yet perceptive. Jang Nan said quietly, "Mountain climbing. At a height of 70 meters, normal people can't endure it. I slipped twice. Now I can't even straighten my fingers." She heard her own voice very softly saying, "Are the glass shoes a reward?" He looked into Man-thin's eyes and answered emptily, Her face suddenly felt numb. If she hadn't asked, would Jiang Yan not have said anything? He's really foolish, bad at studying, and bad at giving gifts too. It's obvious the glass shoes in the box are big. They won't fit me. Unlike the first time, she didn't tell him it wasn't necessary. Instead, she closed the box lid. Then she looked up at him. Her sweet voice rang out, "Thank you, it's very beautiful." He was strangely surprised. Did I hear wrong? She likes it? Jang Yan suddenly remembered. Could the meaning of the shoes really have worked? He narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked her, "Man-thing, will you still dance in the future?" Man-thing didn't lie. "Yes, I will. Can I come to watch?" When asking this, Jiang Yan had prepared himself mentally to be rejected. Man-thing keenly observed that his expression seemed a bit off. Before she answered, his face had already fallen. She thought to herself, is his expression showing fear that I'll refuse? Man-thin opened her mouth and finally said, "You can." He thought he'd misheard. His expression was strange, wanting to smile but couldn't. Really can I? Man-thin felt a bit embarrassed. She said, "How many times do you want to ask? If you don't want to come, then don't." His eyes were full of happiness. "I'll come. I'll definitely come." Man-thin looked at his swollen, red knuckles. In her heart was a feeling she couldn't express. "Jiang Yan, why did you want to give me these glass shoes? When I saw these glass shoes, I felt they belonged to you. Moreover, they have a very nice name. It's My Princess. I hope I didn't pronounce it wrong, right?" Man-thing was surprised. "The meaning of My Princess is My Princess." Jiang Nan's voice was full of confidence and excitement when mentioning this. She still hadn't come to her senses. "Does Jiang Nan see me as a princess?" He casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. Clearly, he was a rough, common man. He asked her about the time and place of the dance, saying, "Tell me so I can write it down." When he asked, Man-thin looked up. She remembered the venue for the competition finals was in B City, and Jang Yan was also from B City. Last year, when Jang Yan came to H City, they all said the Jang family had abandoned him to nurture a new heir. Although these rumors automatically disappeared after Jang Yan drove a sports car to school, the news of him being kicked out of home was true. So does Jang Yan still want to return to B City? Man-thin told him, June 18th at the Little Bamboo Swan in B City. He lowered his eyes, his fingers slightly hesitating. Seeing Jang Yan's reaction, it seemed he didn't want to go very much. Like this year, the Jang family also donated money to number 7 high school for him. This was enough to prove Jang Yan wasn't abandoned, so why doesn't he want to go home? But right after that, he calmly acted as if nothing happened and put his gloves in his pocket. I got it. Jang Yan saw her beautiful figure touching people's hearts. She was still standing there, not leaving, very carefully observing him in detail. He suddenly felt amused. Why is she being so cautious? Jang Yan teased on purpose. What's wrong? Not going back yet. Can't bear to leave me. Man-thin felt he was truly thick-skinned and shameless. She replied, not at all. She was just thinking that Jang Yan not wanting to go home must have a reason. On the 17th, we'll fly to H City. The competition participants must follow Teacher Zhang's arrangements. The flight tickets are sponsored by the sponsor. But he didn't pay attention to that. He just urged her to go home quickly. All right, I got it. You should go home now. It's hot outside. At the airport on June 17th. While waiting for the plane, Jang Yan went to buy a bottle of mineral water to drink. He tilted his head back to take a few sips, his Adam's apple bobbing, when suddenly someone called out Jang Yan. He turned his head to see who was calling him. As Shen Yuting approached, she took graceful steps, moving closer. In the summer weather, she had painstakingly dressed up beautifully, wearing makeup and a short dress. She exuded the beauty of youthful freshness. He momentarily couldn't remember who she was. When he did remember, he inwardly cursed. Damn, I remember now. Shen Yuting, what's she doing here? She was his dark past. Shen Yuting spoke first. Jang Yan, I heard you have to go back to B City. How did she know? Then he remembered the conversation from a few days ago. Ha Junming had teased. Has the Chajiang young master thought it through? Want to go back to B City to inherit the family fortune? Jang Yan had laughed and scolded. Get lost. I'll be back in a few days. Ha Junming thought for a moment, then bravely asked softly, is Man-thing going too? Jang Yan's face softened. No wonder someone had overheard the conversation between him and Ha Junming and spread it around. Then Shen Yuting carefully said, Jiang Yan, can we start over from the beginning? Although she said this, her tone still revealed arrogance. If I had known earlier that Jiang Yan was still the heir of the Jiang family, I wouldn't have agreed to break up back then. Jiang Yan twisted the water bottle cap and chuckled. Get lost. When did I ever start anything with you? When we were dating, he never said anything affectionate to me. He didn't hug me, didn't kiss me, and had a terrible temper. He also had some psychological issues. Moreover, every time he looked at me with that mocking gaze, I felt like I was just a joke to him. If it weren't for him being more generous than the guys I'd met before, who would want to date him? Shen Yuting suppressed her irritation. Weren't we in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship before? He glanced at her and smiled contemptuously. Jiang Nan mocked. I never touched you. You touched my wallet instead. Shen Yuting's expression became somewhat embarrassed, standing still in place. Move aside. Jang Yan threw the water bottle away. It landed right in the trash can. He didn't look at her anymore. He prepared to board the plane. Today's episode ends here. Sincerely thank you for watching our group's video. See you in the next videos. Mon-thing was furious. After running a few steps, her clothes indeed stuck to her waist, soaking wet. Lightning illuminated the sky. She cursed inwardly, wanting to beat this bastard to death. The young man's solid muscles, curves, strong and firm arms, and even his 8-pack abs were smiling at her. Man-thing shouted loudly, all the clothes are soaked now. I told you it wouldn't work, but you didn't believe me. Let me go. Jang Yan didn't release her. Rainwater fell from his shoulders. I don't want to let go of you. Although soaked by the rain, I feel an incomparable joy. I've done it. I really don't want to smoke anymore. Quitting smoking is truly not easy. It's like my illness. I believe I can really get better. Around us, there's only the sound of rain, but he feels extremely happy as long as she's by his side. Man-thing was still struggling, her voice carrying frustration. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. If you don't let go, you'll have to do 30 math problems next week. Jang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wow, 30 math problems. Suddenly he turned around. The young man's bare chest caught her eye. After a long silence, he moved closer. Her ears turned red. He was too close. Mon-thing hurriedly pulled her shirt down to cover her eyes. She couldn't see anything anymore. His scent surrounded her. Jang Yan smiled, staring intently at her actions. You think I really want to take the college entrance exam, Man-thing? She blinked a few times. Isn't that so? I don't like school. I don't like tutoring. And I don't want to take the college entrance exam. She couldn't understand why he didn't like anything. If he didn't like it, why did he want to study? There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. I don't know how to do any of the problems you give me. He pulled the shirt off her head. In the darkness, a pair of wet, embarrassed eyes appeared. You don't know, but you did them so seriously, as if you knew. She was a bit confused. Every time, the homework was filled with writing. Before, I even felt sorry for him. How could there be someone so stupid that they don't understand anything I teach? Jiang Yan laughed. Tell me, why do I spend several hours writing every day? Rainwater wet her long eyelashes and ran down her beautiful cheeks. He gently wiped it away. His hand didn't stop there, but also brushed through her hair. Jiang Yan said sweetly, because if I write, I can see you again next time. Hearing this, Man-thing's heart beat rapidly. She lowered her eyes, frozen for a few seconds. After a while, she finally spoke softly. Then, don't write anymore in the future. Jang Yan frowned. Why not write? I have nothing else to do anyway. He spoke very casually, but with a hint of pride. I'll try my best. It's just that I might never be able to enter your first grade class. Man-thing frowned, about to say something, but he pulled her along. We're already wet, but getting less wet is still better than nothing. Come on, I'll take you to the bus stop. In no time they arrived. Only then did Jiang Yan take back his soaked shirt. His tone was very serious, yet seemed casual as he spoke. This time I really won't smoke, and I won't in the future either. He wrung out the shirt forcefully to drain all the water. Then he put it back on. I'll try to take the exam. It's been a long time since my name appeared on the criticism list. Man-thing, I also have haven't had an episode for a long time. Jang Yan couldn't help but smile. I feel like I'm about to get better, become like a normal person. I can also control my emotions. Man-thing's heart suddenly softened. They stood there looking at each other without saying anything more. Man-thing's mood lightened, and she started to smile. The distance between him and her was getting closer. At the bus stop in Hotam Park. That day, they waited for the bus in that god-forsaken place for a very, very long time. They waited until Trio Noantron was about to give up. Then suddenly, a bus appeared out of nowhere and stopped right in front of them. Trio Noantran excitedly jumped up and shouted, the bus is here. Hatuan Min, do you see it? Hatuan Min's face looked like he'd seen a ghost. Trio Noantran laughed, ha ha, you're done for. You have to eat shit. Ha, Tuan Min cursed. You crazy woman. You said you wanted to eat me. Did you think I was serious? Are you stupid? I'm not a man of my word then. Trio Noantran became furious. Are you even a man? Saying something and then going back on your word. You just said to me, I didn't say anything to you. When it's your turn, you back out. When you were watching the commotion, why didn't you say you were just joking? She rebutted rapidly, completely forgetting that she was originally very afraid of Hatuan Min's group. You have to eat shit. Trio Noantran used a megaphone to amplify her voice. You have to eat shit. And that phrase was repeated many times. You have to eat shit. You have to eat shit. Making Hatuan Min wake up startled and panicked. Why did he dream about that night? Isn't it normally that there are no buses in that godforsaken place? He thought to himself, it's okay, it's fine. Even if that saying really comes true, it's not a big deal. I won't comply. What can a little girl like her do to me anyway? It's just... Hatuan Min started to feel worried. He looked over to where Jang Yan was sitting. The scary thing is if Nyan really scores 538 points on the test, then I'll be screwed. June arrived. Dahlia flowers bloomed all over the schoolyard. 2 schools, Seven Trung and Loi Tai, simultaneously announced their test results. Hatuan Min was the most eager. Nan, what score did you get? Ha Han also turned around. That's right. Nan has been working so hard lately. He's even been tutored by Seven Trung's top student. He must have improved a lot. What score did you get? Jang Nan's face looked extremely unpleasant. Frustrated, Jang Yan threw his test paper away. My math score is 38 points. The two picked it up and examined it. Hatuan Min let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could be a normal guy again. Hatuan Min was very happy. Nyan, after school, let's go out and relax a bit, shall we? You need to balance work and rest. But Jang Yan said he wouldn't go. I have to write my English homework. What? Write homework? I've known you for 8 years. This is the first time I've heard you say that. Hatuan Min felt that liking someone was really scary. To be liked by her, he had paid such a high price. Hearing this, Hahan also spoke up. Nan, this won't work. You love studying, but studying doesn't love you back. Then she opened her phone to show Jang Yan. Give her these instead. Don't all girls like these things? It'll definitely work. The image on the phone was of a pair of glass shoes, designed by a French designer called My Princess. He just glanced at it and already wanted to give it to her. Wearing these, she definitely looked beautiful walking in. Jang Yan paid close attention. Send me the link to that post. Hahan panicked. No, these were designed by a French designer. They're not for sale. They want others to pay a fee and compete in some shooting and mountain climbing events. Jang Yan's eyes were determined. I want this one. Nyan, why don't you buy a similar pair? I just happened to come across that post. It was just to get this pair, you need to hit the bullseye 10 times out of 10 shots. Climb 70 meters up a mountain. In short, no matter how you torture yourself, in the end, it's just a futile effort. Ignoring Hahan's words, Nan emphasized once more, I only want this one. Then, Jang Nan stood up, leaning one hand on the table. I'm going. Send me the link to that post. Before the two boys could react, he had already walked to the door. His face was full of smiles, confidence, and hope. At this moment, Hatuan Min was still whispering, I don't understand. The conditions to get those high heels are too extreme. Hit the bullseye 10 out of 10 times, and climbing 70 meters. 70 meter, for God's sake. It's like they want to take your life. How can Yan say he wants to participate just like that? Phuong Dam scrolled to the bottom of the post for them to see. Yan must have seen this. Hatuan Min took it and read aloud. Initially, it was to capture someone's heart. That's why we have these My Princess shoes. To make her love you and never leave you for the rest of your life. No way. Does Nyan believe in this superstition? I don't think so, but he probably feels there's no other way. When people have no other options, when they've tried everything and still can't get what they want, that's when they light incense to pray to Buddha. That's when they turn to superstition. Hatuan Min lowered his head helplessly. Oh God, I hope Nyan can successfully get those shoes. at Man-thing's house that weekend. The mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. On the other end, Jang Yan said, Man-thing, come down here for a moment. I have something for you. Because she had tutored him, Man-thing was no longer afraid of him. She agreed to go down. He was standing at the spot where he had previously driven into a tree trunk while giving her a ride on an extremely hot day. He was drenched in sweat, his black hair was soaked, and he was holding a box in his hand. Man-thing approached and called out to Jang Yan. His eyes were filled with bright light. You're here. Last Christmas was your birthday, but I didn't give you a gift. This time I'm making up for it. He eagerly opened the box for her to see. Man-thing was surprised, her eyes wide open, staring at the object inside. It was a beautiful pair of glass shoes, just like in the post. Jang Yan eagerly awaited her reaction. In a flash, Man-thing muttered to herself, Am I seeing things? He held the box towards her. For you. Man-thing stepped back. No need, she said, thinking to herself, where did Jang Yan get this? Her eyes moved from the glass shoes to his hand holding the box. It's so hot. Why is he wearing gloves? Man-thing asked, What happened to your hands? Jang Yan froze, silent for a moment. Then calmly, as if nothing happened, he said, It's a gift for you. Just take it. It's not worth much. Someone else gave it to me. There's no use for me to keep this thing. Man-thing bit her lip, standing under the tree shade. She softly said to him, Come here for a second. His tall figure stood in front of her, still holding that box in his hand. She stretched out her fair hands to take the shoes, then said, Give me the box and take off your gloves. Jang Yan irritably said, Why are you so nosy? She was determined to see his hands. Jang Yan stood still, motionless. His face turned into an unpleasant frown. Suddenly feeling a bit defeated, he said, You're not afraid of me anymore, are you? But when he saw those wet tea-colored eyes looking at him, he softened. Jang Yan gave in helplessly, saying, All right. If you want to see, then look. He took off his gloves. His palms were covered in sweat. His fingers were long and strong. The knuckles were swollen and red, his hands crisscrossed with wounds. How did you get hurt? She asked, both naive and perceptive. Jang Yan said quietly, Rock climbing. 70 meters high, most people can't handle it. I slipped twice. Now I can't even straighten my fingers. She heard her own voice, very softly, saying, Were the glass shoes the prize? He looked into Mon-thing's eyes and answered emptily, Her face suddenly ached. If she hadn't asked, would Jang Yan not have said anything? He really was foolish. Bad at studying and bad at giving gifts too. It was obvious the glass shoes in the big box wouldn't fit her. Unlike the first time, she didn't tell him she didn't need it. Instead, she closed the box lid. Then she looked up at him. Her sweet voice rang out, Thank you. It's very beautiful. He was strangely surprised. Did I hear wrong? She likes it. Jang Yan suddenly remembered. Could it be that the meaning of the shoes really worked? He narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked her, Man-thing, will you still dance in the future? Man-thing didn't lie. Yes. Can I come watch? When asking this, Jang Yan had already prepared mentally to be rejected. Man-thing observed carefully and noticed his expression was a bit off. Before she answered, his face had already fallen. She thought to herself, is his expression showing fear of my rejection? Man-thing opened her mouth and finally said, You can. He thought he had misheard. His expression was strange, wanting to smile but unable to. Really, I can. Man-thing felt a bit embarrassed. She said, How many times do you want to ask? If you don't want to come, then don't. His eyes were full of happiness. I'll come. I'll definitely come. Man-thing looked at his swollen red knuckles. In her heart was a feeling she couldn't express. Jang Yan, why did you want to give me these glass shoes? When I saw these glass shoes, I felt they belonged to you. Moreover, they have a nice name, My Preset. I hope I didn't mispronounce it, right? Mon-thing was surprised. The meaning of My Preset is My Princess. Jang Yan's voice was full of confidence and excitement when mentioning this. She was still in a daze. Jang Yan, does he see me as a princess? He casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. Clearly, he was a rough, common boy. He asked her about the time and place of the dance, saying, Tell me so I can write it down. When he asked, Man-thing looked up. She remembered the location of the competition finals was in B-City, and Jang Yan was also from B-City. Last year, Jang Yan came to H-City. They all said the Jang family had abandoned him to cultivate a new heir. Although these rumors had automatically disappeared after Jang Yan drove a sports car to school, the news of him being kicked out of home was true. So did Jang Yan still want to return to B-City? Mon-thing told him, June 18th, at the Little Bamboo Swan in B-City. He lowered his eyes, his fingers slightly pausing. Observing Jang Yan's reaction, it seemed he didn't want to go very much. Like this year, the Jiang family also donated money to number 7 middle school for him. This was enough to prove Jang Yan hadn't been abandoned, so why didn't he want to go home? But right after that, he acted as if nothing had happened and put his gloves in his pocket. I see. Jang Yan saw her beautiful figure, which touched his heart. She was still standing there, not leaving, carefully observing his every move. He suddenly found it amusing. Why was she being so cautious? Jang Yan teased on purpose. What's wrong? Not going back. Can't bear to leave me. Mon-thing felt he was truly thick-skinned and shameless. She replied, Not at all. I was just thinking. Jang Yan not wanting to go home must have a reason. We'll fly to B City on the 17th. The competition participants have to follow Teacher Zhang's arrangements. The plane tickets are sponsored by the sponsor, but he didn't pay attention to that. He just urged her to go home quickly. I remember. You should go home now. It's hot outside. At the airport on June 17th. While waiting for the plane, Jang Yan went to buy a bottle of mineral water to drink. He tilted his head back to take a few sips, his Adam's apple bobbing, when suddenly someone called out Jang Yan. He turned his head to see who was calling him. As Shamvutin approached, she took graceful steps, moving closer. In the summer weather, she had taken pains to dress beautifully, with makeup and a short dress. She exuded the beauty of youthful freshness. For a moment, he couldn't remember who she was. When he did remember, he inwardly cursed. Damn, I remember now. What's Shamvutin doing here? She was his dark past. Shamvutin spoke first. Jang Yan, I heard you have to go back to B City. How did she know? Could it be he remembered the conversation from a few days ago? Ha Tuan-min had teased. Young Master Jang has come to his senses. Wants to go back to B City to inherit the family fortune. Jang Yan laughed and scolded. Get lost. I'll be back in a few days. Ha Tuan-min thought for a moment, then boldly asked softly, Is Man-thing going too? Jang Yan's face softened. Yes. No wonder someone had overheard the conversation between him and Ha Tuan-min and spread it around. Shamvutin cautiously said, Jang Yan, can we start over? Although she said this, her tone still revealed arrogance. If I had known earlier that Jang Yan was still the Jang family heir, I wouldn't have agreed to break up back then. Jang Yan twisted the water bottle cap and chuckled. Get lost. When did I ever start anything with you? When we were dating, he never said anything affectionate to me. He didn't hug me, didn't kiss me, and his temperament was also very poor. He also had some psychological issues. Moreover, every time he looked at me with that mocking gaze, I felt like I was just a joke to him. If it weren't for the fact that he was more generous than the other guys I'd met who would want to date him. Shamvutin suppressed her irritation. Weren't we in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship before? He glanced at her and smiled contemptuously. Jang Yan mocked, I never touched you. You, on the other hand, touched my wallet. Shamvutin's expression became somewhat embarrassed, standing still on the spot. Move aside. Jang Yan threw the water bottle away. It landed right in the trash can. He didn't look at her anymore and prepared to board the plane. After mocking Shamvutin, it was also time for Jang Yan to board the plane. At this moment, he was a bit lost in thought. Shamvutin appeared flattering on the surface, but inside, she was contemptuous. Jang Yan wasn't stupid. The girls these days all irritated him. It felt so unreal. I can go watch Man-thing dance. For the first time, she didn't reject me. It's just that Shamvutin despises me, not to mention Man-thing. I even have a dark history. The more Jang Yan thought, the more irritated he became. He glanced at his hand. The red swelling was gradually fading on his long, slender fingers. Strong, but the wound was still there. Why did Man-thing suddenly agree to let me watch her dance? Is it possible that Man-thing pities me? Jang Yan felt lucky that Man-thing and his mother were originally not alike. But this was the first time he couldn't help but think, if only Man-thing also liked his money, how great that would be. He had lived for nearly 18 years. After understanding the feeling of liking someone, he suddenly felt a bit of misery due to his own naive thoughts. Because at least, if he had something she liked, she would be willing to stay with him forever. While Jang Yan was still on the plane, the group with Mon-thing was about to arrive at the hotel. Early morning on June 18th, the day of the competition, the team was led by a rather serious female teacher. Your competition numbers will be randomly assigned by computer. Teacher Zhang began to explain the competition rules to them. When we arrive, I'll go in first to get the numbers. You all stay outside and don't wander off. Also, I heard there are many sponsors this time, so the prizes will be higher and the sponsors will come to watch. Remember to perform well, okay? At the National Dance Competition semifinals, Little Bamboo Swan. Everything around was very grand. The competition area was decorated very eye-catchingly. It seemed no contestants were late. The sky had just begun to brighten. At exactly 6 o'clock, everyone had gathered completely. Mon-thing hadn't worn such a short skirt in a long time. Tran-on said teasingly that legs like these only exist in manga. With this beauty and figure, do you plan to enter the entertainment industry in the future? She shook her head. No, my personality doesn't suit it, and I don't have that intention. Man-thin held half a loaf of bread in her hand and half a glass of soy milk. She had just turned her head when she saw Jang Yan. He stood under a tree in the early morning. Dewdrops were still condensing. He looked somewhat listless and lazy. Seeing her look over, he smiled at her. Jang Yan is here. Why so early? It's only about 7 o'clock now. Even the contest participants haven't all arrived yet. He wore a simple black sportswear outfit, extremely ordinary. For some reason, seeing Jang Yan now reminded me of Jang Yan when I participated in the math competition. Now he no longer has white hair. Before, he looked very showy from the inside out. I can feel that he's really trying to change. Without the white hair, his wild and unrestrained nature is even more prominent. It's also been a long time since he smoked. Mon-thing said to Tran-on, my friend is here. I need to go over there for a bit. When Miss Jang returns, can you call me? Tran-on said casually, okay, no problem. Man-thing walked towards him. She stood with him under the tree. She said softly to him, Jang Yan, it'll probably be a long time until the competition starts. The order numbers are randomly assigned. It might end earliest at 10 o'clock. A small dewdrop fell on top of her head. Before she could dodge, she was already a bit wet. Jiang Nan watched her next action with surprise. Man-thin touched the spot where it had fallen, looking extremely cute. He couldn't help but smile, raising his hand to shield her head. Then he brushed off the morning dew and said in a hoarse voice, I know. The early morning breeze gently blew her skirt. Her hand was holding a glass of soy milk, eyes downcast, biting the straw, looking extremely obedient. Man-thin softly replied, Jiang Yan said, I flew in last night, arriving at dawn. At 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to look. 4 a.m. That's so early. Jiang Yan looked down at her. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm starving. Quick, share some with me. Man-thin looked up, meeting his eyes. She seriously suggested he could go buy breakfast. He couldn't help but chuckle. So stingy. I'm not stingy, but I've already eaten this bread. More than half a loaf isn't tasty. Jang Yan's eyes carried a hint of amusement. Little teacher, please, just a bit, can you? Man-thin's small face tried to hold back. You can't eat it. He replied, I'm not picky, making Man-thin hesitate. She lowered her eyes and gently broke off a small corner she hadn't eaten. The young girl's fair fingertips, her face slightly tilted up, long damp eyelashes, offering a corner of bread to him. She really believed he was hungry. Damn it. He laughed. Are you feeding a cat? Why so little? Man-thin's face gradually reddened. It's not that. I've already eaten the other parts. He knew she was easily embarrassed and couldn't speak. He had no choice but to take the small piece and eat it. Breadcrumbs still clung to Daonyan's lips. Man-thin reached out and gently brushed away those crumbs. The young girl's fair, soft fingertips made Daonyan freeze. For 5 seconds, Man-thin's small face tilted slightly upwards. Her long, damp eyelashes, her clear brown eyes pure and transparent, untouched by worldly dust. That moment seemed to pause. The two faced each other, gazing. Suddenly, a student's voice called out to her. Teacher Mon-thing, let's go. We're back. Mon-thing hurriedly replied. I know. She suddenly realized food couldn't be brought inside. She looked around for a trash can. Seeing this, Jang Yan smiled and said, Give it to me. I'll throw it away for you. Man-thin had to hand over the bread and half-full glass of soy milk to him, not forgetting to thank Jang Yan. After speaking, she hurriedly ran off. Jang Yan held the bread and milk in his hands, but his eyes still followed Man-thin's back with lingering affection. After running a few steps, Mon-thing suddenly stopped. She turned her head back to reassure him. You can come in after a while. This competition allows outsiders to watch. Don't worry, I still remember when you were seen as a scoundrel and blocked outside, not allowed to enter. His eyes carried a smile as he softly replied, Okay. Mon-thing smiled brightly, waving goodbye. The sun began to rise, her skirt fluttering slightly. Her slender legs were exquisitely beautiful. Feeling reassured, she hurriedly ran off. In a corner of the school, under the green foliage, Jang Yan still held the bread and milk carton in his hands. He was lost in thought about something. Then, unconsciously where she had bitten, he carelessly bit into it. Jang Yan thought to himself, this is just ordinary bread. But somehow the taste in his mouth had turned into malt candy, sweet to the bone. He really wanted to kiss her. The thought made his bones ache. Like that day in the men's restroom, he forced her to tilt her head back to cooperate. He pressed her down, enjoying the pleasant sensation of kissing her. But whenever he thought about it, touching the small teeth marks on his arm, he dared not think about it anymore, afraid that she would cry. His lips touched the straw she had bitten. The soy milk had cooled, but as it entered his throat, it became scorching hot. The staff at Swan Building stared at Jang Yan for a long time. Is that young Jang standing under the tree? Yes, it is. Jang Yan outside had finished the bread and soy milk. Hands in pockets, he lazily walked to Kaungia. Quickly find me a good seat somewhere. Kaungia was stunned for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, oh my god, this person is truly the prince who's giving everyone at Tuanduong Group a headache. With difficulty, Kaungia finally arranged for Jang Yan a room on the second floor. Inside the Swan Building, built with a spiral architecture, white was used as the main decorative style. It was extremely beautiful. Kaungia called for breakfast to be prepared again for Jang Yan. In no time, a sandwich and a hot cup of coffee were beautifully arranged on the table. Jang Yan glanced at the breakfast on the tea table. He sat still without moving. No need to rush like that. Also, don't tell my father that I've returned. Hearing this, Kaungia understood. Jang Yan would still return to Hat City, but their family matters were not for Kaungia to interfere with. But he still advised young Master Jang a bit. Although Chairman Jiang's temperament isn't the best, you're still his son. There can't be any deep-seated grudges. Isn't it very difficult out there? Jang Yan calmly said. Hat City was very good. Kaungia had no choice but to stop advising. Jang Yan then noticed something wasn't quite right. The Jang family was in real estate. They occasionally did charity work. This Swan Building was one of their properties, but they had never organized events like dance competitions before. Why use this place as a competition venue? Tuanduong is the biggest sponsor of this competition. Jang Yan asked in surprise, who sponsored this? Kaungia showed an embarrassed expression. Jang Yan's face turned cold. Kaungia didn't say, but Jang Yan understood. It was Van Du, who could be considered his mother's younger brother. After returning from a trip to an orphanage, he had finally given this name from nowhere to Jang Yan's father, asking him to care for Van Du as a younger brother. In the main hall was a luxurious stage. Placed in the center was a very eye-catching swan-shaped statue. At this moment, Jang Yan's eyes were full of contemplation. As they were talking, Van Du also came in from outside. He was wearing a suit. Beside him, a girl was pulling at him. He brought that girl to sit together at the judges' seats. People around also started greeting him. Van Du looked quite handsome. He exuded the aura of a refined scholar. It's understandable why Van Mang liked him. His appearance was fair-skinned. Girls would certainly find him attractive. Most importantly, he had money. Behind him was Jiang Ra. Jang Yan wasn't in the habit of showing off. On the contrary, Van Du really liked to. Jang Yan lived in the military academy, emerging into the world after being disciplined. As for Van Du, he lived in the social circle of the upper class. Those who didn't know might think Van Du was the real son of Chairman Jiang. Jang Yan closed his eyes and said, I left. He must be very happy. Kaungia smiled inwardly and said, how could that be? You're the real heir of Chairman Jiang. Kaungia turned and said to young Master Jang, that girl is a second-tier celebrity in showbiz. She played the second female lead in the TV drama called Love Interrogation. Van Du invested in this dance competition. It's said to be to help promote the Swan Building to other cities. That's why he chose the ballet performance Swan Lake to select the champion of the competition to shoot a video for one of the series episodes. Jang Yan wasn't interested in knowing who Van Du brought along. It's just that when I left, why didn't I beat him up completely? Moreover, I had no idea Van Du had this ability. I didn't know he could command such influence. Jang Yan's face was now full of unease. Suddenly, he hoped Mon-thing wouldn't participate in this competition. As he saw her this morning wearing a short white dress, smiling so cleanly and purely, she must also be looking forward to this competition. Mon-thing made it to the semifinals based on her skills. He didn't want that turtle to see her. He was afraid she would be disappointed, but he himself had reasons he couldn't express. Mon-thing, in her ballet costume, looked even more graceful. Her beautiful face appeared. Her jet black hair was neatly tied up. Her delicate eyebrows and sharp eyes created a pure and innocent Thin. Jang Yan stared at her intently from afar to the point of being dazed. He silently exclaimed, so beautiful. Meanwhile, Mon-thing was still engrossed in her performance. Her eyes were closed, eyelashes trembling slightly. Not knowing if Jang Yan had come in, she didn't see. Jang Yan intently looking at the girl performing on stage. Kaungia was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, looking at young Master Jang's expression, could it be that he likes the girl on stage? Is that so? With his princely temperament that disregards everyone and his lawless nature, surely he won't ask me to call her over for him later, right? Wasn't it said that old old Chairman Jiang likes talented women. Does young Master Jiang dislike this type? The information I gathered seems to be inaccurate. Then Chao Nia turned to ask Jang Yan, Young Master Jang, what do you think of the girl dancing on stage? He smiled brightly and continued. Actually, I think she's just average. Haha, I feel there will be someone who dances better than her. Jang Yan completely ignored him. It wasn't until the MC of the show announced, next contestant, number 9 from Group A, that Jang Yan finally reacted. What did you just say? Chao Nia quickly repeated the question. Do you like the girl from earlier? Jang Yan smiled slightly and said, yes. He reached out to touch the transparent glass, slowly enunciating each word. Chao Nia, see if I treat her very, very well. Is there a chance she might like me? Chao Nia looked at Jang Yan with a helpless expression. Understanding his meaning, Jang Yan spoke up to break the atmosphere. You don't need to answer anymore. Keep quiet. Jang Yan told himself, she will like me. Chao Nia agreed. That's right, she will like you. Jang Yan lowered his head. I like hearing that. I'll give you a raise later. Chao Nia happily replied. Thank you, young Master Jang. Jang Yan put his hands in his pockets. With a bright smile on his face, he turned to leave, saying goodbye to Chao Nia. I'm off. In the courtyard of the building, Jang Yan held a bottle of water in his hand, silently waiting for Mon-thing. The young girl came out of the building. Man-thing was surprised to see him. Jang Yan, why is he here? Didn't the staff prevent him from entering? She put her hand to her mouth and let out a small gasp. I agreed to let him come watch me dance. If he's been waiting outside for so long, I feel really guilty. Thinking this, Man-thing quickly strode over to his side. Jang Yan, did they not let you in? Jang Yan smiled brightly and replied, no, I just came out for a bit. Man-thing sighed in relief, as if a burden had been lifted. That's good. Jang Yan complimented her. I saw you dance. It was beautiful. Man-thing happily thanked him. He handed the water bottle to Man-thing, milk, to replenish your energy after dancing. Just as Man-thing took the bottle, Ms. Zhang called out, Man-thing? She turned her head back. I'm coming right away, Ms. Zhang. Jang Yan looked towards Ms. Zhang. Man-thing probably doesn't want her teacher to see her standing with me. Then Jang Yan quietly slipped away, without telling Man-thing beforehand. Meanwhile, Man-thing blushed shyly. Has Jang Yan been waiting for a long time? It's so hot outside. I saw his forehead was covered in sweat. Man-thing looked in his direction. Jang Yan, who was leaving, also turned back. He waved his hand to say goodbye to her. Man-thing stopped looking at him. She lowered her head to look at the ground. For some reason, she suddenly remembered Noan Tran's assessment of Jang Yan. Jang Yan looks depraved and fierce. He's not a good person at all. But now I want to say, Man-thing smiled. Jang Yan seems to be completely different from before. Seeing Man-thing smile at him, Jang Yan widened his eyes in surprise. He was dazed for a moment, not believing his eyes. Man-thing spoke to Ms. Zhang. Ms. Zhang. Ms. Zhang asked, what is it, Man-thing? Man-thing smiled softly and replied, you go ahead first. I'll be right there. Today's filming is almost over. Sincerely, thank you for watching Net's video. See you in the next videos. After mocking Tam Vu-tin, it was time for Jang Yan to board the plane. At this moment, he was a bit dazed. Tam Vu-tin outwardly appeared flattering, but inwardly despised him. Jang Yan wasn't stupid. These girls lately all annoyed him. It felt so insincere. I could go watch Mon-thing dance. For the first time, she didn't reject me. It's just that Tam Vu-tin hates me, not to mention Man-thing. I even have a dark history. The more Jang Yan thought, the more irritated he became. He looked at his hand. The red swelling was gradually fading on his long, slender fingers, strong, but the wound was still there. Why did Man-thing suddenly agree to let him watch her dance? Man-thing wasn't pitying him, was she? Jang Yan felt lucky. Man-thing and his mother were originally not alike. But this was the first time he couldn't help but think, if only Man-thing also liked his money, how great would that be? He had lived for nearly 18 years. After understanding the feeling of liking someone, he suddenly felt a bit of suffering due to his own naive thoughts. Because at least if he had something she liked, she would be willing to stay with him forever. While Jang Yan was still on the plane, the group on Man-thing's side was about to arrive at the hotel. Early morning of June 18th, the day of the competition. Leading the team was a rather serious female teacher. Your performance order will be randomly assigned by computer. Teacher Zhang began to explain the competition rules to them. When we arrive, I'll go in first to get the numbers. Don't wander around outside, okay? Also, I heard there are many sponsors this time, so the prizes will be higher and the sponsors will come to watch. Remember to perform well. At the National Dance Competition semifinals, Little Bamboo Swan, Everything around was very grand. The competition area was decorated very eye-catchingly. It seemed no contestant was late. The sky had just begun to brighten. At exactly 6 o'clock, everyone had gathered. It had been a long time since Mon-thing had worn such a short dress. Tranuan jokingly said those legs only exist in manga. With your looks and figure, in the future, do you plan to enter the entertainment industry? She shook her head. No, my personality doesn't suit it, and I don't have that intention. Manhwa held half a loaf of bread in her hand and half a glass of soy milk. She had just turned her head when she saw Jang Yan. He stood under a tree in the early morning, dewdrops still lingering, looking somewhat disheveled and lazy. Seeing her look over, he smiled at her. Jang Yan is here. Why so early? It's only about 7 o'clock now. Even the contest participants haven't all arrived. Yet, he wore a simple black sportswear outfit, very ordinary and plain. For some reason, seeing Jang Yan now reminded her of Jang Yan when she participated in the math competition. Now he no longer had white hair. Before, he looked very showy from inside out. She could feel that he was really trying to change. Without the white hair, it further highlighted his wild, unrestrained nature. It had also been a long time since he smoked. Mon-thing said to Tranuan, "My friend is here. I need to go over for a bit. When Miss Jang returns, can you call me?" Tranuan casually said, "Okay, no problem." Mon-thing walked towards him. She stood with him under the tree. Softly, she said to him, "Jang Yan, it'll probably be a while before the competition starts. The order is randomly assigned. It might end as early as 10 o'clock. A small dewdrop fell on top of her head. Before she could dodge, she was already a bit wet. Jang Yan watched her next action in surprise. Mon-thing touched the spot where it had dripped. She looked incredibly cute. He couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand to protect her head, then brushed off that early morning dewdrop. He said in a hoarse voice, I know." The early morning breeze gently blew her skirt. Her hand holding the glass of soy milk, she blinked and bit the straw, looking incredibly obedient. Mon-thing softly replied, "Ah," Jang Yan said, "I flew in last night, arrived at dawn actually. At 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to look." 4 a.m. Why so early? Jang Yan glanced at her. "Haven't had dinner yet. I'm starving to death. Hurry and share some with me." Mon-thing looked up to meet his eyes. She seriously suggested he could go buy breakfast. He couldn't help but chuckle. "So petty." "I'm not petty, but I've already eaten from this bread. More than half-eaten bread doesn't taste good." Jang Yan's eyes carried a hint of amusement. "Little teacher, please, just a bit, okay?" Mon-thing's small face tried to hold back. "You can't eat it," he replied. "I'm not picky," making Mon-thing hesitate. She lowered her eyes and gently broke off a small corner she hadn't eaten. The girl's fair fingertips, her face slightly raised, long damp eyelashes, offered a corner of bread to him. She really believed he was hungry, damn it. He laughed. "Are you feeding a cat? Why so little?" Mon-thing's face gradually reddened. "It's just that I've eaten the other parts." He knew she was easily embarrassed and couldn't speak. He could only take that small corner and eat it. Breadcrumbs still clung to Jang Yan's lips. Mon-thing then used her hand to gently brush away those crumbs. The girl's fair, soft fingertips made Jang Yan freeze for 5 seconds. Mon-thing's small face slightly raised, her long, damp eyelashes. Her brown eyes were clean and transparent, untouched by worldly dust. That moment seemed to pause. The two faced each other, looking at one another. Suddenly, a student's voice called out to her. "Teacher Mon-thing is back. Let's go quickly." Mon-thing hurriedly replied, "I know." She suddenly realized food couldn't be brought inside. She looked around for a trash can. Seeing this, Jang Yan found it amusing. He said, "Give it to me. I'll throw it away for you." Mon-thing had to hand over the bread and half glass of soy milk to him, not forgetting to thank Jang Yan. After saying that, she hurriedly ran off. Jang Yan held the bread and milk in his hands, but his eyes still followed Mon-thing's back with lingering affection. After running a few steps, Mon-thing suddenly stopped. Then she turned her head back to reassure him. "You can come in after a while. This competition allows outsiders to watch. Don't worry, I still remember when you were seen as a scoundrel and stopped outside, not allowed to enter." His eyes carried a smile as he softly replied, "Okay." Mon-thing smiled brightly, waving goodbye. The sun began to rise, her skirt fluttering slightly. Her slender legs were exquisitely beautiful. Feeling reassured, she hurriedly ran off. In a corner of the school, under the green foliage, Jang Yan was still holding the bread and milk carton in his hands. He was deep in thought. Then, unconsciously, he bit into the part she had bitten without paying attention. Jiang Nan thought to himself, this was just ordinary bread, but somehow the taste in his mouth had turned into malt candy, sweet to the bone. He really wanted to kiss her. Thinking about it made his bones ache. Just like that day in the men's bathroom, he forced her to tilt her head back to cooperate. He pressed her down, enjoying the comfortable feeling of kissing her. But whenever he thought back and touched the small teeth mark on his arm, he dared not think about it anymore, afraid that she would cry. His lips touched the straw she had bitten. The soy milk had cooled, but as it went down his throat, it became extremely hot. The staff at the Swan building stared at Jang Yan for a long time. Is that young Master Jiang standing under the tree? Indeed, Jang Yan outside had finished the bread and soy milk. Hands in pockets, he lazily walked to Kaungya. Quickly find me a good seat somewhere. Kaungya was stunned for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, oh my god, this person is truly the prince who's giving everyone at Tuanduang Group a headache. With great difficulty, Kaungya arranged for Jang Yan a room on the second floor. Inside the Swan building, built in a spiral architecture, white was the main decorative style. It was extremely beautiful. Kaungya called for breakfast to be prepared again for Jang Yan. In no time, a sandwich and a hot cup of coffee were beautifully laid out on the table. Jang Yan glanced at the breakfast on the tea table. He sat still without moving. No need to rush like that. And don't tell my father that I've returned. Hearing this, Kaungya understood. Jiang Yan would still return to the city, but family matters of others were not Kaungya's business. Yet he still advised young Master Jiang, although Chairman Jiang's temper isn't very good, you are his son. There can't be any deep grudges. Besides, isn't it very difficult out there? Jiang Yan calmly said, the city of Hat is very good. Kaungya had no choice but to stop advising. Jiang Yan then noticed something wasn't quite right. The Jiang family was in real estate business. They occasionally did charity work. This Swan building was one of their properties, but they had never organized events like dance competitions before. Why use this place as a competition venue? Tuanduang is the biggest sponsor of this competition. Jiang Yan asked in surprise, who authorized this sponsorship? Kaungya showed an embarrassed expression. Jiang Yan's face turned cold. Kaungya didn't say, but Jiang Yan understood. It was Van Du, who could be considered his mother's younger brother. After returning from a trip to an orphanage, he finally gave this name from nowhere to Jiang Yan's father, asking him to care for him as a brother. In the main hall was a luxurious stage. Placed in the center was a very eye-catching swan statue. At this moment, Jiang Yan's eyes were full of contemplation. As they were talking, Van Du also came in from outside. He was wearing a suit. Beside him, a girl was pulling at him. He brought that girl to sit together at the judges' seats. People around also started greeting him. Van Du looked quite handsome. He exuded the aura of a gentle scholar. It's understandable why Van Man liked him. His appearance was fair and youthful. Girls would certainly like him. Most importantly, he had money. Behind him was the Jiang family. Jiang Yan wasn't in the habit of showing off wealth. On the contrary, Van Du liked to do so. Jiang Yan lived in the military academy, growing up under strict discipline, while Van Du lived in the social circle of the upper class. Those who didn't know might think Van Du was the biological son of Chairman Jiang. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and said, I'm leaving. He must be very happy. Kaungya smiled inwardly and said, how could that be? You're the real heir of Chairman Jiang. Kaungya turned and said to young Master Jiang, that girl is a second-tier celebrity in showbiz. Pay attention. She's the second female lead in the TV drama called Interrogating Love. Van Du invested in this dance competition. It said he wants to help promote and advertise the Swan building to other cities. That's why he chose the Swan Lake Ballet to select the champion of the competition to shoot a video for one of the series episodes. Had no interest in knowing who Van Du brought along. It's just that when I left, why didn't I beat him up completely? Moreover, I didn't know Van Du had this ability. I didn't know he could make such a big impact. Jang Yan's face was now full of unease. Suddenly, he didn't hope Mon-thing would participate in this competition. Like seeing her this morning, wearing a short white dress, smiling so cleanly and purely. She must be looking forward to this competition. Mon-thing made it to the semifinals based on her skills. He didn't want that bastard to see her. He was afraid she would be disappointed, but he himself had reasons he couldn't express. Today's episode ends here. Sincerely, thank you for watching Net's video. See you in the next videos. She turned around and walked forward towards the back of that young man. Like a small tail, she followed behind Jiang Yan. He tilted his head to look at the little girl behind. Jiang Yan turned around and saw her, which surprised him. He thought to himself, why did she come here? If the teacher misunderstands and asks, she'll be uncomfortable again. She gently called his name Jang Yan. Hearing this, he responded, He opened his eyes wide, looking at her in amazement, a bit teary-eyed and surprised. She reached out her hand. It was a white handkerchief she was holding. Gently wiping his face, she reminded him, "Wipe off the sweat and go home. It's very hot outside." Every gesture, action, and word of Mon-thing made Jang Yan freeze. He looked at the girl in front of him with affectionate eyes. She also put her water bottle in his hand and said, "Drink this." The more he looked, the more adorable this girl seemed. He couldn't help but think, how can I bear this? Knowing I like her, and she's doing this. It's like a cat playing with a tiger, not knowing how frightening the person in front of her is. He suddenly regained his handsome composure, but deep down he had a different thought. He glanced towards the teacher, walking away from them. He leaned down and whispered to the little girl, "Mon-thing, do you know what you're doing?" Hearing him ask, she was a bit surprised and asked, "What?" Still in that stance, he whispered into her ear, "I've always been dreaming of you, yet you dare to turn around." A man of few words, he lifted her chin with one hand. Her eyes were still stunned. Everyone was wondering what the next scene would be. He tilted his head and kissed her cheek. A gentle kiss, but full of desire. But when looking from behind, this scene could be misunderstood by many people, but it's also a romantic scene. Perhaps that's enough. He slowly pulled away from that cheek kiss. His eyes still showed a hint of regret, but also contained affection. She touched her cheek, blushing involuntarily, looking at the guy who just stole a kiss from her. Mon-thing turned away to hide her embarrassment and cursed silently. This bastard. He knew she was probably cursing him silently, so he said, "If you don't go now, don't even think about leaving." Hearing that, she ran away holding her cheek, not bothering to look back at him again. He watched her scurry away with an amused smile. Looking down at the water bottle she had given him earlier, Jang Yan chuckled and thought to himself, could it be that she likes me a little? Night enveloped the sky. At a luxurious villa, a voice rang out, "You mean you want to sign a contract with Mon-thing for her to shoot promotional material for Swan Villa, Shaoju?" A man casually replied, "That's right. Regardless of tomorrow's results, I feel this student is very suitable for our company's theme." A voice responded, "That's great." The man holding a cup of tea, sitting like a CEO, was none other than Van Du. Hearing this, Mon-thing immediately spoke up to refuse. "Thank you, sir, but I don't want to do promotional shoots." Sitting next to Mon-thing was her teacher. Van Du's eyes looked very dangerous as he just asked, "Why?" Her eyes looked at Van Du with some hesitation, yet still exuding a rare kind of aura. "I just want to finish the exam and go home." Van Du kept smiling, and usually people who smile like that have ulterior motives. He then explained, "I'm the CEO of Tuan Branch Company." His eyes looking at her became sharper as he continued, "After shooting, I'll take you home. How about that?" She sat there listening to him speak, not saying a word until now. Suddenly she stood up, bowed, and refused. "Thank you, sir, but I don't want to do promotional shoots." She kept her own thoughts in her head. "I can't explain why, but I feel the eyes of this person in front of me are very strange, just full of all kinds of intentions. I can't be fooled." She turned to her teacher and said, "Teacher, let's go back." The teacher also nodded and replied, "Ah, okay." Van Du's face darkened, looking very displeased. He raised the glass he was holding in his hand. His eyes signaled to the servant next to her, who immediately nodded. "If persuasion doesn't work, we'll use dirty tricks." She handed Mon-thing a very eye-catching cake, but Mon-thing felt something was off. The servant then said, "Miss, the young master has prepared cake for you and your teacher." Looking at the servant's face, there was no ill intent. She added, "Eat first, then go." Behind her, her teacher was on the phone. "Now we have to go there to get the finalist list and rules for the competition." "Is it where the morning contest was held?" Her eyes grew more worried. Could it be too much of a coincidence? Van Du's face turned sinister as he said, "Teacher Truong, if you have business, please go ahead. After I'm done with my work later, I can pick up student Mon-thing as well." She was apprehensive hearing Van Du's words. She turned to her teacher and said, "Teacher, can I go with you?" She turned back to look at Van Du. Still that face and smile made her a bit cautious, she thought, not knowing why. The first time she saw this person, she already disliked him. Looking at that man in this room, nothing seemed new or strange. Mon-thing felt the same and couldn't help but think further. Moreover, since entering this room, she always had a feeling of danger. She went over to her teacher. "I can't stay in this place. My intuition says I know if I stay here, it will definitely be very dangerous." Miss Truong beside her looked at Mon-thing as if seeing her worry. Miss Truong patted Mon-thing's head to reassure her. "Mon-thing, I'll only be gone for a moment. Students aren't allowed in that place anyway." The maid turned her eyes towards Van Du, as if waiting for a nod to take action. Seizing that opportunity, the The maid brought the cake in front of Mon-thing and continued to coax her. "Miss, please have some cake." Watching her teacher slowly walk out of this place, she remained silent, not wanting to answer. The maid still offered her the cake, constantly urging her. Looking at the cake in front of her, looking at the man watching her with eyes that seemed to say, "Eat quickly," Mon-thing fearfully said in a trembling voice, "I don't want to." She closed her eyes as if not wanting to see anything around. She was so scared that she cried out loudly, "I don't want to." As soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly burst open. Everyone's attention turned to that door. Mon-thing turned around. Both the maid and she were surprised. A man dressed in black, hands in pockets, kicked the door open. A voice spoke up, Jang Yan. It was none other than him. The man exuded an aura of charisma that made everyone terrified. His face was cold as he looked into the room. Seeing his nemesis arrive, Vandu couldn't help but stammer in fear. Little Jiang, deep inside, could only curse. Why did this demon king return? And what's worse, he returned at this exact moment. His eyes were frighteningly cold as he asked, "Where's the kitchen knife? Touch my people, and you'll only be able to meet your ancestors soon." A gentleman doesn't speak twice. Immediately, Jang Yan went to the kitchen to get a knife, ignoring whatever nonsense Vandu was saying beside him. "Little Jang, have you notified your brother-in-law of your return? Hurry and prepare food for young Master Jang. Why are you standing there dumbfounded?" He picked up the knife to test its sharpness. Much like his eyes towards Vandu at that moment, he raised the sharp knife as if to challenge. "Why notify my father? To save you. No one about to die just stands there waiting for death. Calling for help is right, but also a bit cowardly because your scheme hasn't succeeded and you're already calling for help." Jang Nan pointed the knife straight at Vandu, making him break out in a cold sweat. Jang Nan, without saying much, ordered the door to be closed. His murderous aura was palpable, his tone mocking. "Vandu, aren't you and my mother on very good terms?" Vandu hurriedly called someone. Jang Nan continued, "Today, I'll send you to meet her." As soon as the phone was answered, Vandu cried for help. "Brother-in-law, Jang Yan is back. He's at Tianhat Teotruk. He's not quite normal. Please save me." Hearing this, Jang Yan's father cursed, "You brat. If you dare to act recklessly, I'm telling you, you're finished. Little Du is your uncle, you know?" Fortunately, before he could finish, Jang Yan made his move.